Welcome to Stormwatch, a taut atmospheric thriller where the wind howls, the sea crashes, and the danger seeps through the walls. We thought the lighthouse would save us. We were wrong. After the break-in, after the fear that hollowed us out, Jack and I needed somewhere far from Boston, somewhere no one would look at us like we were victims or suspects. Stormwatch was meant to be our refuge, a solitary tower on the Maine coast, where the ocean's roar would drown out the past. But peace is fragile, and our son Samuel has already found its cracks. He says there's a little girl here, Nora. He talks to her, he dreams of her, and sometimes I think I see her too. When the storm rolls in, so does a stranger, handsome, magnetic, and far too interested in our lives. He says he's here to help. I want to believe him. But something about the way he watches me makes the waves outside feel safer than what's inside. Because not all havens are safe, and not all threats knock first. This is Stormwatch, where the light in the tower doesn't just guide ships, it warns them. Prologue. Boston. Winter. Outside, the world was wrapped in snow and silence. But within the house, Melanie Geller had not slept. Not truly. For months now, her body had learned the art of stillness, of lying rigid beneath Egyptian cotton, eyes open in the dark, mind racing through rehearsals of catastrophe. She would count the muffled creaks of the old house, the whir of the heating as it kicked in, and the faint whistle of the wind against the eaves. The bedroom was too warm. She had asked Jack to turn down the heat, but he had forgotten again. She flung off the duvet, the chill of the hardwood floor biting at her bare feet. Downstairs, the clock in the hallway struck 4. She crossed to the window, her breath fogging the glass as she peered through the slats. The world outside was a painting in monochrome. Snowbanks lined the quiet street. The ink-black sky folded over the rooftops like a shroud. Their brownstone, nestled in the historic heart of Boston, should have felt like a fortress, but instead, like Melanie, it felt fragile and on the verge of breaking into 1,000 pieces. She turned away from the window and padded down the stairs, the banister cold beneath her hand. As she reached the final step, a noise stopped her, a faint scrape, like metal brushing against wood. Her breath caught. She stood in the hallway, poised like prey, straining to hear through the dark. Then another sound, the unmistakable click of the lock, the door. She moved instinctively, silently, toward the study. She had left her phone on the charger there. Every step felt perilous, too loud, too slow. As she reached for the door, it opened, and there he was. A man, featureless in black, a ski mask obscuring his face. He filled the room with menace. In his hand was a gun. His breathing was audible, ragged, impatient. For a moment they stood frozen. Then, with quiet precision, he stepped forward and took her by the arm. "Don't scream!" he hissed, the voice barely human behind the wool and the malice. "Call your husband. Now." She was trembling, her body disobeying all commands from her mind. "What do you want?" she whispered. "Call him," he said again, dragging her gently but firmly back through the house toward the stairs. She climbed in silence, her heart battering against her ribs. At the landing, she paused before the bedroom door and whispered Jack's name. Inside, Jack stirred beneath the covers. "Jack!" she said louder now, the tremor in her voice sharpening. He sat up, bleary-eyed. "What is it?" Then he saw the gun and the man behind her, her pale face, wide with fear. Time stopped. The man's voice was harder now. "Get out of bed. Fill this with anything worth a damn." He tossed a rucksack at Jack's feet. "Jewelry, cash, laptop, watches. No playing games, just do as I say. No alarms." Jack did not move. He sat there, unmoving, his gaze fixed on the gun. Melanie turned to him, desperate. "Jack, do as he says, please." Still he did not move. Down the hallway came the sound of another door opening. Light from the nightlight spilled across the floor, and a small figure appeared. Samuel. He rubbed his eyes, confused. "Mom?" The masked man turned sharply. "Shit!" he snapped, stepping forward. Samuel's gaze fell on the gun, then to his frozen father, then back to the stranger. The scream that came from the boy was primal. He darted to the wall, to the square panel of white plastic they had installed just a month ago. His small hand slammed against the red button, and at once a siren split the stillness. The alarm screamed through the house like a wounded animal. The man recoiled. "You little shit!" he snarled, turning and fleeing down the stairs. Samuel clung to his mother, who wrapped her arms around him with crushing force. Jack was standing now, swaying slightly, as though surfacing from a deep and terrible sleep. "Melanie!" "You froze," she said, the words raw. "You just sat there. What the hell were you doing?" Downstairs, the door slammed open, hitting the wall, then shut with a thud. Silence returned. By the time the police arrived, Jack had collected himself. He made the call. He walked them through the house, pointed out where the man had stood, what he had said. But there was a glaze over his eyes, as though he didn't belong in the scene, like he was remembering part of a dream. Melanie, meanwhile, was inconsolable. She sat on the floor of Samuel's room with him curled beside her, his face pale, his small frame trembling beneath the blanket. She'd donned a red sweater, an attempt to quell the trembling, but it hadn't worked. The officers were kind, polite, efficient. They asked questions, took photographs, promised someone would be in touch. But by dawn, the house was empty again. Only the echo of that alarm remained, the shriek of it, the shame. Jack stood in the kitchen staring out at the snow as if it might absolve him. His reflection in the glass was that of a stranger, a man who had once been invincible, a man who had run Michelin-star kitchens, who had graced the covers of food magazines, who had carved his name in the firmament of Boston's elite. And yet, when the moment had come, when it had truly mattered, he had failed. Failed as a husband, failed as a father, failed as a man. He could still hear the silence, still see the gun, still feel his own paralysis. And somewhere, buried beneath the shame, was something darker. Because he knew the truth. The plan had not gone the way it was meant to. The thief was never meant to be seen. No one was meant to get hurt. And now, it was too late to take it back. Chapter 1. The house was filled with boxes, half packed, half forgotten. They huddled in corners like silent witnesses to a crime no one wanted to talk about. The curtains remained drawn. Even in daylight, the air felt muffled and the mood uneasy. Melanie sat cross-legged on the floor of the master bedroom, surrounded by a ring of clothes she couldn't bring herself to fold. Her fingers shook as she held a blouse, one she'd worn on the night of Samuel's school fundraiser. A happy memory. But instead of smiling, she stared at it without seeing. Her chest was tight again. The familiar grip of panic closed in. She couldn't breathe. She tried to stand but faltered, grabbing the edge of the bed to keep from falling. Her vision tunneled. Her heart thundered against her ribs like it was trying to escape. She clawed at her throat, willing air to come. The room seemed to pulse around her, walls bending in and out of shape, like a dream gone wrong. The edges of her vision blurred. "Mom?" Samuel's voice, small but sharp. She hadn't heard him come in. He stood in the doorway, his hair mussed, holding his tablet under his arm. His face looked thinner lately, paler too. "I'm fine," she gasped. "Just tired." "You're not." He walked toward her, slowly, the way one might approach a wounded animal. Melanie sank to the floor again, tears now burning behind her eyes. Her breath rasped in her throat. Samuel sat beside her, silent. He didn't touch her, just sat in the circle of chaos and looked at the pile of clothes and shoes. "I don't want to leave," he said finally. "I know." Her voice was barely there. "But I don't want to stay either because I don't think the man from the break-in is gone and he might come back." Melanie swallowed, her throat dry. "He's gone, Sam. He won't risk getting caught. But he might be angry with us and be nasty again and make you scared. I'm still scared, are you?" "No," she lied. "Because I know he won't come back, so let's get on with packing up so we can start our new adventure." Avoiding his eyes so he wouldn't see the fear in them, she reached for the blouse and folded it, the movement mechanical, like resetting a system. "I had a dream," he said, "about the house we're going to." She looked at him then. "What kind of dream?" "There were stairs, but they didn't end, and it was really cold. Someone was calling my name, but it wasn't you or Dad." Melanie pulled him close, kissed the crown of his head. "It's just nerves, sweetheart. And it's going to be a big change for all of us, and even grown-ups get a little anxious over moving house and starting out in a new place. But I'll be fun. And as for your dream, our minds do strange things when we're asleep and get things all jumbled up." Samuel wrapped his arms around Melanie and nodded, although she knew deep down he wasn't convinced. Downstairs, Jack's voice rose in a sharp staccato, breaking the moment of calm between mother and son. "I said no comment. You print that quote, and I'll sue. Yes, that's a threat." He was pacing the living room, phone pressed so hard to his ear that the skin turned white. On the dining table lay his laptop, open to an article. "Star chef Jack Geller, from Michelin to mayhem." A photo accompanied the headline of Jack, looking sallow and dazed, leading Melanie and Samuel down their front steps past a gauntlet of flashing cameras. "Turn it off," Melanie said as she entered. "You're not helping." Jack ended the call with a muttered curse. "They're already hinting I staged it for sympathy." "You think I don't know that?" she snapped. He stared at her. "You can't even look at me." "I'm trying to hold it together." For Samuel, Jack ran a hand through his hair. "I've hired security. Short term. They'll monitor the property until we leave." "You should have hired them before." He looked wounded, then angry, then nothing at all. "I've booked the ferry. The agent says the cottage has been cleaned and restocked. It's ready." Melanie nodded. "Then let's go. The sooner the better." Neither of them mentioned that they weren't ready, that none of this felt real, that their lives had already shattered, and this flight to a place called Carmen Bay was just a relocation of the rubble. Later that evening, Melanie found herself at the kitchen table trying to write a list of essentials. The page remained mostly blank. Her mind kept looping. Alarm noise, Samuel's scream, the stranger's masked face. She went to the cupboard and opened the nearly empty bottle of red wine. Jack had cooked dinner, salmon and rice, all of it left untouched. The kitchen still smelled faintly of garlic and burnt hopes of a normal family dinner. In the corner, Samuel was curled up on the couch with a blanket. He had become unusually clingy since the break-in, and she often spotted him following every move she made, as though he was worried she might leave him alone. Jack reappeared from the hallway, phone in hand. "The PR firm says we should give an interview, local news, so that we can control the narrative." Melanie stared at him. "What narrative?" "That it wasn't our fault." She laughed, bitter and low. "But it was. We had poor security, and therefore deserve everything we get." He recoiled. "You think I don't know that?" Samuel stirred at the sound of raised voices but didn't speak. His eyes stayed fixed on the flickering television screen. Melanie stepped into the hallway, gripping the wall. She felt the bile rise again. She wanted to scream, to throw something. But she didn't. She climbed the stairs, slowly, one at a time, like a woman walking toward her own execution. In her bedroom, she opened the window and let the city air in. Cold, harsh. She stood there until her skin prickled and her fingers numbed. They would be leaving in the morning. They would leave Boston behind. She whispered to the darkness, "Please let Stormwatch be far enough." Downstairs, Jack sat alone, watching the screen of his phone, and in the hallway, unnoticed, Samuel took out the drawing from his pocket. The one of the lighthouse next to the cottage where they were going to live. He began to draw a shadow at the top of the tower. Just a faint shape, but it was watching. Chapter 2. The sea looked like slate, vast and unmoved, its surface pocked with faint whitecaps that caught the morning light. Above them, gulls wheeled against a hard gray sky, their cries thin and remote, almost indifferent to the pain of the humans down below. Melanie stood at the prow of the ferry, her coat buttoned high against the cold, one gloved hand curled around the rail. The wind tugged at her hair, loose strands lashing against her cheek, and still, she did not move. She hadn't spoken in nearly 20 minutes. Behind her, somewhere further down the narrow deck, Jack and Samuel were talking to the captain, a leathery man with a voice like gravel and hands the color of rust. Gus, he'd said his name was. Gus, who piloted the ferry back and forth from Carmen Bay, and had done so for longer than anyone could remember. Stormwatch Lighthouse was visible now, rising out of the jagged headland like something left behind by another century. Its narrow white tower clung to the far edge of the rock, flanked by a squat keeper's cottage and a skeletal iron viewing deck. To Melanie, it did not resemble the images she'd seen online, bathed in summer light, haloed in golden sky. No, it looked smaller in real life, older, as though it had endured too much weather, too much history, and it was tired of it all. She shivered. It wasn't just from the cold. "Mom!" Samuel's voice pulled her from her thoughts. She turned to find him bounding toward her, cheeks red from the wind, his backpack bumping at his side. "Gus says we're almost there. He's going to show me how to tie up on the jetty." She nodded and offered a small smile. His enthusiasm was genuine, and she tried so hard to meet it. But the lighthouse loomed in the distance, and her stomach was a tangle of knots. Jack appeared behind Samuel, clutching 2 takeaway cups of coffee in his gloved hands. He handed her one without a word, and turned to follow her gaze. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" She took the cup, but didn't drink. "I mean, not in a postcard sort of way," he continued, "but raw, honest, like it's carved out of the edge of the world." Melanie said nothing, his poetic attempts to soften the blow falling on deaf ears. Jack shifted beside her, sipping his coffee. He was trying, she could see that. Since Boston, he had become quieter, gentler, as if afraid that even the sound of his voice might cause another crack in their marriage. He had arranged the move, sold what little they had of value, and used what was left of his mother's inheritance, spoken to the agent, arranged the ferry, all without consulting her. She had let him, though. It was easier than fighting. "Gus was telling me stories," Samuel said, pulling off his beanie to scratch his scalp. "About the lighthouse." Melanie turned. "What sort of stories?" Samuel grinned, unbothered, eyes wide. "He said one of the old lighthouse keepers fell from the top deck and no one found him for days. And before that, this guy murdered his whole family. Just stabbed them. And after, He jumped into the sea. Melanie recoiled as if slapped. Why would anyone tell a child a story like that about the home they were about to move into? The urge to rage at Gus was strong, but her body and mind too weak for confrontation, so instead she glared her disapproval in Jack's direction. "Sam," Jack warned gently. "What? Gus told me. He said it like, it was no big deal, and it's not." Melanie looked toward the wheelhouse. The old man stood at the helm, a silhouette against the window. Her skin prickled. "Why would they sell us a place like that?" she muttered. "Why didn't the agent mention it?" Jack lowered his voice. "It was 180 years ago, Mel. That's local lore, not a deal-breaker. I bet the brownstone in Boston had plenty of stories just like that. All old places do." But she was already shaking her head. "He told you? You knew. And you didn't say anything?" Jack exhaled, defensive now. "I wanted to give us a chance, a clean break, a fresh start. I didn't want to rattle you when there's no need." "You didn't want to rattle me," she echoed, eyes narrowing. "So you decided to ferry us off to an island with a murder-suicide legacy and let me find out from a fisherman with a dead-eye stare. Now don't go minding me and my stories. The old lighthouse'll test a marriage and make it stronger, you mark my words." Gus's voice rang from behind them, startling them all. He was there, just at Melanie's shoulder, the wind lifting the tail of his coat. He stared out toward the distant cliffs, where the lighthouse grew steadily closer. No two people go out there without learning something about what holds them together, or what don't. But it's been home to many a happy family over the years, so take comfort in that. Samuel looked up at him, blinking. Gus tipped his cap. "You'll be fine, lad. And anyways, it's the grown-ups who get haunted, not little kids." He winked and turned, then went back to the wheelhouse. They stood in silence. The mood soured. Melanie set her coffee down on the bench and turned her back to the lighthouse. She didn't want to see it anymore. Instead, she closed her eyes and let the wind batter her face, tasting salt on her lips. She was exhausted, always exhausted. Fatigue clung to her like a limpet, made worse by a terrible alertness, the conviction that danger lurked in every darkened corner, behind every door. She hadn't told Jack about the dreams, not since they left Boston. The man in black, always behind her. A creak on the stair, a shadow in the hall. Samuel, screaming, again and again. Even now she could feel the phantom imprint of the intruder's fingers on her arm, the cold press of the gun against her ribs. He was never caught. She wrapped her arms around herself, her gaze on the horizon. What if this was a mistake? What if the island made things worse? What if the man found them again? The ferry gave a low groan as it adjusted course, turning into the inlet that opened toward the northern peninsula. Ahead, the cliffs rose like rotten teeth from the sea, and beyond them, the lighthouse stood stark and pale against the storm-gray sky. The closer they drew, the smaller she felt, a figure diminished by land and wind and water, by guilt, by fear, by shame. The jetty emerged like a splinter from the base of the cliffs, half swallowed by lichen and wave splash, the battered wooden boards straining under the weight of the ferry's bump and moor. Above it, a winding path climbed in switchbacks toward the crown of the peninsula, where the lighthouse tower rose like a needle through the mist. "Watch your step," Gus said, as he tied off the ropes, watched by Samuel, who was fascinated. "She's slippery in winter. Sea don't care if you're young or careful or who it takes." Jack helped Melanie down first, then Samuel. Their footsteps echoed on the damp boards, gulls shrieking overhead as if disturbed by their presence. Melanie's eyes swept the curve of the headland. A wilderness of wind-stripped grass and bone-white rock stretched behind them, dotted with gorse bushes and the occasional hunched pine. No paths, no people. Just the emptiness of the Maine coast curling away behind the ridge like the edge of a forgotten map. They began the climb. Jack carried 2 of the lighter cases, Melanie clutching her purse and overnight bag, Samuel dragging his suitcase behind him like a reluctant pet. The wind thickened with salt and spume, tugging at their clothes, pushing their words back into their throats. As they reached the crest, the house came into view. Stormwatch was smaller than it had looked in the photos. The tower loomed taller, more menacing, its painted white hide peeling under years of gales. The attached keeper's cottage hunkered at its base, stone-built, with leaded windows and a narrow chimney that leaned to one side like a tired man against the wind. A narrow stone and glass porch wrapped one corner like a forgotten afterthought. Melanie stood a moment at the top of the path, her breath catching in her chest. Jack stepped beside her. "It needs work," he said quickly, "but it has soul." She said nothing. The front door creaked open on rusted hinges. Inside, the air was cold and still, with the faint scent of dust and damp paper. The cottage opened into a wide room with sea-facing windows and a flagged floor of slate, worn smooth by decades of boots. A low stone hearth gaped beneath a wooden mantel. A stack of logs nestled in the basket beside it. The kitchen branched off to the right, narrow galley style, with cupboards that bore the faded ghost of salt and steam. As Lenny crossed to the windows, and the view took her breath. Below them, the Atlantic yawned wide and endless, its surface churned gray by the wind, broken by glittering whitecaps and the black outline of rocks just beneath the surface. In the distance, Carmen's harbor lights blinked faintly through the mist, a string of yellow pearls floating above the waves. She placed her hand against the cold glass. The view was beautiful, dangerous in its arrogance, like something that beckoned you forward only to vanish beneath your feet. Behind her, Jack set the bags down and turned in a slow circle. "It's not the Ritz," he said, "but it's ours and it's clean. I had the agent send someone to give it the once-over." Samuel had already vanished into the adjacent rooms, his voice echoing from the stairwell. "Mom! There's a spiral staircase in the tower, and a trapdoor in the floor." She forced a smile. "Be careful." Jack crossed to her, lowered his voice. "This is a good thing, Mel. We need this. You need it. Just let it work. At least try." She pulled away gently. Upstairs, Samuel's footsteps moved higher still. Melanie wandered through the rest of the house. The master bedroom was plain. An oak bed, a wardrobe whose mirror had gone to silver, pale blue curtains stiff from disuse. There was a faint mildew smell in the corners, and she opened the window to air it. The second bedroom was cozy, just large enough for Samuel's bed and a wardrobe and desk. A faded map of the coast had been tacked to the wall at some point, its corners curling in protest. She ran her fingers along the edge of the sill. Cold. Too cold. She made her way back downstairs where Jack was crouched in front of the fireplace, coaxing a flame from dry kindling. She hesitated. "You said the agent told you this place had history." He looked up. "It does. But not the kind Gus told us." He hesitated. "I didn't want to scare you. I figured if we started over here, it could be clean, safe." She turned her gaze toward the window. "It doesn't feel safe." "Mel." She wrapped her arms around herself. "I still see him. That night. In every window. Every dark corner. If I let myself think for too long, I believe he's coming back. And you brought us here. To a place where a man butchered his family and threw himself into the ocean." Jack looked down. "I didn't know the details." That's not true." He said nothing. She sat on the edge of the hearth, head in her hands. "You said you'd take care of everything. You said we'd be okay." Jack moved to sit beside her, but she turned away. "I can't do this," she whispered. "I can't keep pretending we're healing when all we're doing is hiding from our problems. And I don't just mean the burglary. I see how stressed you are with the restaurants. And I'm not surprised. Your phone never stops ringing, and even when you're with us, you seem miles away. It's like they're sucking the life from you, and there's nothing left for me and Samuel." A silence settled between them. Not angry, but heavy, weary. "I'll make it right," Jack said at last, "however long it takes." She didn't answer. From above, Samuel's voice floated down. "Mom, come look. You can see all the way to the horizon." She stood slowly. Her knees felt weak, and her insides hollow. "I'll be up in a minute," she called. Jack poked at the fire. "You should paint again," he said quietly. "The light here is amazing. It's different. Wild. I think it'd be good for you." She paused on the bottom step. When they had first met, she had filled their tiny apartment with enormous canvases of sky and sea, of women standing on wind-blown cliffs. She had given it up for Jack's restaurant dreams, for Samuel's education, homeschooled him for safety, and so he'd receive the attention a bright, intricate child like him needed. Now she felt too hollow to even hold a brush, but to appease Jack and shut down the conversation, she said, "Maybe," and wearily climbed the stairs. Chapter 3. Samuel had always liked empty spaces, not the kind that were cluttered and then cleared like his bedroom in Boston after the movers had gone, or the restaurant during its closed hours, but real emptiness, rooms that looked like nobody had set foot in them ever. Corridors where there was nothing but silence. The lighthouse had many of those. He wandered it alone in the hour after they arrived, while his parents unpacked in silence downstairs, speaking only in half phrases and short questions. He preferred it this way. It was as though grown-ups went quiet when things went wrong, as if not saying the words and pretending everything was fine would make it so. But Sam knew better. He knew that in the end all the words would come spilling out, and when they did, he wasn't sure what would happen, and he hated that. He carried his tablet with him, screen dark, held like a compass. He didn't need it to navigate, not yet. Already he was building the map in his mind. The narrow passage behind the kitchen, the 3 stone steps down into the pantry with the warped floorboards, the small cupboard under the stairs that smelt of rusty nails and mothballs. He would draw it later, in Scratch, creating each room with pixel precision. What he liked most was the tower. He climbed it now, one hand on the narrow iron rail that twisted upward through the whitewashed stone cylinder. The walls were cold to the touch. Dust danced in the air, disturbed by his steps before trying to settle again. At the top was the light room, its windows grimy and spotted with salt. The central housing was empty now, the great light long since decommissioned, but he imagined it anyway. A golden eye blinking across the waves, slicing the night to warn ships away from the teeth of the rocks below, saving the lives of sailors and keeping their precious cargo safe. The wind pressed against the glass like a living thing, howling through a crack in the frame. The noise unsettled him. It sounded too much like someone crying or an animal in pain. He turned away and crouched beside the metal casing that once held the rotation gears. From here you could see everything. Carmen Bay glittered faintly across the water, its shoreline a ribbon of yellow lamps and huddled rooftops. He could see the curve of the southern peninsula, dotted with white hotels and the blocky profile of the marina. But behind him, on this edge of the world, there was only the sea, the cliff, and the leaden sky. He liked it, and he didn't. Samuel took out his tablet and opened his mapping app. He began drawing slow, square lines denoting the spiral staircase, the landing at each level, the places where the light filtered through cracks in the stone. He made a note in the corner. Replace lens. Explore gear housing. He had no one to show the maps to, not really. His mother always smiled politely but rarely asked questions. His father tried sometimes, but his voice was always stretched thin like he was halfway through thinking about something else. So he mapped for himself. He was halfway down the tower when he noticed the shape in the dust. A footprint. Small. Too small for Jack. Too large for his own. Not recent. Faded at the edges, softened by time, but visible all the same. He crouched to examine it, squinting at the imprint. A boot tread, not a bare foot. He brushed his finger lightly through the print and watched it vanish. The next thought made his heart flip. What if it wasn't from before they arrived? The agent or the people sent to clean the cottage? What if someone else had been here recently? He stood abruptly and continued downward, the chill chasing him now, too close behind like a monster reaching out to touch him. At the base of the stairs, he pushed open the door, and the narrow hallway opened toward the lounge, where the fire now crackled and hissed. He hovered just beyond, watching his parents from the shadows. Melanie sat curled on the hearth, her face tilted toward the flames, her cheekbones hollow, but her eyes were bright. Jack was working on menus on his laptop, a task that always required great deliberation. They hadn't noticed him. He slipped past the hall and into the room beyond. It was empty, save for an old upright piano covered in a dust cloth, and a low window seat looking out over the jetty. He climbed onto it and sat cross-legged, his breath fogging the glass. Something moved outside. Just a flicker, a twitch in the corner of his vision. Samuel froze. There by the rock wall at the edge of the cliffs, he was sure. But when he looked directly, there was nothing. Only wind pushing at the seagrass, the jagged outline of the jetty swaying beneath the tide. He pressed his hand flat against the glass and leaned forward, trying to see the curve of the stairs that led down toward the supply shed. A padlock glinted on the latch. The wind howled louder, its breath brushing the window pane like a warning. He told himself it was nothing. Still, he took out his tablet and drew another note. Check lock integrity. Add camera trap if possible. That night after dinner, his mother came to sit at the edge of his bed. Her voice was soft and held a hint of concern. Are you warm enough? Yes. Do you like it here? I don't know yet. She smiled faintly, tucking a stray curl behind his ear. It'll take time. He nodded but didn't meet her gaze. He could see how tired she was. Her shoulders hunched, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her jumper. How dark the rings under her eyes looked. I like the lighthouse, he said. It's mysterious. She laughed just once. That sounds about right. He waited until she turned off the lamp and left. Then he slipped out of bed and padded barefoot across the room to his rucksack. He retrieved the small black box Gus had handed him on the ferry. A weather radio, for just in case, Gus had said. Samuel set it on the windowsill and tuned it to NWR, then sat and listened to the 24-hour weather forecast, the crackling voice sounding like a link to the rest of the world. Outside, the sea rolled and shifted. The lighthouse groaned. The wind did not stop that night. It howled across the headland with wild insistence, slipping beneath the eaves, rattling the chimney, clawing against the glass with restless fingers. The sea, too, played its part, heaving and sucking at the rocks with a relentless rhythm that filled the air with a constant pulse, like the beat of some vast and distant heart. Melanie lay awake, staring at the ceiling. Her body ached with fatigue, yet sleep would not come. The bed, though wide and fitted with clean bedding left by a laundry service, felt foreign. The sheets were too smooth, the pillow too high, the walls too close, the darkness too deep. She'd taken one of her tablets hours ago, but it had done little. Her thoughts swarmed, cluttered, unkind. She saw the masked man over and over again, rising up behind her in the dark, his eyes like holes, the glint of the blade. It didn't help that the lighthouse creaked with unfamiliar life. The sounds were different here, less predictable. In the city, night had its own rhythm, traffic flowing like blood through the veins, sirens crying in the distance, the occasional dog barking down an alleyway. But here the silence was never quite that. Something always moved, wind, water, clouds, and Melanie had the uneasy feeling that the house itself was listening. She turned onto her side, hoping the change of position might help. Jack lay beside her, breathing deeply. He'd fallen asleep just after 11, a glass of wine at his bedside, and a book face down on his chest. He looked peaceful now, his brow smooth, lips parted slightly. But she knew he wasn't. Not really. She could feel it in the tension that lingered in his shoulders even as he slept, in the dreams that sometimes made him jolt awake, confused, his hands trembling. She watched him for a moment. Then slowly, she rose. The floor was cold beneath her feet as she padded toward the door, careful not to wake him. She didn't know what she hoped to find, some proof that the house was only a house and the bogeyman, as miles away, in Boston. That the night held no threat. She moved quietly down the hallway toward Samuel's room, where the door was ajar. He lay curled beneath the blanket, his tablet beside him on the bed, screen dark. A thin line of drool shimmered at the corner of his mouth. She watched the soft rise and fall of his chest, and for a moment felt comforted by the simplicity of the moment and the ignorance and bliss of childhood. But then he frowned in his sleep. His lips moved. A sound escaped, high-pitched, broken. "Number no." She stepped forward, heart lurching. "Sam," she whispered. His eyes flew open, wide, wild. He gasped and shot upright, his arms flailing. Hey, shh. It's okay. You're safe. You're safe, honey. I'm here." He blinked at her, confusion washing across his face like a wave. Then he flung himself into her arms and buried his face in her shoulder. She rocked him, whispering nonsense words into his hair. "Bad dream," he mumbled against her neck. It was the girl with no hands. Her blood chilled. What girl? She was crying, and her mom too. She was at the bottom of the stairs, screaming, and the sea was in the house. The water was everywhere. I couldn't find the door. Melanie pulled him closer. "It was just a dream, sweetheart. That's all. Nothing's here." He nodded, but his grip on her sleeve did not loosen. "I don't want to sleep alone." She didn't hesitate. "Okay, scoot over." Melanie climbed into bed beside him and tucked the blanket over them both. He pressed against her side like he had when he was younger, when night terrors had been more frequent, before the therapy and the dietary changes and the mindfulness exercises. But this was different. The girl with no hands. Just the thought. Never mind the image it conjured made her shiver as she stared at the ceiling, feeling the pressure of the dream settle between them like fog. She prayed for sleep to come, and whether it was the comfort of the body wrapped around hers, or the fatigue of the day, but eventually someone answered her prayer. In the morning the house was quiet, and on entering the kitchen she found Jack had gone. Melanie spotted a note on the counter. Running to Carmen with Gus and pick up supplies. Back by lunch. Thought you could use a rest. Love, Jay. She folded it without reading it again, irked that she'd woken up alone to a cold and unwelcoming scene. The kitchen was gloomy, the fire dead in the grate, the curtains still closed, so, after dragging them open in a mild temper, decided to make herself a cup of tea. And once she'd lit the fire and the kettle had boiled, stood at the kitchen window. The fog had rolled in overnight. The bay was hidden, the town gone, swallowed by low cloud and distance. Even the rocks at the base of the cliffs were obscured now, wrapped in wet white. She sipped her tea and relished the quiet as she watched the mist move. But that didn't shift the disquiet in her soul every time she thought of Samuel's dream. The girl with no hands, the mother at the foot of the stairs, and the sea in the house. She had told herself again and again that dreams were only dreams, that fear, once planted, grew roots in the dark. But something about the images Samuel described unsettled her. Too vivid, too precise. She thought of the lighthouse keeper Gus had mentioned, the one who'd fallen from the viewing deck and lain undiscovered for days, the murdered woman and her children, her husband in a fit of despair, rage, guilt, or shame, throwing himself into the cruel sea below. She shivered, though the tea was warm in her hand. Jack returned just before noon, shoulders dusted, with salt, a bag of supplies over one arm and 2 more on the jetty, waiting to be brought inside. Good news is the market over there is a delight, and Gus says the generator's been serviced recently, he said, brushing off his coat. Still runs on diesel, so I'll top it up this afternoon. Melanie didn't answer. Everything okay? She looked at him, then away. Sam had a nightmare. He paused. Yeah? Said he saw a girl with no hands? Jack stiffened. That's specific. She nodded. And the mother was silent screaming. And there was seawater in the house. Jack rubbed the back of his neck. Maybe it's just the move, all the change. I'm sure he'll settle soon. Will he? Jack dropped the bag on the table. I don't know, Melanie. I'm not a mind reader, but I am doing my best. We're all doing our best. She flinched. He hadn't raised his voice, not exactly. But there was something hidden beneath the words. She watched him unpack. Bread, milk, flour, eggs, matches, the usual larder staples, and then 6 bottles of wine, a jar of local honey, steak, charcuterie, a selection of cheese, and then there was more outside. How much was all this? He paused. Don't worry about it. Jack. He exhaled. It's fine. I've got it covered. We need to eat, and I need to cook and take care of you all, and I need to keep busy. She moved toward him, lowered her voice. You said that when we lived in Boston. You said that before everything. And I know finances are tight, so please don't make things worse. He looked at her then, and for a moment, the mask cracked. I'm just trying to hold it all together the only way I can, he said, his voice rough. But yeah, you're right. Money's tight. Tighter than I'd like. And I know you blame me for a lot. Maybe everything. Maybe I deserve that. But I'm not the bad guy here, Mel. I never said you were. He turned away. Didn't have to. Silence. Then, I think we need help, she said. He turned back. Help? Someone to talk to. For Sam. For me. You too, if you're willing. A therapist. Not some fancy city clinic. Maybe someone local. Jack was already shaking his head. Number. Not yet. Let's just try and settle in. Give it a few weeks. See how it goes. Just give this place and us a chance before we have strangers picking our lives apart. I'm not asking for a miracle, Jack. I'm asking for support. His jaw clenched. I can't afford it. Not on top of everything else. Just, please, give me some time. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she nodded and left the room. That night she sat alone in the small porch off the kitchen, watching the mist settle in waves across the grass. In his room, Samuel slept, and Jack was on a FaceTime call in the lounge. She could hear fragments, words about payroll, suppliers, a missed payment. Her easel was up again. A van had arrived late afternoon containing the belongings they didn't sell or leave behind, and unpacking the boxes and placing lamps and soft furnishings here and there had given her a few hours of welcome distraction. Sam had been thrilled to have his things back, and she'd heard him chattering to himself as he arranged his room. Jack had carried the easel in from the van and set it near the window. A new canvas stood, blank, waiting. Hope had been written across his face, as though the stark white paper held the secret to their happiness. She tried to sketch, but her hands would not move. Her mind would not empty. She saw the mother's face, wet with seawater, her mouth wide and wailing. She saw the girl, pale as bone, her arms ending in bloodless stumps, and in the corner of her son's dream, now becoming her own living nightmare, something darker still, watching, waiting. Chapter 4. The sea licked at the cliffs below, the noise of the waves roaring in his ears. The lighthouse beam, long dormant, did not blink. The house had changed. Samuel knew it the moment he opened the bedroom door. The walls no longer held corners, only curves, as though melted plastic and reshaped by heat. The floor sloped gently downward, not enough to fall, but enough to feel off balance, as if gravity had deserted him. He stepped barefoot into the hall. It was lit, but dimly, as if the light bulbs struggled to glow behind layers of fogged glass. The air smelled of seaweed and wood smoke, and somewhere far below, a bell tolled. Not a doorbell, not a church bell, but something older, deeper, a sound that echoed in the bones rather than the ears. The stairs twisted to the left instead of the right. He descended slowly, the wood soft and damp beneath his feet. The wallpaper was peeling, revealing patches of stone underneath. On the landing he saw her, a little girl in a white dress, standing at the far end of the corridor. Her back was to him. Her arms hung strangely, her hands lost in the folds of her skirt. She didn't move or acknowledge him. "Hello?" he said. No answer. He took a step toward her. The floor groaned as if the wood was in pain. She turned her head then, just slightly, enough to let him see the corner of one eye. It gleamed like wet sea glass. Still she didn't speak. Another step. Now he could see her arms more clearly. They ended not in hands, but in sleeves that hung empty, deflated. The cuffs were stained dark red, dried blood clinging to the fabric, like her presence had clung onto the house for years. She opened her mouth, not to speak, to scream. But there was no sound, only a rush of wind, sudden and violent, that roared up the corridor like a train passing underground. The girl's dress fluttered, her hair flew about her face, and Samuel stumbled backward. Behind him the walls had changed again, no longer plaster and peeling wallpaper, but stone, wet and covered in barnacles. A trickle of seawater ran down the corner where two bricks met. When he looked back, the girl had vanished. In her place stood the staircase, only now it led downward, impossibly far, its edges folding into shadow. He knew he shouldn't go down. He went anyway. The air grew colder with each step. The soles of his feet stung, and his nose ran. The sound of the sea grew louder, closer. There was no light now, only the faintest grey phosphorescence seeping up from below. Then the stairs ended. He stood at the bottom of the tower as the walls pulsed faintly, as though alive. Pools of seawater had gathered between the flagstones, and from them came bubbles, small and delicate, rising with a sound that seemed like panicked whispers. In the middle of the floor lay a woman. Her body was twisted at an unnatural angle, as though she'd fallen from a great height. Her hair was dark and wet, spread around her like kelp. Her mouth was open, her eyes fixed on nothing. She wore a red sweater, the same kind his mother had worn the night of the break-in. He moved toward her slowly, breathless. As he reached her, she blinked. Not a flutter, not slow, but sudden and sharp. Her eyes locked onto his. She opened her mouth and spoke without voice, but even though he couldn't hear the words, he knew she was telling him to run, to get out, before the man came. Samuel staggered backward, his feet slipping and his hands desperate to find purchase on the sodden stone wall as the water on the floor rose a little higher. The whispering grew louder, almost hysterical, as he turned to run. And when he did, the tower was gone. Now he stood in the kitchen. Only it wasn't theirs. It was older, dustier. A table stood in the center, covered in a thick lace tablecloth, and behind it stood the girl again, head bowed, sleeves fluttering where hands should be. "Don't forget me." Her lips didn't move, but he heard the words inside his skull, as if they were his own thoughts. She lifted one arm, pointed to the window. "You need to go." Her message was loud and clear, even though it didn't come from her lips. Samuel followed the point of her finger and looked through the rain-streaked glass. Outside, the ocean had swallowed the cliffs. Seawater slapped against the house. The horizon had vanished. A shape moved beyond the pane. A man, tall and thin, his face obscured. He reached toward the window and placed his palm against it. His hand was the same as the one from that night in Boston. Black glove, gun aimed straight at him. Samuel screamed, the terror in his own voice forcing his eyelids open. He sat bolt upright in bed, his chest heaving. The sheets were damp with sweat, and the air was thick with salt and fog. For a long time he didn't move, just sucked in air and told himself to breathe. He stared at the shadows in the corners, waiting for them to take shape. But they stayed where they were. Only when he reached for his tablet and saw the time. 3:03 a.m. did the world begin to return. He turned on the screen. Its blue glow steadied him. A map. That's what he needed. Something he could control. He opened Scratch and began to draw. The lighthouse tower, the stone floor, the broken stairs, the kitchen with its lace tablecloth, the window, the woman. And then, carefully, the girl. He hesitated over the hands, then left them blank. Chapter 5. By morning, the fog had not lifted. Instead, it had thickened, settling over the island in slow-moving sheets. The sea was quieter now, hushed beneath the weight of the mist, though its movement still tugged and slapped at the base of the cliffs, insistent and patient. Melanie stood at the window, arms folded against her chest, watching the pale nothingness where the world should be. The edge of the jetty was gone. So too the seagrass, the rocks, the very horizon. It was as though the island had been lifted from the map and set adrift into cloud. She had stayed in bed for as long as possible to avoid beginning the day, feigning sleep as she felt Jack throw back the blankets and the gray light crept across the sky and into the room. By the time she'd dragged herself up, he was already up, moving about downstairs with the low, deliberate sounds of someone making coffee and trying not to wake anyone. Now, the house felt strangely brittle, as though the calm of morning might splinter if anyone moved too quickly. Samuel was still in bed, unusually still, the dark curls at the crown of his head damp with sweat. She didn't want to wake him. Not yet. It was nearly 9 when the cry came. Not loud, not shrill, but sharp and pained in a way that cut straight through the fog of the house. She dropped the teacup which shattered against the stone floor as she ran through the lounge, across the hall, Out the side door, feet already soaked by dew-slicked steps. Samuel was at the bottom of the incline just below the lighthouse steps, crouched low and clutching at his leg. Blood, bright against pale skin, slid in thin rivulets over his shin. His eyes were wide, not with fear, but with bewilderment, as if he hadn't quite grasped what had happened. A long gash, opened by the sharp edge of the broken iron pipe that jutted from the ground like a rusted tusk, wept steadily onto the mossy stone. Jack was seconds behind her, skidding down the incline with a half-shouted curse. "Ah, Christ, what happened? Sammy, are you all right?" "I slipped," Samuel said, voice thin. "I was trying to see the fog roll over the edge." Melanie sank to her knees beside him, already pulling her cardigan off to press against the wound, her hands trembling. "He needs stitches," she said quickly. "We can't leave it like this." "I'll call Gus," Jack replied, already pulling his phone from his pocket. "He can get us to Carmen. There's that clinic next to the town hall." It took less than 20 minutes for Gus to arrive, the sound of the ferry's engine chopping through the mist before its silhouette emerged at the jetty like a ghost rising from the deep. The three of them clambered aboard, Samuel pale and shivering beneath the blanket Melanie had wrapped around him, his head resting against her chest. The trip was slow, the fog thick and low, turning the sea into a milky void. Jack stood beside Gus, talking in low tones, asking about the tide, about the weather, about whether the island was always so changeable. Melanie barely listened. She kept her focus on her son, watching the faint lines of pain tighten and loosen in his face, measuring each breath as if it were a countdown. When they reached Carmen, the dock was empty save for a lone gull perched on the railing and a battered pickup parked near the water's edge. A man leaned against the truck's side, arms folded, posture relaxed. He stepped forward as they disembarked, his boots heavy against the planks, his eyes immediately finding Samuel. "Tom Harlow," he said, holding out a hand that neither Melanie nor Jack shook. "Sheriff. Gus radioed in, said you might need a ride." Jack hesitated, then nodded. "Thanks. We'd appreciate it." "Doctor's clinic is open today. I'll take you up and introduce you." They slid into the cab of the truck, Melanie holding Samuel close in the back, while Jack climbed into the passenger seat. The sheriff drove with the easy confidence of someone who had learned every bend of these roads by heart, glancing back occasionally to check on Samuel. "You folks just moved into Stormwatch?" he asked, eyes now on the mist-laced road ahead. Jack nodded. 3 days ago. Place doesn't get many new faces. Most people find it too isolated. Exactly why we chose it." There was a pause, just long enough to register. "Place has a long history, of saving lives mainly," Harlow said after a moment. "You're probably already aware of the rest." Melanie glanced at Jack, then away, grateful that Tom was more tactful than Gus had been. "We heard some stories," Jack replied carefully. "From Gus. Gus grew up around there. Most of us did, and we like to tell tales of our ancestors, but take no heed of most of it, mainly folklore and gossip." Samuel stirred faintly in her arms. "I'll bear that in mind because Samuel doesn't need to hear stuff like that. He's had a rough time lately," Melanie said, more to herself than to the sheriff. "And I don't mean the fall. We moved because of something that happened before." Harlow nodded, not pressing. "I understand. Anything you folks need, even if it's just a friendly ear, you come straight to me. The clinic's just ahead." They pulled up outside a low blue-painted building, tucked beside a bakery and an art gallery, the kind of small-town Americana Melanie had once considered charming. Today it felt false, quaint, but too curated. Inside, the doctor, A tired-looking man with rimless glasses and kind eyes cleaned and stitched Samuel's wound while Jack filled in paperwork, and Melanie sat at the boy's side, murmuring reassurances. The gash was deep but clean, no signs of infection. "Lucky," the doctor said. It could have been worse. Afterwards, they stepped back out into the morning, the fog now thinning at the edges. Carmen's main street was waking up, locals moving from store to store with the slow rhythm of the familiar. Sheriff Harlow had waited for them, and as Jack helped Samuel into the back seat, Melanie paused beside the open passenger door. "Thanks again," she said, her voice low. He studied her a moment. "He's a sharp kid," he said. "Bright. I bet he takes after you." She offered a non-committal smile. "If things ever get tough out there," he continued, "even if it's just nerves, you give me a call. Lot of folks move to Stormwatch thinking the isolation will be good for them, and they can cope with being cut off, but in reality it's not always easy." He reached into his coat pocket and handed her a card. "Dr. Caleb Wynne, therapist. He's discreet. Has a place just off the bay. Helped my niece after she got caught in a bad wreck out on the coast road. Still takes private clients when the right ones come along." Melanie turned the card over in her fingers. It was cream-colored, thick, with a raised serif font. The name was clean and simple. Caleb Wynne, PsyD. No website, no logo. Just a name, a phone number, and a town address. She didn't respond, and he didn't press. As they drove back toward the dock, the card sat heavy in her palm. Stormwatch might have been their sanctuary, but she was starting to wonder whether it was simply their next mistake. The fog had cleared by late afternoon. It didn't blow out in one clean sweep, but rather unraveled gradually. First the jetty appeared again, black and glistening with moisture. Then the jagged rocks along the northern curve of the inlet, each one shining slickly in the sun. And finally, the mainland returned. A faint glimmering strip across the water, and with it the sleepy outline of Carmen's harbor, its roofs catching the pale light. Melanie stood on the front steps of the lighthouse, her arms wrapped loosely around herself. It was the first warmth they'd had in days, but she still couldn't shake the chill. Below, the sea made its usual music, soft lapping beneath the cliffs, the occasional sigh of waves shifting through the narrow cove. She could hear the drone of a boat engine in the distance, faint at first, then growing louder. Not the gruff putter of Gus's ferry. This sound was smoother. She shaded her eyes and looked out over the water. The boat came into view like something out of a brochure, long and white with a polished mahogany hull and navy canvas sails neatly stowed. It cut a clean wake as it approached, gleaming like it had never known a hard day at sea. Jack stepped out onto the porch behind her. "Are you expecting someone?" She shook her head. "Are you?" "No." They watched together as the boat slowed and eased toward their jetty. A man stood at the helm, tall and neatly dressed in rolled-up sleeves and dark chinos. He raised one hand in greeting, confident and casual. Samuel appeared behind them, hopping slightly to see over the rail. "He's got a flag on the stern," the boy said. "The name of the boat's second chance." Jack narrowed his eyes, his voice laced with sarcasm. "Sounds like a rehab yacht." But Melanie said nothing. Something about the arrival of a stranger made her nervous. The man tied off his boat with practiced ease and strode up the path, holding a covered casserole dish in both hands. His smile was warm, easy, rehearsed, to look unrehearsed. "Good afternoon," he called as he approached. "I hope I'm not intruding." He had an educated voice, coastal but clean, with that soft, careful cadence that therapists and grief counselors seem to cultivate. "I'm Caleb Wynne. Sheriff Harlow might have mentioned me." Jack blinked, He gave us your card. Caleb nodded, still smiling. Tom's a good man. He told me you'd had a bit of a scare recently with your boy. A fall? Samuel stepped back, half behind his mother. It was nothing serious, Jack said quickly. Just a scrape. Caleb lowered the dish. Still. First week in a new home and already testing the landscape. Sounds like something I would have done. I brought this as a welcome gesture. My mother's old recipe. Seafood and white bean cassoulet. He extended the dish toward Melanie. She took it slowly. The ceramic was still warm in her hands. That's very kind of you, she murmured. Not at all. I live across the bay. Easier to sail than drive most days. It'd take about 2 hours by road, and the terrain isn't the easiest to navigate in places. He looked around, taking in the lighthouse with what appeared to be genuine appreciation. Beautiful spot. Wild, though. I can see why some people have never quite settled in. But also, why some might fall in love with it and never leave. Jack offered a tight smile. We're not sure which category we're in yet, but I'm hoping it's the latter. Then you're still in the honeymoon phase. Caleb smiled not unkindly. That's the best part. Jack gave a soft tut. Melanie looked sharply at him. You're a therapist, she said abruptly, her voice flatter than she intended. Caleb nodded. I am. Psychodynamic background. Trauma and anxiety in families, mostly. I used to teach, but now I work more privately. You've seen patients here? A few. Those who prefer discretion. The sea helps some of them. The waves and solitude can be clarifying. Jack folded his arms. We didn't exactly come here for clarity. No? Caleb tilted his head, mild as ever. Then what did bring you here, if you don't mind me asking? Melanie hesitated, her hands tightening on the dish. Jack answered first. A change, a break, the peace and quiet away from media intrusion. Things got out of hand back in Boston. Caleb nodded slowly. I find that's often the case. If there's anything I can offer, especially for Samuel, please don't hesitate. It's not a professional pitch, just neighborly concern. He turned to Samuel then, his smile softening. Captain, he said with a small salute. How's the view from the top of the tower? Samuel beamed. It's amazing, I can see everything. Carmen looks like a toy town. I bet. You're the new keeper then? The boy's smile widened. Melanie felt something in her throat tighten. You're welcome to join us for supper, Jack said suddenly. Melanie blinked at him. It's the least we can do, he added. You've come all this way. I'd be delighted, Caleb said. I'll head back to the boat and grab a few things. Wine? Or are we on the wagon? Wine's good, Jack said. And just like that, he was part of their evening. Later, as the sun turned the water to gold and the shadows of the cliffs grew long and deep, Caleb slid gently into their lives. He was easy with Samuel, calling him Captain again, and drawing him into conversation about the workings of lighthouses, the legends of ghost keepers, and most effectively, the folklore of shipwrecks. Melanie watched them from the kitchen window as she sautéed shallots, her hands moving mechanically. The casserole dish he'd brought sat cooling on the counter. Jack was trying to look at ease, though she knew him well enough to read the tension in his shoulders. He was measuring Caleb. That much was clear. But she couldn't tell what he'd found, and she couldn't decide what she herself had felt. There was charm, certainly, polished manners, a quiet authority, and something else, a stillness in his presence, the kind that draws people in, not with force, but by suggestion. She knew that type. She had worked with art teachers who had it, therapists too, that gentle gravity. Once, she had it. Before Boston, before motherhood took over every inch of her identity, Melanie had been someone else, an artist with ambition, gallery invitations, and canvases large enough to drown in. She painted oceans mostly, stormy seas, cold horizons, women standing barefoot on black sand. Then came Samuel, and she put it all aside, folding herself neatly into domestic necessity. When Jack's restaurants grew successful, she told herself it was enough to homeschool their son, to maintain calm in the chaos of her husband's schedule. But the truth was, she had vanished long before that, long before the intruder came. The break-in only confirmed what she already feared, that the world was dangerous, and that she was no longer equipped to face it. Now, watching this stranger settle into their evening, bonding with her son, and easing the tightness in her husband's face, it stirred something she couldn't name. Not jealousy, not attraction. Something subtler. Relief. Dinner was served in the dining nook, candlelit and warm from the oven. Jack had made a buttery cod and fennel dish that made Caleb close his eyes in appreciation. When he'd realized Jack was a chef, he demurred and made all the right noises about his own offering, which Melanie promised they'd eat the next day. Jack made similar sounds about wanting to cook for their guest and not waste the fresh fish, while Melanie wondered which of them was being the most genuine. "This," he said, wiping a plate clean with crusty bread, "is exactly why therapy should always involve food. Over-dessert, store-bought custard and poached pears." He mentioned therapy again, but carefully. He spoke of dreams as windows, of childhood memory as a kind of tide, rising and falling, shaping the shapeable. He mentioned Samuel's age, that it was the cusp of something significant. He called it a threshold season. Jack listened. Melanie watched, and Samuel, full up from dinner and sleepy, leaned his head against her shoulder and murmured, "I like him." Melanie met Jack's gaze across the table. She could not say why, but something in her stiffened, because she liked him too, and that, perhaps, was the beginning of the problem. Chapter 6. Days passed at a gentle pace. Bags and boxes were unpacked, and the rooms claimed with varying degrees of reluctance. Meals were eaten. Conversations began to feel less forced, and once the sun set, the lighthouse settled into its nighttime hush. The wind, having quietened over the course of 48 hours, pressed softly against the windows like a persistent whisperer, and the sea had grown dark and unreadable. The house, though dry and intact, seemed to resist their presence in small, unprovable ways. Every door needed a second push to close. The light switches required just the right pressure. The pipes clicked a little too long after use. Melanie found herself alone in the narrow upstairs corridor, where she walked softly, the floorboards dipping slightly beneath her weight, and paused outside the room she had decided would be hers. The wallpaper here was different. Where the others bore peeling neutral paint or faded stripes, this one was covered in a dense floral pattern, roses and dark green leaves climbing upward. She reached out and brushed the wall with her fingertips. The paper felt waxy, almost warm and comforting. Inside, the room was colder than the others. Not with draught exactly, but with disuse. She turned on the lamp. The glow illuminated a small chest of drawers, mismatched handles missing on 2 of them. The window faced the back of the island, out toward the inland cliffs and the low-slung rise of land beyond. There was no curtain, only an old roller blind that refused to unfurl. She would add one to her ever-growing list of things to replace, half wondering, as she wrote, if they could afford any of them. The other half wondering if they'd be there long enough to bother. Elsewhere in the house, Jack passed by Samuel's open door. The boy was still awake, eyes wide in the low light from his bedside lamp. He had not spoken much since their arrival. He had barely touched his food that day, and spoke only when spoken to, and that included Melanie. Jack leaned against the frame and cleared his throat. "Not too strange, is it? Do you think you'll get used to it?" Samuel blinked. "It's not strange, not really," he said softly. "It's just not ours yet, but I hope it will be." Jack hesitated. "What do you mean?" The boy looked at the ceiling for a long moment. Then, "It still remembers someone else, the people who lived here before us, and the time before that, all the way back. I don't think it's decided if it likes us yet." Jack watched him closely. "What makes you say that?" he asked. Samuel shrugged, then paused. "It's just a feeling I get inside," he said. Jack stepped inside and sat on the edge of the bed. He knew that to question his son too hard would end in him closing down, so instead, he picked up the sketch pad resting on the nightstand and flipped it open. A few rough lines, the tower, a figure near the top, arms outstretched, as though bracing against wind. "Who's this? It's a great picture, Sam." "Nobody. It's just drawing," Samuel said, pulling the pad gently from his father's hands. "It's just something I thought of." Jack smiled and ruffled his hair, though the gesture felt thin and borrowed. "Okay. And son, I do hope you get to like it here and the house decides it likes us," he said. "We'll make it feel like home, but for now try to sleep." But as he left the room, he heard Samuel whisper something else, just before the light clicked off. "She says we should go, and that it's not safe here." Jack turned and stepped back into the room, his heart thudding, but when he reached the bed, in the pale gray light from the moon, he saw that Samuel's eyes were closed, and his chest rose and fell in the rhythm of sleep. He watched him for a moment, wanting to know what Samuel meant, but then realized, hoped, he'd been dream-talking. Eventually, sure that his son was deep in sleep, Jack made his way to the door, ignoring the sensation of being watched and the tiniest trickle of worry that made its way down his spine. Chapter 7. The cassette clicked into place with a satisfying little snap, a sound Caleb Wynne had always found strangely comforting, like the clasp of a watch strap or the turn of a well-oiled lock. He pressed the small red button marked "Record," and the reel began to spin, faintly audible in the quiet of his study. "I'm heading over again this afternoon," he said. His voice, though perfectly calm, carried a thread of anticipation he couldn't quite keep from creeping in. "Stormwatch. I've only been once so far, professionally. Not as a dinner guest, which I have to say gave me a wonderful insight into the family dynamics, but already I feel attuned. That's the word that keeps coming to mind. As if I've arrived not by choice, but by design." He paused. He liked to speak deliberately in these recordings, slowly, cleanly, no false starts, no rambling. He thought of his verbal notes as letters, really. Letters to a future version of himself, to be played back when memory had dulled and the past needed reminding of how it had unfolded. He leaned back in the old leather chair that had once belonged to a headmaster, still bearing a faint whiff of pipe smoke despite Caleb's best efforts to disguise it with cedar oil. The study where he worked was small, tucked beneath the eaves of his sea-facing house in Carmen. Dark wood lined the walls, a few framed certificates, a shelf of curated texts, the bones of an academic life long since buried. He cleared his throat. "Samuel is remarkable, bright, inward-facing, like all properly gifted children. I noted his coding instincts almost immediately. He understands spatial logic the way most children understand ice cream or birthday parties. It's instinctive. His drawings of the lighthouse are fascinating, not just for their technical accuracy, but for the focus of his attention, especially in what he maps and what he omits. He trusts me already, I can tell. I've made sure of that. There's an opening there, a softness. It only needs the right pressure. Another pause. The tape hissed gently beneath his voice. Melanie is more delicate. Her edges have been frayed by fear. It's in her eyes, her voice, the way she listens for sounds that aren't there. The incident in Boston shook her far deeper than she admits. She's held together with pins and painted smiles, and she wants, so badly, to believe in safety. She looks for it in Jack, but Jack is a brittle man, defensive, embattled. I would not be surprised to learn he has something to hide. He avoids my eyes, clutches at his son's loyalty like a badge of survival, and his pride would be battered if he lost it to another man. I can tell. I suspect he wants redemption, but I don't think he knows how to earn it. Caleb rose from the chair and moved to the window. The view from this side of the house was narrow but serviceable. Between two outcroppings of pine, he could just make out the lighthouse, a pale tooth rising from the black headland. He pressed a palm to the glass. They are the right family. I've waited, and I've watched, and for once, I think the moment is mine. The boy needs a guide, the mother, a tether, the father. Well, some men are meant to fade away, and some to stay. He clicked the recorder off. The calm that followed was absolute. It was later that afternoon, as the sun shifted low behind the clouds, that Caleb took Second Chance out again. He liked the name more than he'd expected to. It had been christened by its previous owner, a Canadian shrink who'd retired early after a scandal involving boundary violations, and a wealthy patient's daughter. And while Caleb had no intention of repeating his predecessor's mistakes, he couldn't help admiring the bluntness of the phrase. Everyone wanted a second chance. He wore his usual chinos, with a button-down, rolled sleeves, deck shoes, without socks, casual enough to feel neighborly, tailored enough to suggest trustworthiness. He carried no briefcase, only a canvas tote filled with a bottle of wine, a tin of almond shortbread, and a small manila envelope. The envelope held copies of home school reports, an online printout of a restaurant review, and 2 newspaper clippings. One from the Boston Globe, covering Jack Geller's fall from culinary grace in guarded language, and another, smaller, more sensationalist. Celebrity chef targeted in home invasion, family traumatized, no arrests made. He did not intend to show these to anyone, but he liked having them close. They were his map. He tied up at the jetty and climbed the path with careful ease. He liked the way the house emerged through the scrub. Its rounded tower, the tight-angled eaves, the narrow window where Samuel often perched. It was an eccentric shape, the kind of home people bought when they wanted to be reborn or fritter away money on a vanity project. Melanie answered the door. She looked tired but brighter today. Her hair pulled into a rough knot, a paint smear, blue, on her left wrist. "I hope I'm not early," he said, smiling. "I took my chances on the tide." "You're fine," she replied, stepping back. "Jack's finishing up in the kitchen." He followed her inside, noting with interest that the easel had been set beside the wide window, with a new canvas started, grays and whites. Not much shape yet. But there was movement in the brushstrokes. He tilted his head. "That yours?" She nodded. "I'm trying to find the best light." He looked at her gently. "The hardest light to find is the one we buried, in order to protect ourselves." Her eyes flicked toward the canvas, then toward the kitchen. He didn't press home his little moment of wisdom. As he'd hoped, they invited him to stay for dinner, which was warm and uncomplicated. Spiced tomato fish stew, crusty bread, a salad of pickled fennel and bitter greens. Jack played the host with polite detachment, making room at the table but not going any further out of his way to make Caleb feel welcome. Samuel talked more than either of his parents, bouncing between topics. The code he was writing, the way the lighthouse made noises at night, the maps he was building. Caleb listened, asked questions, took note. After dinner, when Jack stepped out to call a supplier, some matter with a missed delivery or a payment issue, Caleb and Melanie remained at the table. Samuel had disappeared upstairs, announcing he needed to test something in Scratch. The silence between them was comfortable but unmistakably charged. "You don't have to keep coming out here," she said at last, her voice soft. "You've been very kind already." "I don't come out of kindness," he replied, watching her. "I come because it feels important, and sometimes people arrive in our lives at exactly the right moment, and not acknowledging that would feel ungrateful." She looked down at her glass. "You don't even know us that well, so why is this the right moment? Do you mean for us or you?" He tilted his head. "You're right. I don't know you, not yet. But I'd like to. And I think the timing is perfect for all of us." Then, gently, "I think, from what you and Jack told me about what happened in Boston, that you've been carrying too much alone, and if I am able to help in any way, I will." Something in her face shifted. Anger or sorrow or maybe just exhaustion. "My son has nightmares," she said. "He sees things, hears things, and I can't tell if it's imagination or memory or something worse, and I'm no help to him. Not anymore." "You are more help than you know," he said, "but no one should have to navigate that alone." He reached into his tote and handed her a plain folder, not the one that held evidence of his snooping. "My offer still stands. No paperwork, no schedule. Academic research, if anyone asks. A few sessions. With you, with Samuel, Jack if he'd agree. Just see how it feels." She took it, her hand brushing his. He didn't smile even though the thrill of her touch made him glow inside. Instead, he watched her closely, his voice barely above a whisper. "Stormwatch is beautiful, but it's also isolated. These places, they stir things, pull things loose from our minds. Some people sink, others come through stronger." He paused. "I think you're the latter." Outside the room, a floorboard creaked. The moment dissolved. Jack re-entered, muttering something about credit holds and idiot staff. Melanie rose to refill the wine, and Caleb leaned back in his chair, letting the rhythm of the household take over again. But inside, he was smiling. Chapter 8. Jack stood by the narrow kitchen window, one hand pressed to the cold glass, watching the tide crawl back from the rocks like a shamed animal. The moon lit the surface in thin ribbons of silver, and behind him the fire in the lounge crackled softly, valiantly trying to fill the space with warmth. His laptop sat open on the pine table, screen casting pale light across the cottage's dark interior. A spreadsheet glared up at him, numbers in red cells like open wounds. Supplier invoices, payroll obligations, a mortgage. Another tab showed a half-finished email to his manager in Boston. Another, a scathing review from a local food blog titled "The Fall of a Culinary Star." He shut the lid without reading further. Footsteps and the faint creak of floorboards as Melanie went to the bathroom. The click of the light and slam of the door made him wonder about her mood. He could never tell anymore. She slept like someone bracing for impact. That look, the one of disdain, never left her face, not even when her eyes were closed. He'd hoped the lighthouse would help, but the tension hadn't dissolved. It had shifted, seeped into the walls of this place, into the way they moved around each other. He poured himself a whiskey, just cheap stuff, not the bottle he'd kept hidden for special guests. He didn't want special. He wanted silence, forgiveness. The notification buzzed again. He glanced at his phone. Voicemail. Julia Malinowski, attorney. Urgent. Action required. He didn't listen. He didn't have to. He knew what it was. The beginning of the end. The restaurant group was bleeding. A few of his investors had pulled out already. He opened a different tab and typed his father's number. He didn't hit call. He stared at the digits. They hadn't spoken since the funeral. Not even after Samuel was born. "You're nothing but show," his father had told him once, during one of their final arguments. "You want admiration, not respect." Jack deleted the number, as he always did. Instead, he opened a blank document and began writing something else. A letter to Melanie. Or maybe just to himself. He wasn't sure. "I don't know how to fix what I broke, but I see it now, in every room of this house, in your face when you think I'm not looking. I wasn't brave. I froze. Not just in Boston, but for years before. I froze because I didn't know how to be the man you needed once the shine wore off." He stopped typing. His hands were shaking and diverted his tormented thoughts to his son. Samuel had been quiet lately. Too quiet. The boy barely spoke at dinner. His drawings had changed, too. Less coded whimsy, and now more angular lines. Darker shading. Jack had seen one of them left out beside the laptop earlier. The lighthouse stood in stark detail, but at the top of the tower, a figure loomed, not waving or smiling, just there. He closed the file and stood. The whiskey burned as it went down. In the hallway, he found himself pausing outside Samuel's door. He placed a hand on the frame, listening. Nothing. No sound of his son rustling in bed. No murmurs. Just the soft hum of the boy's laptop, left on standby. Jack stepped inside. The room was dim, lit only by the pale glow of the weather radio on the windowsill. Samuel lay curled on his side, his tablet half tucked beneath the covers like a comfort item. Jack crouched and brushed a curl from his son's forehead. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "You deserve better than this. Better than me." He didn't wait for a response. He couldn't bear it if Samuel opened his eyes. Back in the kitchen, he opened his email again. This time, he didn't hesitate. "Julia, go ahead with whatever needs to be done. I'll sign. Just make sure my staff are taken care of first. I don't want them punished for my mistakes." He clicked send, but there was no relief. Only the sound of the sea, eternal and indifferent. Like the world itself didn't care if he disappeared, sank, or swam. He stood in the darkness, listening to the waves. Then slowly, he returned to his chair and stared out the window until the sky began to lighten, not with hope, just with the relentless passage of time. Chapter 9. Caleb's next visit came 3 days later, after a thin, fretful night in the lighthouse that left Melanie drained and Samuel quiet in a way that worried her more than tears ever could. He had begun sleeping with the blanket pulled over his head, headphones in. The white noise turned high enough to mask the creaks of the wind against the tower. When Melanie tried to gently remove the headphones after he had fallen asleep, he woke in a panic and cried out loud enough to startle the gulls nesting in the rocks outside. So, when Caleb called, asking if he might stop by for just a conversation, he said, "Nothing formal." She agreed almost immediately. He arrived with the tide, sailing second chance to the jetty, and climbing the path with a satchel over one shoulder and that same quiet smile he always wore, the kind that looked genuine. He greeted Samuel first, as always. "Captain," he said with a salute. "Permission to come aboard?" Samuel grinned, then hesitated. Mom wants me to talk to you. I don't want to talk about my dreams, though. That's fine, Caleb said. I was hoping you'd show me your scratch maps. I've been thinking about the lighthouse all week. I need someone to teach me how to navigate it. That was enough. Samuel smiled broadly and led him inside and up the stairs without looking back. Melanie followed, not yet comfortable enough to leave them alone. Or, that's what she told herself. The tower room was cool and dust-flecked, lit with late-afternoon light slanting in through salt-streaked windows. Samuel had set up a makeshift desk with an overturned crate and a camp chair. His laptop was propped on a thick book. Several notepads were stacked beside it, each filled with scribbled room layouts, digital coordinates, and side notes in his small, neat handwriting. Caleb took his time. He listened. He praised. He asked how the scripts worked, what triggered the motion alerts, how the camera feed integrated. Do you use the internal router to connect to the house's Wi-Fi? He asked lightly. Or are you running a separate signal? Samuel looked up. Just the house Wi-Fi, but it's slow sometimes. Caleb leaned in with interest. I might be able to help with that. I used to do a bit of work with the MIT Media Lab. Security testing, mainly. I could take a look. Only with your parents' permission, of course. Melanie nodded her assent as Samuel's eyes rounded slightly at the mention of MIT. You really worked there? Part-time, years ago. Code is so interesting, just thought. Wearing armor. That's how I see it anyway. Samuel nodded solemnly, then returned to his sketchpad. When the session ended, less a session than a slow, deliberate courting of trust. Melanie and Caleb climbed back down to the main floor where Jack sat in the kitchen. His phone lay face down on the table, his arms crossed, expression pinched with fatigue. How did it go? He asked, rising from his seat. Caleb gave a mild smile. Very well. He's bright, curious, analytical. He hesitated, then added gently, but tired. Very tired. I determined this from the pallor of his skin, slightly hanging eyelids, a glazing of the eyes, and a mild droop to his mouth area. He also seemed sad, and all of these are medically researched cues attributed to sleep deprivation. Melanie rubbed her temples. You're right, Caleb. He hasn't slept through the night in weeks. Have you considered trying a short-term sedative? Very light, though. Something just to help his brain transition through the deeper sleep cycles. A single milligram can make a world of difference. Jack raised his head, visibly uneasy. Drugs? For a 7-year-old? Not drugs, Caleb said. Think of them as tools. Only if you're comfortable, of course. Just a trial. And it would be prescribed through a colleague of mine at the hospital. All completely legal. I'd handle the request, and you'd need to bear in mind it's not about sedation. It's about relief. Melanie looked at Jack. He needs rest, and we do too. I can't sleep because I'm constantly listening out and waiting for him to call me. Jack glanced between them. I don't know. Maybe. Let me arrange a microdose, Caleb said. You can read through everything before you decide, but I promise you it's nothing heavy, nothing habit-forming. We're talking sleep support, not tranquilizers. He spoke with such calm assurance that resistance began to feel like unnecessary friction, and Melanie was already on board. Much to her irritation, Jack looked down at his phone again. It had lit up with another message, and she could see this one was from his restaurant manager in Boston. She took one step and read the screen. Critic confirmed for Friday. Chef still AWOL. Orders delayed. Melanie raised her eyebrows and watched as he slid the phone into his pocket. We'll consider it. That night, as Melanie tucked Samuel into bed, Jack stayed downstairs and opened his laptop. The video call was patchy, lagging beneath the unstable signal, but his manager's face still came through clearly enough to show stress. "It's a mess, Jack. Suppliers haven't been paid. Half the staff think you've jumped ship. If we don't nail Friday night, we're screwed." "I'll come back tomorrow," Jack said. "Just for 2 nights. I'll take the early ferry." "You better." When the call ended abruptly, whether the result of a tech glitch or his manager's bad temper, Jack stared at the screen, his fingers still resting on the keyboard. He hated how it felt, to be leaving them here. But the guilt no longer had the power to stop him. His margins were shrinking, his reputation was slipping, he was out of credit lines, out of goodwill, and the truth, the unspoken words that sat between his lungs like a stone, was that all of it, the burden, the risk, the debt, had started before the break-in. It was the reason for the break-in he'd orchestrated, in the hope that the insurance payout would give him breathing space and be the landline he desperately needed. And now, watching this polished stranger inveigle himself into his family like smoke, offering help, offering knowledge, offering solace, Jack felt the flicker of something primal and cold. He didn't trust Caleb Wynne, but he couldn't deny Melanie and Samuel the opportunity to heal, either. Which was why, when Melanie came downstairs, he would assuage the guilt he felt at leaving them by agreeing to Caleb's suggestions. It would pain him, just saying the words, but leaving them in a stranger's care would be like a stab in the heart. But after all he'd done, because of how he failed, Jack knew it was the right thing to do. For now. The following afternoon, Caleb returned carrying only a small brown bottle of pills and a plain white envelope. 2 milligrams, he said to Melanie, setting it on the counter. Non-benzodiazepine. They dissolve under the tongue, 1 before bed, half if you'd rather start slow. She nodded, her fingers brushing the bottle. As they spoke, Samuel wandered into the room, grumbling about the Wi-Fi again. "I'll take a look," Caleb said, smiling. "With your mom's permission." Melanie nodded. Caleb followed Samuel to the lounge and crouched beside the router. It was a basic unit. Unsecured ports, default login, no firewall. In under 2 minutes, he had connected a small USB device to the back of the box and linked it wirelessly to an app on his phone. Invisible, silent, a ghost in their system. Now he could see what they searched, what they watched, when they slept, when they didn't. He stood, brushing dust from his knee. "Should be faster now," he said. "Just needed a tweak." Samuel beamed. "Awesome, thanks." Melanie was still watching him from the kitchen. "I don't know what we'd do without you," she said quietly. Caleb smiled. "Then it's a good thing I'm not going anywhere." After his task was complete, Caleb adjusted the sleeves of his shirt and stepped into the main sitting room, where Melanie waited with a quiet smile, and her son hovered behind her like a shadow. "Is it okay if we use the tower room today?" he asked gently. "It's such a unique space. Might help us think differently." Melanie glanced at Samuel. "Is that all right, sweetie?" Samuel nodded, already retreating up the stairs with his usual quiet precision. Caleb followed, listening to the creak of each step, the echo of shoes on old wood, the hush that blanketed the air inside this place. Stormwatch had a particular silence, dense, thoughtful, like the walls absorbed everything. The tower room was cool despite the afternoon sun. Samuel had already pulled up the stool and set his tablet beside him. The air carried the faint scent of salt and damp, stone. Caleb lowered himself onto the worn chair opposite, placing a small recorder on the floor between them. "I like to keep these for my notes," he said, offering the explanation with a smile. "Just in case I want to remember something important." Samuel nodded again, glancing at the device but not questioning it. He was still cautious, still sizing Caleb up, but the defenses were starting to lower. "Last time we talked about the girl," Caleb began, his tone light, casual. "Do you still see her?" Samuel shifted. "Not always. Only when I'm asleep, or when it's quiet." Caleb tilted his head. "Is she scary?" "No," Samuel said quickly, then hesitated. "Well, she is, but not because she wants to be. She's trapped." "In the house?" "In the house? In the walls?" "She said her hands were taken so she couldn't leave." Caleb leaned forward slightly, voice dropping to a whisper. "Did she say who took them?" Samuel looked down. His fingers toyed with the zipper of his hoodie. "She said a man did. A bad man. But she doesn't like to talk about it because it makes her cry when she remembers. Everyone says it was her dad, so maybe that's why she's sad. Dads shouldn't do stuff like that, should they?" Caleb let the silence linger, then said, "No, they shouldn't. But sometimes people change. Maybe someone who used to protect you can start acting differently and let you down." Samuel didn't answer right away. His shoulders twitched. "I think you're right, and I know someone who let me down too." "Who?" Samuel looked down at his hands and whispered, "My dad." "Your dad? How did he do that?" Samuel's eyes flicked up. For a moment, he didn't blink. "It was in Boston. He didn't protect us during the break-in. He just sat there. He didn't help us. He didn't move. I was the one who did something, not him." Caleb nodded just once. "That must have been hard, feeling like you had to protect your mom." "I hit the alarm," Samuel said. "I remembered where it was. I pressed it. You saved her. You saved everyone." Samuel shrugged, but the hint of pride glimmered in his eyes. Caleb leaned back, folding one leg over the other. "You know, Samuel, sometimes when we're very intelligent, and you are very intelligent, we notice things that others don't. Emotions, secrets, danger. That's a gift. But it's also a responsibility." Samuel tilted his head. "Like a superhero?" "In a way. But most superheroes don't have to live with their parents." That earned a ghost of a smile. Caleb smiled back, deliberately matching his body language, lowering his voice. "You remind me of someone I used to know," he continued. "A boy who also saw things. He used to tell me the world was made up of stories people didn't want to say out loud. He used to dream about things before they happened. Did anyone believe him? Number? Not really. And because they didn't listen, bad things happened. People got hurt." Samuel's eyes were wide now. "But you're lucky," Caleb added softly. "You have me. I believe you." Samuel glanced at the recorder, then back at Caleb. "Even the parts about the house? And the girl with no hands?" "Especially those parts." They sat for a moment, the sea breeze slipping through the window cracks, the gulls' cries outside like distant warnings. Caleb shifted gears. "Do you draw her?" Samuel nodded. "I drew her once, then I hid it. I didn't want Mom to see." "Why?" "She thinks it's just a dream. She's scared of ghosts, I think, and scared of other stuff, too." "Do you think she's right to be scared?" Samuel paused. "Yes, because there are bad people all over the place, and we never know when we could meet one." Caleb smiled gently. "You might have to protect her too, then. That's what special people do. They protect those who can't see what's coming." Samuel frowned. "What is coming?" Caleb reached down and turned off the recorder. "That's what we're going to find out. Together." Chapter 10. The storm didn't come that day, but the light hinted at one. The sky had taken on a pearlescent sheen, that milky stillness that came before weather. The trees along the edge of the cliff swayed gently. Even the sea had quieted, its surface waxy, opaque. Melanie stood by the front window with a cup of tea she hadn't drunk, her gaze fixed on the horizon. In the far distance, beyond the haze, a lone fishing boat crawled across the bay. The slowness of it, the fragile tininess, made her feel unreasonably anxious. She'd barely slept. She'd taken one of the sedatives Caleb had left the day before. Just a quarter. No more. But even that had dropped her into a sleep thick as glue, from which she'd surfaced groggy and with a pounding head. She hadn't liked it. Not because it hadn't worked, but because it had. Behind her, Samuel padded across the floor, in his socks, dragging a pair of binoculars and muttering about the batteries. Jack had promised to be back within 48 hours. 2 nights. She told herself it wasn't long, but already the house felt different. She flinched when the knock came. 3 short raps on the front door. Confident, unhurried. Samuel looked up. "Maybe it's Caleb." She shook her head. "He always texts first." She opened the door cautiously, peering out into the cool gray morning. Sheriff Tom Harlow stood on the porch, one hand tucked into his coat pocket, the other resting casually on the frame. His face was unreadable beneath the low brim of his hat, but his presence radiated the same slow, capable energy it had in the truck that day, in Carmen. "Hope I'm not interrupting," he said. "Thought I'd come check on you all, after the boys' fall, and I heard Jack had gone on a trip, so." Melanie pulled the door wider. "No, of course. Come in. And news travels fast around here." He stepped over the threshold, boots echoing faintly on the stone floor. He removed his hat with a respectful nod at Samuel, who stood half behind the stairwell, eyeing the visitor with interest. "It sure does. But that's not always a bad thing. Now, how's the leg, young man?" Samuel shrugged. "It's fine. Stitches itch." "Means it's healing," Harlow said. He turned back to Melanie. "And how about you?" She folded her arms. "It's been a bit strange, with Jack gone, but Sam and I are doing fine." "That's good to hear." They sat in the kitchen, the sheriff politely refusing tea but accepting a biscuit. The tin of shortbread Caleb had brought still sat open on the counter. Harlow glanced around the room as he chewed, taking in the details without appearing to do so. The slight lean of the shelves, the missing bulb above the stove, the sound of the wind outside, threading through a crack in the window like a whispered draft. It made Melanie feel self-conscious on behalf of their tired-looking home, a response that took her by surprise. "You know," he said, "this place has stood for over 200 years. First beacon this side of the bay. Back then, men lived up here for months at a time. Families, too, if they could handle it. That kind of solitude used to mean something different. Strength, maybe. Or stubbornness. Hard to tell the difference sometimes." Melanie nodded, unsure whether this was meant to comfort or warn. "The roads still block past Dyer's Bluff," he continued casually. "Which means you've got the long drive through the outer ridge if you want to come by land. It'll add 2 hours, give or take, especially in bad weather. That's assuming your car can handle the terrain. You folks drove out once already?" "Jack did," she said, "before we moved in." "Then you know it's not exactly commuter-friendly." He set his biscuit down and leaned back. "Point is, your only reliable access is water. That's good in some ways. Keeps the place private. But it also means you need to think about contingencies." "Contingencies?" "Power outages, medical emergencies, storms that shut the water for days. You've got a generator?" "Yes." Jack checked it. It's old, but works. And backups for heat, food, communication? Melanie hesitated. We're working on it. Harlow studied her for a moment. Don't mean to alarm you, he said. Just want you to be prepared. Stormwatch is beautiful, but it's not forgiving. She nodded, swallowing hard. I'm more concerned, she said after a moment, about people getting in. Not out. He raised an eyebrow. You expecting trouble? Number. But when something like that happens, you know the thing in Boston, I can't help wondering if it's unfinished, if he's still out there. Harlow's expression didn't change, but his voice softened. I made a point of reading the report. You've got no reason to be on edge. I doubt very much he'd follow you here because that kind of criminal's opportunistic, not strategic. You were a target of chance, not some obsession. Melanie looked down. I wish I could believe that. The sheriff reached into his coat pocket and withdrew a card. I really wish you would. Trust my nose for trouble and years on the job, okay. Now, I know you've got the station number, but just in case, here's my direct number. Call any time if you are worried about anything. She accepted the card wordlessly. If you feel like something's off, you call me, he added, even if you're not sure why. He stood, placing his hat back on his head. I'll check in again next week, unless you need me sooner. In the meantime, stock up, keep the generator warm, and trust your instincts. At the door, he paused. Oh, and keep an eye on the gulls. They tend to head inland when weather's coming. Then he was gone, the sound of his boots fading into the grass. Melanie stood a while at the door after he left, the card still in her hand. The house felt no safer for his visit, only quieter, and she realized in its absence how much she'd enjoyed the sound of another voice, conversation with another human being. And behind her, in the far corner of the room, the router's single green light blinked steadily, watching. Chapter 11. The knock came just as Melanie was rinsing the breakfast plates, the wind tapping against the windows like it wanted to be let in. She hesitated, drying her hands on a tea towel as she moved towards the door. Visitors were rare enough out here at Stormwatch, and Caleb wasn't due, so it wouldn't be him. When she opened the door, the scent of salt and seaweed rushed in, along with a woman who might have stepped straight from the pages of a coastal novel. Morning, the woman said, her voice rough as gravel, but not unkind. She held up a heavy carrier bag made of mesh. Thought you could use something decent for supper. Fresh crab. Brought 'em up at first light. She was tall and solidly built, with skin so weathered it looked like it had been carved by the tide. Her cheeks were ruddy, her hands big and lined with salt cracks, and her pale gray eyes were quick and sharp beneath a mop of untamed curls that had been roughly tucked under a knitted hat. Her waterproof jacket was a faded yellow, streaked with mud and fish scales, and her oil-skin trousers were tucked into battered boots that left puddles on the slate floor. I'm Rhea, from over at Shelburne Point. Name probably don't mean much to you, but folk round here know me. Been fishing these waters all my life, my dad before me, and his before him. Melanie smiled, stepping aside to let her in. That's very kind, thank you. I'm Melanie. I know who you are. Rhea stepped inside, unbothered by the trail of sand she brought with her. She gave the place a once-over. Stormwatch. Bit grand for some folks' taste, but it's a good roof. Samuel hovered at the edge of the room, his curiosity overcoming his usual shyness. Rhea spotted him and nodded in his direction. That your boy? Melanie placed the crab bag on the counter. Yes, that's Samuel. Samuel, this is Rhea. She brought us some crab. Crab? Samuel's eyes lit up. Did you catch them yourself? course I did," Rhea said, turning her attention to him with a glint of approval. "Wouldn't trust anyone else to do it properly. You like crab?" "I've never tried it," he said. "Well, now's your chance. They're a bit ugly, but full of flavor, like most good things." She looked back at Melanie. "You cook 'em yourself?" "I'll give it a go," Melanie said, laughing softly. "Though if you have any tips—" "I'll write some out for you," Rhea said, pulling a scrap of paper from her jacket pocket, along with a stub of pencil. "Don't boil 'em too long. Ruins the meat." Samuel edged closer. "What's it like being a fisherwoman?" Rhea grinned, revealing slightly yellowed teeth. "Hard, cold, honest. You sleep like the dead and wake up with your back screaming. But you get to see the sunrise with no one else around. You feel the power of the sea in your bones. And there's no one telling you what to do. That part I like. Do you have any kids?" he asked. Rhea shook her head. "Nope. Had a husband once, but he didn't take to the weather, or the hours, or me, if I'm honest." Samuel giggled. Rhea pointed a finger at him. "What about you? You go to school in Carmen Bay?" Melanie shifted slightly. "We homeschool. Online curriculum. It works for us." Rhea raised an eyebrow. "Online, is it? Humph. A boy needs more than a screen and a mother to talk to. He needs friends. Trouble to get into. Scuffles on the playing field. That's how they learn." Melanie stiffened just a little. "He has a very full curriculum. And Caleb comes by. He's good with Samuel." Rhea's expression darkened, just slightly. "Caleb, the shrink. He's not exactly what I'd call good company. Bit of an odd fish, that one. Keeps to himself. Folk don't know what to make of him." Melanie said nothing, but she felt the tightness rise in her chest. She'd picked up on the suspicion in Rhea's voice, but batted it away because he'd always been helpful, polite. He never made her feel uneasy. Still, Rhea's words had planted something in the back of her mind. Samuel piped up again. "He's teaching me about the stars. Stars are very useful if you get lost at sea, but they don't help you when you need someone to pass the ball," Rhea said bluntly. "No offense, but it's not right. A lad like you being kept away from other kids. It's not natural." Melanie forced a polite smile. "We're doing what works best for our family right now." Rhea held up her hands. "Fair enough. I just say what I see. And what I see is a bright boy who might enjoy chasing gulls down on the quay with the rest of them." A beat passed, and then Rhea's face softened. "I don't mean to interfere. Folk round here, well, we look out for each other, that's all." Melanie nodded, feeling both grateful and vaguely defensive. Rhea dug another piece of paper from her coat, this one already creased and smudged with fishy fingers. She scrawled her number down with the pencil stub. "In case you need anything while your Jack's off playing provider in the city. Tide's unpredictable out here. Weather changes on a coin toss. And if you ever want proper fish, not that supermarket filth, I can sort you out." Melanie smiled again, more genuinely this time. "That's really kind. Thank you." Rhea shrugged. "Don't mention it." As she turned to leave, she glanced once more at Samuel. "You think about school, lad. You'd be welcome." "I will," he said, though his voice was non-committal. With that, Rhea pulled her hood up, opened the door, and stepped back into the wind. Melanie watched her go, feeling the silence settle around the house again. She moved into the kitchen, the paper with Rhea's number still warm from her fingers. She found a thumbtack in the junk drawer and pinned it to the corkboard by the phone, near the calendar and Jack's scrawled notes about ferry times. Outside, the sound of an engine revving didn't seem like being abandoned, more like a link to the rest of the world for which Melanie was grateful. Inside, for the first time in days, the house didn't feel quite so lonely. The days that followed Rhea's visit drifted past in a tangle of rain and restless clouds. Jack's absence seemed to stretch longer than usual. Melanie found herself checking her phone too often, rereading his last message. Delayed again, might be the weekend. Until the words lost all meaning. Samuel had taken to drawing sea creatures with a newfound obsession, sketching crabs in fine detail, and asking Melanie to Google their Latin names. They cooked the crab Rhea had brought together, fumbling their way through the boiling and shelling, laughing when bits of claw snapped across the counter. Rhea didn't call. Melanie hadn't expected her to. But on the 5th morning, one that broke open bright and unexpectedly calm, there was a knock at the door. This time, Melanie opened it with a smile already forming. "Back again? I'm so pleased to see you, Rhea. Come in and have some coffee." Rhea stood there, her boots already shedding fine sand onto the mat. She wore the same battered yellow waterproofs, but her expression was different. She didn't step inside. I will. But can you come out for a moment?" Her eyes flicked past Melanie's shoulder. "Don't want the lad overhearing just yet." Curious, Melanie grabbed her cardigan and followed her out. The wind had softened, barely more than a breeze coming in off the water. Rhea led her down the narrow track toward the jetty, where her fishing boat bobbed gently at its mooring. It was small, paint peeling at the edges, with Miss Edie painted in flaking white on the bow. Rhea hopped down onto the deck with ease and gestured for Melanie to follow. "In here," she said, nodding to a wicker basket tucked beneath the tarpaulin near the stern. "Don't worry, he won't bite." Melanie approached cautiously, squinting against the glare bouncing off the water. Rhea crouched, pulled back a blanket, and revealed what lay beneath. A small dog blinked up at her with dark, wary eyes, wire-haired, mostly brown and grey, with a big splash of white over one eye, like someone had spilled paint from a height. His ears twitched. His tail gave a hopeful thump against the basket lining. "This," Rhea said, gently rubbing the dog's ears, "is Patch." Melanie crouched beside her. "He's beautiful. He's 3, house-trained, placid as they come. Belonged to an old fella up on Heron Hill. Got taken into care last week, poor soul. Dementia." Rhea sighed. "The care home won't take dogs, so Patch ended up at mine for a bit. But I've got 2 already, and he's not suited to the chaos." Melanie reached out, letting the dog sniff her fingers before she scratched the top of his head. He leaned into, the touch instantly, tail wagging a little faster now. "I thought of your lad," Rhea said. "A boy should have a dog. You said he wanted one in the city?" Melanie nodded slowly, her throat tightening with the surprise of it all. "He used to beg for one. We never had the space, or the time." "Well, you've got both now." Melanie hesitated for a moment longer, but the decision was made the moment she saw Samuel's face in her mind, bright, open, alive with excitement. "We'll take him." She smiled. "Thank you, Rhea. Really." "Thank you." Rhea gave a satisfied grunt, hoisting the basket and dog into Melanie's arms like a midwife handing over a newborn. "Glad to get him settled. And he's no bother, truly. Eats anything. Just give him a blanket, water, and food, and he's happy." As they walked back up the path toward Stormwatch, Patch nestled in closer, his body warm and reassuring. Melanie could already picture Samuel falling in love. She opened the front door and called softly, "Samuel? Can you come here a minute?" He appeared at the top of the stairs, hair sticking up at odd angles from a morning spent lying on the rug. When he spotted the dog in Melanie's arms, he stopped cold. "Is that?" Melanie beamed. "This is Patch. He needed a home." Samuel's face lit up so fast it was like watching a switch being flipped. "We're keeping him?" "If you think you can look after him." He didn't answer. He didn't need to. He was already halfway down the stairs, reaching out for the dog, who responded with a delighted wriggle and a soft bark. Melanie handed Patch over and watched the two of them greet each other like old friends reunited. Samuel dropped to the floor, cross-legged, and let the dog clamber into his lap, licking his chin. "I love him," he whispered, cradling Patch's face in his hands. "He's perfect." Rhea stood in the doorway, arms crossed, watching with a look that was half pride, half relief. "See? Told you. Some matches are just meant to be. And dogs always know. They're good judges of character, and I can tell he and Samuel are going to get along just fine." Melanie laughed, heart full, and looked at the dog now happily wriggling on his back while Samuel stroked his belly. "Jack's going to love him too. I don't think anyone could not love him." "Folks surprise you," Rhea said gruffly but not unkindly. They stood for a moment, the quiet crackle of the fire and the sound of Samuel's delighted chatter, filling the house with something new. Warmth, perhaps, or simply a sense of life moving again. Rhea stepped forward and gave Patch one last scratch behind the ears. "Well, I'll leave you to it. You've got your hands full now." Melanie walked her to the door. "Thanks again. Truly. You've made his week. Are you sure you won't stay for lunch or coffee at least?" Rhea pulled her hood up and gave a brisk nod. "Got an appointment? With the doc in town, or I would. Maybe next time. You've got my number, right?" "Yes, pinned on the corkboard." "Good. Use it if you need anything." And then she was gone, boots squelching down the path, coat flapping like a sail in the breeze. Melanie closed the door and leaned back against it, watching her son giggle on the rug, while Patch nuzzled against his neck. A part of her, a quiet, hidden part, wondered how long this would last, how long it would be before the world intruded again, or something soured the sweetness of this moment. But for now, all she could feel was gratitude. Patch had brought a happy vibe to the house, a new friend to their door, and a smile to her son's face. For now, she would be content with that. Chapter 12. It was mid-afternoon 2 days later when the wind picked up. Not the erratic gusts they'd grown accustomed to, but a persistent pressure that seemed to push against the very walls of the lighthouse. The clouds had thickened into a dark, unbroken ceiling, turning the sea below into a roiling mass of mercury. Melanie stood at the open window in the lounge, her sketchbook abandoned on the floor behind her, watching as the waves slapped harder against the rocks. The gulls were gone, none of them wheeling over the jetty or shrieking on the cliffs. She remembered that Sheriff Harlow had said they fly inland when the weather comes in hard. And then she heard it, the low purring thrum of a boat engine, not Gus's bone shaker rattle, something smoother, arrogant. She knew before she looked. Second Chance cut through the water like a blade, its white hull slicing cleanly through the choppy surface. The rain hadn't started yet, but the air held that electric quality that always came before thunder. She opened the front door just as Caleb was stepping onto the top of the path, carrying a large flat basket covered with a tea towel. "I should have cancelled," he said with a sheepish smile. "But you know how it is. Once something's in the oven." She laughed before she could stop herself. "I brought wine too," he added, lifting a bottle from under his arm. "Tom told me Jack's a bit of a connoisseur. I thought he might enjoy this." She hesitated, then stepped aside. "You're just in time. He's setting the table." Inside, the house felt warmer than usual. Jack had lit a fire in the lounge and opened a bottle of his own, a Californian red he rarely touched. The scent of garlic and lemon wafted from the kitchen. When he saw Caleb, his smile faltered but remained in place. "Didn't expect you in this weather." "I wasn't sure myself, but I thought I'd risk it, before it really comes in." He set the basket on the counter. "And I hate to waste fresh bread, and this sourdough is the bakery's finest." Samuel appeared in the doorway, barefoot and excited. "Hey, it's Caleb. We heard your boat." Caleb turned, adopting the same easy charm he always used when he spotted Patch, who trotted in after Samuel. "And who might this be? I didn't know there'd been an addition to the Geller household." Samuel bent and scooped Patch into his arms, beaming with pride when he introduced his dog. "This is Patch. He's my best friend, and sleeps on my bed. He was homeless, and Rhea asked Mom if I could have him, and she said yes. Do you know Rhea? She's funny, and says she's a sea witch." Melanie was watching closely, and was sure she saw a twitch in the corner of Caleb's eye as his usual relaxed demeanor faltered just for a second, and she immediately wondered if it was the arrival of Patch or the mention of Rhea that had caused it. He recovered in an instant, though, so much so she immediately dismissed it. "No, I can't say I do know our local witch of the sea. However, I am most pleased to meet Patch, who I am sure will be a loyal and trustworthy friend. So, Captain, have you still got the tower in your sights?" "Yeah, I do, but Mom said we can't go up there tonight. She thinks the storm is going to be bad." "She's probably right." He looked at Melanie. "But it's not expected until the early hours of tomorrow, so no need to panic, so do you have any more drawings to show me? I'm sure you've been busy." Samuel nodded and shot off to his room, Patch racing after him. Melanie smiled. I think for the first time in ages, he's happy. I'm so glad Rhea suggested he get a dog. Those two are totally besotted with one another. Caleb followed them with his eyes and said, Yes, it seems they are." And there was just something about the way Caleb said it that made Melanie's neck prickle. Dinner passed pleasantly. Caleb was attentive but never overbearing, guiding conversation with the practiced ease of someone who knew how to command a room without making anyone feel led. He asked Jack about the restaurant, navigating delicately around the recent issues without overt mention, and listened as Jack spoke with a rare looseness, warmed by the wine and the temporary reprieve of adult company. Melanie also noticed the shift in Jack, who laughed and leaned back in his chair. He didn't glance at his phone once. Caleb made Samuel chuckle too, and told him stories about lighthouses in Iceland and shipwrecks off Nova Scotia. Even Melanie felt her spine start to uncoil. There was something about having another adult in the room, someone calm, capable, and attuned, that eased them all. She wasn't sure when she'd stop trusting Jack with that role, the good host, the perfect husband and father, and in that moment she longed to have him back. Maybe it would take time, and their recovery was a work in progress. Perhaps she should stop being impatient and expecting miracles. Just be prepared to wait. The first wobble in her aura of calm came when the lights flickered. Just a small dip, barely more than a stutter, but enough to make her freeze, wine glass halfway to her mouth. Then they went out, entirely. Samuel yelped and Patch barked. Jack cursed softly and stood. Caleb remained seated, utterly calm. "Could be the breaker," he said. "Or the generators sputtered out." "I'll check it," Jack said, already reaching for the flashlight. "I'll go," Caleb offered. "I'm the guest. You've cooked and I know my way around these old generators with my eyes closed." Melanie looked between them. "You sure?" He smiled. "Just need a torch." Jack hesitated, then handed it over. "Be my guest." Caleb left through the back, the beam of the torch bouncing along the wall as he disappeared into the dark. For 5 minutes, the house held its breath. Outside, the wind had begun to howl. Rain hit the windows like thrown grit. The sea beyond the glass was invisible now, just a shifting sheet of blackness. Then the light snapped back on, and a moment later, Caleb returned, brushing water from his sleeves, the fabric clinging to the arm muscles underneath. "Loose wire," he said simply. "Just needed tightening. You should be good now." Jack raised an eyebrow. "That quick?" Caleb smiled, not smugly, just with quiet satisfaction. "It helps to know where to look." Melanie handed him a towel. Their fingers brushed, and she noticed how the damp shirt emphasized a surprisingly firm chest. "Thank you," she said. "It's nothing." But it wasn't nothing. It was a moment, a needle in fabric, a stitch in place. And when Caleb left that night, retreating down to second chance in the lull between gusts, the house felt emptier. Not because they'd lost something, but because they hadn't realized they were gaining something else. Something they would later wish they'd never welcomed in. Chapter 13. The sun had moved around the headland, so the light in the kitchen was fading, when Melanie opened the door to Caleb. He didn't wear his usual easy smile, and instead he looked almost solemn, his eyes warm but cautious, as though signaling that the rules of today's visit would be different. He held nothing in his hands. No wine, no food. Just himself. "I wondered if you'd prefer to talk when no one else was home. We never get the chance for a proper session when everyone is around," he said gently. She nodded. "Yes, it's hard to find a moment of peace, but we in luck, because Jack's gone to town. Samuel is sailing with Gus. He's showing him how to check the tide charts." "Yes, I saw Gus earlier in the harbor, and he mentioned he'd be spending some time with Samuel, although I do wonder if that old sea dog is the best type of company for a 7-year-old. He has, shall we say, a choice vocabulary, but no matter. Let's sit somewhere quiet." A frown crossed her face, but she didn't contradict him, although he hoped she'd stored the information as he'd intended. Instead, she led him into the sunroom, the place where she had begun painting again. The unfinished canvas still sat beside the window, smudges of white and gray depicting cliffs that had never existed, a shoreline blurred with indecision. Caleb didn't look at the painting, but he placed his chair so he could see her face clearly in the light. Melanie sat with her legs curled beneath her, a glass of water in her lap. He waited. Let the silence stretch just enough to allow her discomfort to rise before breaking it. "You look tired," he said. "But there's something different today. Worry, perhaps." "Maybe," she replied, though she didn't sound convinced. "It's hard to tell how I feel anymore. Stormwatch and similar places of isolation have a way of holding a mirror to things. Sometimes when we are away from the hustle of busy places, it gives us time, allows our reflections to show us what we've hidden." She looked toward the window, where bruised clouds hovered above the sea. "I feel like I don't know myself here," she admitted. "It's like everything I used to be, or wanted to be, has been stripped away forever. Like there's no way of getting me back, and I wonder if I left the missing part back in Boston." Caleb leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "And who were you before?" "A mother, a wife, an artist." She gave a soft, dry laugh. Not in that order. Not always successfully. He studied her face, the way her eyes moved when she spoke, the quiet pinch at the corners of her mouth when she mentioned Jack. "You're still those things," he said, "but I suspect they don't feel like yours anymore." She blinked. The words had struck a nerve. "I feel borrowed," she murmured. Like I'm living inside someone else's life. That's not uncommon, Caleb said, especially after trauma. But it's more than that, isn't it? You're not just grieving what happened. You're grieving who you were before it happened. Melanie didn't speak for a long moment, her fingers stroking the glass. I used to paint with such freedom, she said. Big, angry strokes, women on cliffs, storms, sky, things that made no sense until they did. And now, I paint what I think people want to see. Safe things, pretty things. It's like I'm trying to prove I'm okay by pretending I am. That's a heavy burden, Caleb said, to perform healing while you're still bleeding. Her eyes welled, but she didn't cry. He'd learned early not to push people too far. Not yet. Instead, he offered something quieter. Can I tell you what I see when I look at you? Melanie hesitated, caught off guard. Okay. I see someone who's trying so hard not to unravel. She's become a tapestry of tension. You wear your strength like a costume, but your real power comes from your fear. You survived. You protected your son. You haven't let go, even when you wanted to. She swallowed. You make it sound noble. It is, he said, his voice dropping. You are. Their eyes met then, and something in Caleb's gaze focused, not overtly, but enough. His voice was still soft, still professional. But his pupils had widened slightly, his posture shifted forward, not just attentive, but drawn. Melanie glanced away first. I'm sorry, she said. I didn't mean for this to be so intense. It's exactly what it needs to be, he replied. You don't need to show me the polished you, because it's the raw version I'm interested in. He stood suddenly and moved toward the window, putting physical space between them. His back was to her, but his voice remained intimate. Jack's struggling, he said. You don't have to tell me that. I see it. The way he watches you. The way he listens when you speak, and not always to understand, but to defend. Melanie didn't answer. Caleb turned back. Has he asked how you're coping? Really asked? He's trying, she said. I know. He smiled, small and measured. But trying and seeing are different things. He returned to his chair and sat down slowly. You don't have to answer this out loud, but ask yourself, are you still in love with him? Or just in love with the idea of who he used to be? Melanie stared at the rug. Her nails dug lightly into the ceramic of her mug. That's a rather personal question. And that's why I said you didn't need to answer out loud. I don't know what I feel anymore, she said quietly. Then we start there. The room fell into a hush, broken only by the sighing wind pressing against the glass panes. Melanie looked out at the gathering clouds. I used to love the ocean, she said. Now it scares me. Because it's vast? He asked. Probably. Caleb didn't move, but something in him ignited. The rhythm of this session was changing, becoming more personal, more intimate. Her barriers were coming down, and she was ready to let him in. He knew it. But he would wait. He always waited. You're not alone, Melanie, he said. Even when it feels like you are. And this house, it can feel isolating. But sometimes solitude isn't the enemy. It's a teacher. He leaned forward just a little, enough for her to notice. And sometimes the people who seem furthest from us are the ones who can truly see us. She looked at him then. Really looked. You're very good at this, she said, a trace of a smile at the corner of her mouth. Good at what? Making people feel seen. He held her gaze. Maybe it's because I know what it's like not to be. Something passed between them then. A tremor. A breath. And then it was gone. Melanie stood, brushing her hands down the sides of her sweater. "Thank you, Caleb. I didn't think I'd say this, but this helped." He rose too, slower, watching her with an expression she didn't see as she turned to collect the glass. "I'm glad," he said. "We'll go at your pace." She nodded and walked him to the door. As he stepped outside, the wind caught his coat, and he turned once more to look at her, framed in the doorway. "You're stronger than you know," he said softly, "and more important than anyone has probably told you in a long time." She offered him a smile. "Goodbye, Caleb." "Goodbye, Melanie." He walked slowly down the path to the jetty, his outline clear against the ocean backdrop. Inside, Melanie closed the door, her heart oddly steady. She didn't see the way Caleb glanced back once, just before climbing onto the deck of his boat. His eyes not soft this time, but hungry. Chapter 14. Jack left before dawn. He'd been on the phone until the early hours with his manager and chef, where the heated debate about his lack of presence and motivation almost resulted in an exchange of bitter insults. Had it not been for her intervention, and by that, her appearing behind Jack on screen as if to warn them that she could hear it all, seemed to calm the storm in their kitchen and the one in Boston. On the other hand, beyond the walls of the house, another storm whipped up by Mother Nature raged on. Once he'd disconnected, after agreeing to head to Boston the next day, Jack had held his head in his hands and dissolved into silence. After making him coffee, which she placed by his side, Melanie had retreated to bed and listened to the storm wreak havoc on the earth. Melanie didn't hear him go. Or rather, she did. Half woke to the muffled sounds of zips and boots, the low creak of the front door. But she didn't rise. She knew he wanted to escape, avoid conversation and questions, so stayed beneath the duvet, limbs heavy, thoughts fogged, listening to the sound of the sea beyond the glass and the occasional mutter of the wind against the tower. He hadn't kissed her goodbye. Or if he had, she hadn't felt it. When she finally emerged from bed, the lighthouse already felt altered. Not quieter exactly, but differently balanced. Like one leg of a table had been removed. Samuel was still asleep, curled tightly under his blanket with one arm thrown across his pillow. Patch lay at his feet and lazily acknowledged her existence with a polite twitch of the ear and double thump of the tail. She lingered in his doorway for a moment, watching the rhythmic rise and fall of her son's breath, the tension that had settled in him over the last weeks, now etched even into sleep. Hopefully, when he awoke, his faithful hound would lift his spirits and free him of the burden of his dreams. He'd called out for her again in the night, and his anxiety had affected Patch, who was sat on the bed, guarding his friend. Hackles up, barking at the corner of the room as she entered. It had only taken for her to climb under the duvet and cuddle Samuel to calm him, while stroking Patch's wiry fur, the little dog wedged between them. In truth, their warm bodies had comforted her as much as she, them and when dawn broke. She was loath to return to her own bed and her husband. Now downstairs the air was cool. The fire had died sometime in the early hours, and the chill of the sea had crept into the walls. She moved through the kitchen automatically, lighting the stove and fire, grinding the coffee beans. The silence stretched around her. The stillness unnerved her more than she'd expected. She told herself it was nothing. Jack would be gone only 2 nights, 3 at most. The restaurant had descended into chaos again, and he had to deal with it. She could manage a few days. They had groceries, fuel, heat. She could paint. She could even sleep if she let herself take one of Caleb's pills again. But already her hand trembled as she poured the boiling water into the cafetiere. It was late morning when the phone rang. She was in the studio room then, brush in hand, a half-finished canvas before her. ocean swells in shades of grey, a horizon line blurring into sky. Her fingers were stiff with cold, the tips smudged with charcoal, where she'd laid out the sketch too quickly, too dark. The sound startled her. No one used the landline. She wiped her hands on a rag and crossed to the hallway, lifting the receiver with a tentative, "Hello? Melanie?" She closed her eyes briefly at the sound of his voice. Low, even, unmistakably composed. "It's Caleb. I hope I haven't caught you at a bad time." "No," she said. "Just painting." "That's good. That's very good. I didn't want to intrude, only. I saw Jack this morning, briefly, at the dock. He didn't see me, but I saw him boarding the ferry as I called at the bakery." Something in her stiffened. He had to go to Boston unexpectedly. A problem at the restaurant. "I thought as much. He seemed distracted. Understandably so." There was a pause. "I just wanted to check in. See how you're doing. How Samuel is. The weather looks to be worsening again. And I thought, perhaps, if it would be helpful, I could drop by. A short visit. For Samuel. Or for you." She looked out the window at the darkening sky, the smear of grey across the glass, the heavy clouds gathering like smoke. "He had a nightmare again last night," she admitted. "Didn't say much about it, just muttering that the girl was back before he went to sleep. Poor Patch was really unsettled, too. The girl? She has no hands, apparently. That's all I know. He won't talk about her properly. I don't think he knows how." Caleb's voice was gentle. "Dreams like that can become anchors, especially in children with vivid imaginations. Sometimes it helps to talk it through before they become part of the structure." She said nothing. "I could sail over this afternoon. Nothing formal. Just a session, if he's willing. And if he isn't, then I'll stay for coffee. Or I'll leave. It's your space, Melanie, not mine." She nodded slowly, forgetting he couldn't see her. "All right," she said. "Come." It was just after 3 when she heard the boat again. Samuel had perked up slightly after lunch, eating more than usual, but she suspected he was also feeding Patch, and even helping to light the fire. But he grew quiet when he heard the motor, his expression tightening into something unreadable. "It's just Caleb," she said gently. "I know." Melanie opened the door to let him in, and Caleb stepped over the threshold with a gust of wind behind him, shaking water from his coat. He carried no satchel this time, only a book in one hand and a sealed envelope in the other. "Storm's holding for now," he said, eyes flicking toward the window. "But we've got maybe 4 hours before the rain rolls in properly." He smiled at Samuel. "Captain." Samuel gave a vague nod. They settled in the lounge, the fire crackling low, the lamp casting a warm pool of light across the floor. Melanie poured coffee. The 3 of them sat for a while in a kind of unspoken quiet. Caleb waited, as he always did, for the room to settle around him. Then he opened the book, a thin illustrated volume of ghost stories reprinted from an out-of-print collection, and began to read aloud. Not to frighten, but to coax. He read gently, rhythmically, pausing to ask Samuel questions. "What do you think the boy in the story wanted most? Did the house feel haunted or just lonely?" By the end of the story, Samuel was sitting cross-legged, leaning slightly forward. His eyes no longer flicked toward the door, but his arm remained around Patch's furry body. "I dreamt about a tunnel," he said suddenly. "That goes under the lighthouse." Melanie turned to look at him. "You never mentioned a tunnel." Samuel shrugged. It felt real, like it was already there, like it was built before everything else. Caleb's gaze was steady. Dreams speak in symbols, sometimes. Tunnels are about connection, secrets, movement, or hiding, Samuel said. Or hiding, Caleb agreed. When the session ended, if it could be called that, Caleb to check his phone for the forecast and commented that the signal was weak, then asked if he should take a look at the router again. Samuel mentioned the feed was still lagging, and you really need a good signal in case of emergencies and to keep in touch with everyone. Melanie hesitated. Okay, if you think you can help, just don't make it worse. Jack would freak, and Sam too if they didn't have internet access. Personally, I don't care. He gave a soft laugh. Nothing to worry about, I promise. Just diagnostics. 10 minutes later, he had linked another device to the system. Quietly, discreetly, ensuring his access to the family's data remained uninterrupted. He knew now when they logged in, when the lights were turned off, what they searched, what they didn't. It was all right there. And so was he, 24/7, watching, listening, waiting. Chapter 15. The lighthouse looked different from the water. Jack stood at the prow of Gus's ferry, hands stuffed deep in his coat pockets, collar turned up against the sharp wind coming in off the bay. The sky was the color of pewter and the sea restless, but not yet rough. It was the kind of day that never quite made it to full brightness, where the light hung thin and silvery across the headland like a veil. Stormwatch rose into view as the ferry curved along the inlet. The tower was stark against the sky, the keeper's cottage crouched beside it like a worn shoulder. Smoke rose from the chimney, curtains hung half-drawn in the front window. From this distance, everything looked undisturbed, but Second Chance was moored at the jetty. Jack saw it immediately. The glossy hull, the navy sail cover, the neatly coiled ropes on the deck. The breath caught in his chest. He hadn't told Melanie when he was returning. There had been no need. It was a 2-night trip, 3 at most, he'd made that clear. But he'd wanted to surprise them, and he'd looked forward to his moment. And yet here the bastard was, docked like a visiting relative. "Looks like your guest beat you back home," Gus said, squinting from the helm. "That's Wynn's boat, isn't it?" Jack nodded, jaw tight. "Yeah." Gus gave him a glance, then said nothing more. When they docked, Jack didn't wait for help with his bags. He hauled them onto the jetty, nodded a curt thanks to Gus, and began the walk up to the house, his boots scuffing against the wet boards. It wasn't just the boat. It was the sound of laughter. Melanie's, unmistakably from the garden side of the cottage, the low murmur of conversation, the high peal of Samuel's voice. They didn't know he was back. He rounded the path slowly, his pulse too quick, his throat dry. The scene struck him with the force of a memory that he'd hoped to forget. Melanie was seated at the patio table, wearing the green wool jumper he'd bought her last Christmas. Her hair was unpinned and lifted slightly by the wind. She had a mug in both hands and was laughing, head tilted back slightly. Caleb sat across from her, one ankle crossed over the other, sleeves rolled to the forearm, reading something aloud from a sheet of paper. Samuel sat at his feet, legs crossed, listening intently. A plate of pastries sat on the table. Jack paused a few meters from the corner of the house. The dog saw him first. Patch tore down the steps with a yelp of excitement, his tail a blur. Jack crouched and let the animal barrel into him. It was the first warmth he'd received all day. By the time he looked up, the laughter had stopped. Melanie stood now, eyes fixed on him, surprise quickly replaced by something unreadable. "Hey," she said. Jack rose slowly. "Didn't expect company." "We weren't sure when you'd be back." "I said 2 nights." "I thought you meant business nights." Caleb stood as, folding the paper in his hand. "Welcome back, Jack. The sea held out for you." Jack gave him a long look. "And for you, it seems." A beat passed. Then Caleb smiled. "I didn't intend to stay long. Just checking on Sam's sleep and helping with the Wi-Fi." Samuel bounded up beside them. "Dad, Caleb fixed the lag, and we're adding motion alerts to the downstairs cameras. He says I'm basically ready for Linux." Jack gave him a tight smile. "Great." Patch circled his feet, still thrilled. Jack reached down to ruffle the dog's ears. Melanie glanced at the sky. "You look tired." He shrugged. "Long ferry. Longer hours at the restaurant." She didn't offer to take one of his bags, didn't ask about the restaurant or the critic's visit, which had been an utter disaster, or the late nights he'd spent trying to clean up the mess. Without another word, Jack turned and made his way into the house. The scrape of chairs told him they were following. Inside, the house felt warm and lived in. Someone had stacked wood by the fire, too neat for it to have been Melanie who hadn't the patience. Fresh bread sat on the counter, still wrapped in a linen cloth. The small touches told him everything. This wasn't a visit. This was familiarity. Caleb moved easily through the kitchen, returning his teacup to the sink without asking. He murmured something to Samuel, then to Melanie, before picking up his coat from the peg by the door. "I'll let you all settle in," he said, polite as ever. "I'll be back Thursday, as usual, unless you need me sooner." Noticing a paper bag on the table, Jack picked it up and asked, "What's this?" "The new medication," he said. "As promised." The bag was heavier than Jack expected. Inside was a small amber vial, unlabeled save for a handwritten note. "Take half a tablet before bed. One if symptoms persist." "There's no pharmacy label," he said, frowning. "I had it compounded directly," Caleb explained, collecting his satchel from by the door. "Microdosing protocols are often misunderstood by larger pharmacies. Too many regulatory barriers. I used a specialist I trust." Jack looked at him, uncertain. "It's the same formulation we discussed," Caleb said gently. "A very mild sedative, non-addictive, and will be metabolized quickly. But if you'd prefer I take it back, I will." Jack hesitated a moment longer, then nodded. Thank you. It's just strange doing this without a prescription." "It's not uncommon," Caleb said. "Private therapy often requires a more nuanced approach, especially in remote settings." Jack didn't respond, and instead placed the bottle on the kitchen counter. Melanie, seeming on edge, said, "Thank you," in a voice Jack didn't recognize. Caleb opened the door. "Good to see you again, Jack." Jack forced a nod. "Safe sailing." And then he was gone, his footsteps vanishing into the hush of the path. Jack turned to Melanie. "Thursday as usual." She didn't answer. Samuel had already returned to his laptop, chattering about code while Jack stood in the doorway, feeling as though he'd walked into a house that resembled his own, but had somehow been subtly altered in his absence. Time, as measured on the island, was not like time in Boston. In the city, it advanced in emails, invoices, reservations, petty squabbles among staff, and the incessant demands of a business that never slept. But at Stormwatch, time crept in like salt through stone, slow, corrosive, and invisible, until it was too late to notice what had worn away. Jack returned to Boston 4 times in 6 weeks. He tried to keep it brief. 48 hours, then back, a long weekend, a quick round trip. But there was always something. A produce supplier threatening to walk out over unpaid invoices, another scathing online review, the pastry chef quitting 2 hours before service. Each crisis chipped away at the schedule he had promised Melanie and Samuel he would honor. Each delay handed Caleb Wynne another sliver of opportunity. Every time Jack came home, second chance was already tied to the jetty. At first, it was easy to rationalize. Caleb was helping with Samuel's sessions. Then it was the generator again. Then the Wi-Fi. Then Melanie's medication. Or Samuel's new art therapy exercises. There was always a reason. Always a plausible justification. But Jack didn't need explanations. He saw it in the details. The jug of store-bought flowers on the windowsill. The way Patch wagged his tail at Caleb's arrival like he was the daddy of the house, too. The scent of Caleb's cologne faint on the coats hung on the hall rack, like he'd seeped into the fabric as a reminder. He saw it in the way Samuel smiled more easily around his therapist, leaning in when he spoke, repeating his phrases. And he saw it most of all in Melanie. She had begun to paint again, and while that in itself should have been a good thing, it was not the return and fresh start Jack had once hoped for. Her canvases were different now. Bluer, colder, more abstract, waves that surged upward and broke into faceless shapes. Women whose backs were always turned, the horizon line, always vanishing. When she talked about her art, she used phrases that Jack recognized as Caleb's. Emotion as an anchoring point. Letting the unconscious breathe. Interrogating memory through gesture. She mentioned Caleb's feedback offhandedly, as though it were natural for him to be woven into their creative discussions. Jack said nothing, not yet, but something inside him hardened a little more each time. Chapter 16. It was a Thursday morning, cool and windless, when Rhea stopped by. Her boat had been a frequent shape in the bay lately, often trailing a line of floats that bobbed like gulls behind her stern. Jack had spoken to her only briefly before, when she'd dropped off lobsters on the jetty or waved from her skiff, but this time she climbed the path to the house. Melanie answered the knock, and Jack watched from the kitchen doorway, arms crossed, as Rhea stood awkwardly with her booted feet on the mat and her windbreaker dripping seawater. "Didn't want to interrupt," she said. "Just figured I'd say hello, and bring these." She handed over a netted sack of scallops, the shells still damp and glinting. Melanie blinked at them. "That's kind of you." Rhea shrugged. "No big thing. Got a good haul this morning. Thought Samuel might like to see how they open." At the mention of his name, Samuel appeared in the hall, peering around the edge of the doorframe while Patch ran to greet his old friend with added exuberance. "I can show you," Rhea said to him as she petted the dog. "You've never shucked, have you?" Samuel shook his head, but his curiosity flared visibly in his eyes. "Maybe another time," Melanie said, her tone light but firm. "He's got school this morning and I like to keep to his online schedule." "Sure," Rhea replied easily, but her eyes lingered. "You know, there's a community thing next week in Carmen, bonfire night. You should come. There's going to be hot cider, storytelling, music. Nice way to meet folks, especially for Sam." Melanie hesitated. Jack stepped forward. "Sounds great. We'll talk about it." Rhea smiled at him, then turned back to Melanie. "Just think about it. Fresh air's the best cure for a quiet mind." When she left, Samuel lingered by the window, watching her boat shrink into the shimmer of sea. Jack glanced sideways at Melanie. "She seems nice." "She's persistent," Melanie replied, gathering the scallops and rinsing them under the tap. "Not everyone on the mainland respects privacy, and I don't mind Rhea calling. I just don't want randomers turning up whenever they feel like. Or maybe they just want to be friendly and include us in the community over there." Melanie didn't answer. Later that day, Caleb arrived. Not by invitation, but on the tide, as always, with a bottle of Chardonnay, and this time a box of pastels for Samuel. He arrived just after lunch and stayed for dinner, which he seemed to expect, although he made a show of pretending not to during his acceptance speech. During the meal, when Melanie mentioned Rhea's visit, Caleb's smile didn't falter, but his tone cooled ever so slightly, and Jack picked up on it instantly. "Fisher folk mean well," he said, "but they live on talk and folklore. Gossip mainly, and that moves faster than storms, especially out here." Jack raised an eyebrow. "You think that's a bad thing?" "I think isolation is delicate," Caleb replied, picking a flake of sea salt from the rim of his wineglass. "You came here to reset. Sometimes new input before the foundation's solid can cause more damage than good, and Rhea is, shall we say, quite forceful and opinionated, or so I've heard. I wouldn't want her ways to destabilize what we've achieved so far, or bring any more four-legged waifs and strays to your door." Melanie nodded faintly, but at least had the grace to defend Rhea. "I'm glad she brought Patch because he's made Samuel happy, and I love having the little chap around, but it's too soon, I suppose, to immerse ourselves in the community." Jack tutted but didn't argue and changed the subject, determined now to encourage Rhea's visits where he could, and if she ever brought a homeless cat, it could stay too. He also liked the idea of another female, popping in now and then, and the fact she clearly irked Caleb was a bonus. He'd forgotten all about it by the time he came to scroll through the lighthouse's camera footage on his laptop and saw something that made him pause. Several days were missing. Just gone. From the system logs, from the motion alerts, entire chunks of time blacked out, and he knew for sure that he hadn't deleted them. He brought it up with Samuel the next morning, casually at first. "Have you noticed anything weird with the cameras?" Samuel blinked at him. "Weird how?" "Some of the footage is missing." "Oh." He hesitated. "Caleb said the storage buffer gets full sometimes. It deletes older stuff if it's overloaded." Jack frowned. "He said that?" "Yeah. He looked at the router last week. Said he tweaked the firewall and ran a scan." Jack's stomach tightened. "Did he mention that to your mother?" Samuel shrugged. "I don't know. Probably." That night, Jack lay awake for hours, listening to the wind pick up around the tower, the slow creak of the beams, and the faint hum of the router blinking green in the corner. He watched Melanie sleep beside him, her face turned toward the window, the sheet pulled to her chin, her breathing even, her hands curled beneath her pillow. She looked peaceful, but she had never seemed further from him. It was just past 2 in the morning when Samuel woke, his eyes alert and unblinking in the dark. The room around him was perfectly still, save for the soft rustle of the wind brushing the top of the tower. But he was not afraid. He lay on his back, watching the ceiling. A crack ran above the bed, branching toward the corner like an old vein. He sat up slowly, bare feet touching the wooden floor. Patch jumped to the floor, his ears twitching, nose sniffing the air. There it was again. The tapping. Not loud, not aggressive, gentle and deliberate. A sound like knuckles on glass, polite and patient. He tilted his head, listening. It was not coming from the window. It was coming from beneath him, from below the floorboards. Patch let out a low grumble. Samuel walked to the desk and pulled open the sketchbook that lay there, its spine already splitting from use. He turned past half-finished drawings, skipping the images of the tower and the girl and the sea. He began a new page. He drew a rectangle first, a door, then another inside it, a smaller one, then something at the base, a hand. He didn't know why he drew it. He simply did. As he shaded in the edges, a shadow passed across the floor outside his bedroom. He looked up but saw nothing through the crack in the door where the hall light glowed yellow. Still, he didn't call out. Instead, he drew a new shape in the corner of the page. It looked like a trapdoor. After Samuel finished the sketch, he returned to bed. His feet were cold, so he welcomed the warmth of the duvet and fell quickly into a deep sleep. Patch, however, lay by his side, his eyes firmly trained on the door. Down the hall, Melanie sat on the end of her bed, her robe wrapped tight around her shoulders. She wasn't sure what had woken her. Perhaps a shift in the creaky floorboards, the clunk of an old pipe, the temperature or the wind outside. She stood and crossed to the mirror on the wall. The surface was old, foxed at the corners, and in the dim lamplight her reflection shimmered slightly. She leaned forward. Something was wrong with her eyes. Not their color or their shape, but their expression. It was not her face she saw, but a version just beyond recall, one she had worn in another life, or perhaps in a dream she had forgotten. She turned quickly and left the room, barefoot, silent. The hallway stretched ahead of her like a narrow throat. She hesitated outside Samuel's door, listening for movement. Hearing none, she continued. At the far end of the corridor, just before the steps curled down toward the kitchen, was the locked door. It hadn't been opened since they arrived. The key, they had been told, was lost. Likely nothing behind it but dust and rafters, but she was going to ask Jack to find a way in. It bothered her, living in a house with a room they hadn't explored. But tonight, when she looked closely, she noticed the handle was turned ever so slightly to the left. Melanie reached out and placed her fingers against the wood. The surface was cold. She leaned in, listening. And what she felt, imagined, though she would never say it aloud, wasn't welcoming. She stepped back, wanting to put space between her and the door, and her imaginings. A creak behind her. She turned. But the hall was empty. Shivering, she hurriedly returned to her room and slid into bed, curling her body close to Jack's, and lay there, her eyes wide open, her ears listening for sounds until dawn finally came. Chapter 17. The tape clicked softly beneath his fingertips. A mechanical hush, a whirl of reels spinning into motion. Caleb sat at his desk, bathed in the late afternoon gloom that spilled through the rain-slicked windows of his study. The clouds hung low across Carmen Bay, their underbellies bruised with storm. From this high vantage point, he could see the vague silhouette of Stormwatch lighthouse across the water, pale and still, like a chess piece waiting to be moved. He pressed the red button. "I've returned from the island today," he began, his voice steady, clipped, professional. "Session number 8, if we're counting informal visits." Melanie was subdued, though less guarded. She's grown accustomed to my presence, relieved by it, I think. It's always in the eyes. That flicker of trust seeking somewhere to land. A pause. The tape whispered on. "I've taken steps to deepen that dependency. The medication helps. I chose a formulation with a slightly longer half-life than I told her. Nothing dangerous, just enough to dull the edges. She's less reactive now, slower to doubt. When she speaks to me, her tone is less brittle, less of the clipped formality she reserves for Jack. Here is an example of one of our conversations which I see as a minor breakthrough. We were sat at the kitchen table, the silence between us comfortable as I sipped my tea. I had been following the slow movements of Melanie's hands as she turned her charcoal pencil over and over. "You were drawing?" I asked. She glanced at the sketchbook. "Trying to, but everything comes out wrong." "Nothing is wrong if it came from you." She gave a soft, dismissive laugh which warmed me. "I used to believe that," she said, "back when I painted for exhibitions, for myself. Now, every time I sit down at the easel, I feel like I'm imitating someone else. I asked, "You put your career aside to raise Samuel?" She nodded. It wasn't a dramatic decision. It just happened. Jack's restaurants took off and his hours were impossible, and I wanted to homeschool Sam. He was sensitive even then. He needed structure, safety, so I folded myself in around him. "That's noble," I replied. "No, it's common. Women do it all the time, and then one day they wake up and realize they've disappeared." I studied her a moment, then asked, "Have you told Jack that?" She shrugged. "What would be the point?" I couldn't miss the opportunity, so asked, "Melanie, forgive me if I'm overstepping, but do you feel supported by him?" She blinked. "Jack?" "Yes, as a partner, as someone who notices you." The question hovered between us, and even though it was uncomfortable and uninvited, valid. "I don't know," she said eventually. "He's trying, but everything between us is knotted and complicated and made worse by the pressures at the restaurant. After the break-in, we didn't talk. Not properly. He went inward. I tried to carry on, but something seemed to break." "Sometimes," I said, "a crisis reveals what was already broken, even though we hadn't noticed. It doesn't always cause the damage, it simply makes it visible." Melanie looked down at the pencil in her hands. "Sam's caught in the middle," she murmured. "And now Jack's away again. 2 days, he said, but last time it was 5. I let the silence sit for a moment. Then carefully, I made my move. If that pattern repeats, and you find yourself needing help with Sam, or just needing a witness to what some may see as neglect of you and his duties, I want you to know I'm here. No obligation, no agenda." She met my gaze, and inside I rejoiced. There was no overt suggestion in my tone, no flirtation, only something steady and calm. And yet the intimacy of it unsettled her, more than she wanted to admit, I could tell. "I appreciate that," she said quietly. And then the moment was broken by the arrival of Samuel and that blasted animal who, I have to say, is a thorn in my side. I cursed the day Rhea interfered and brought it to Stormwatch because I am the crutch Samuel needs, not a dog. Nevertheless, that is a problem for another day which I can solve easily enough. He exhaled, not a sigh. Something quieter. "She still hasn't asked about my past. She doesn't want to know. That's good. Curiosity is often a defense mechanism. In this case, the lack of it works in my favor. She wants a guardian, not a lover, for now. A protector. Something firm, immovable. Fathers are usually the first people we expect to rescue us, and the last we forgive for failing." He paused again, letting that thought settle. "I see it in Samuel, too. The boy is looking for a constant. He's bright, alarmingly so, and observant in the wrong ways. It would be easier if he were slower. But I've begun building a rapport, mirroring his language, reinforcing trust through repetition. I call him Captain. He responds. Children are desperate for routine, especially when the adults around them are unpredictable." He glanced toward the notebook beside the recorder. Neat lines of handwriting filled the page, summaries, behavioral notes, small revelations gathered during weeks of casual conversation. "His dreams have intensified. He speaks of the girl more now, always the same figure, limbless, faceless, mute. There's power in recurring symbols. I've encouraged him to draw her, to describe the house in his dreams, to focus on the tunnels and the trapdoor, which is a new addition. Children externalize their terror when it becomes too large. It's a useful opening." Outside, a gull screamed, close and abrupt. Caleb didn't flinch. He rewound the tape a few seconds, then pressed record again. Jack remains a barrier, though a diminished one. His absences have weakened his claim. Samuel no longer waits for him. Melanie no longer asks when he'll return. The only thing that seems pleased to see him is that dog. Jack arrives and finds the rhythm already in motion. His jealousy works in my favor. It validates his own inadequacy. The man is frightened of losing them but lacks the emotional architecture to stop it. Caleb stood and walked to the window. The rain was soft now, steady and unbroken. On the horizon, the lighthouse beacon turned slowly, though no ship would see it. The light was long decommissioned, now decorative, symbolic, like Jack himself. I find I think about them even when I'm not there, Caleb said quietly. Not clinically, not as a professional, as something more evolving, a longing. I see the possibility of repair in that house, of making something right for once, not in the way the world calls right, but in a way that fits, and eventually, I will fit too. He let the silence stretch. I grew up in places like that, he added, softer now. Group homes, state placements, bedrooms with numbers instead of names. I was 12 before anyone called me back when I spoke. I was 13 the first time a family tried me. That's the word they used. Tried, like I was a dog, or a sweater they weren't sure they liked. His throat tightened, but the voice stayed level. They returned me after 6 weeks, said I was too intense, that I didn't fit. He sat again, the creak of the chair captured faintly on tape. I've spent a lifetime studying the shapes of families, what holds them together, what unravels them. I've watched them fracture under guilt, secrecy, pressure. But I've also seen what makes them thrive. That's what the world doesn't understand. Sometimes all a family needs is for someone to decide how it should look, someone willing to impose shape on chaos. He closed the notebook. I've begun planning their winter. There are things I can manipulate. Samuel's routine can shift slightly with more indoor time, less exposure to outer voices, and by that I mean Rhea. She has begun calling more often and I can't have that, so we'll endeavor to curtail this. I will remove Rhea from the equation. Melanie distrusts intrusion. I will simply remind her of that. A few well-placed suggestions. A nudge here, a hint there. That's all it takes when someone wants to be convinced. Melanie will benefit from gentler nights, so I'll adjust her dose accordingly. She started sleeping again. That gives me room. Another pause while he rewound it again. Listened. His own voice emerged from the speaker, low and precise, unfolding like a liturgy. The sound of it soothed him. It was the sound of control, not domination, not violence, just alignment. The pieces slowly turning to face the same direction. By the time he ejected the cassette and labeled it SW07, the rain had begun to ease. The air had that faint ozone scent it always did after a front passed through. He slipped the tape into the drawer with the others, neatly arranged, chronological. On the top shelf sat the photo of the family. Not the real photo, of course. The one he'd printed, trimmed and altered in Photoshop. Jack's face removed, his own pasted in. The image was clean, balanced and whole. He closed the drawer, locking it with the tiny brass key that he slid under the potted plant, on his desk. And then he stood, stretched his arms once and began packing his bag for the next visit. Chapter 18. The restaurant was quieter than usual when Jack returned to Boston. The lunch crowd had thinned earlier than expected. Rain on the forecast, he was told, and the tourists had scattered like leaves. Still, the sense of emptiness felt deeper than that, like something had bled out of the walls in his absence. He moved through the kitchen, nodding to the sous chef, checking the walk-in cooler by reflex. Everything was in place, but the hum of refrigeration units and overhead vents felt almost accusatory. He'd spent years building this place. Now it felt like someone else's life, one he'd left too long in the hands of strangers. Jack! He turned to see Marquez, his assistant manager, gesturing toward the bar, where a woman was seated with a laptop open and headphones draped around her neck. "You have a visitor," Marquez said. "The cyber consultant. She's been here for 20 minutes. Thanks." Jack crossed the floor, drying his hands on a bar towel. The woman didn't stand. She was tall and wiry, mid-30s maybe, with bobbed black hair and the posture of someone who didn't care to impress. Her eyes flicked up, sharp and assessing. "Tamsin Rhee," she said, extending a hand which Jack shook. Taking a seat opposite, he said, "Jack Geller. Thank you for coming at such short notice. I really appreciate it. I looked over your CV," he said without preamble. "Impressive." She inclined her head. "You worked in cybercrime?" "For the government, then a lateral move into national cybersecurity. Mostly intelligence risk assessment." He tapped a finger lightly on the menu but didn't look down. "And you left. Why?" Tamsin didn't speak at first. She let the silence settle. She glanced around the restaurant, checking that no one was in earshot. She'd told herself to keep things surface level, give him credentials, not confessions. But something in the way he watched her, still but not passive, made her reassess. "Have you ever told the truth and regretted it?" Jack's expression didn't change, but she felt his focus tighten. "I reported 3 colleagues," she continued, her voice low but even. 2 were taking bribes from contractors. The 3rd was leaking internal security protocols. I followed the chain of command, did everything by the book. And I was managed out, quietly, blacklisted unofficially. No charges filed, no tribunal, just endless closed-door meetings and polite removals from project after project. Jack didn't interrupt. "I lost my clearance, my job, my apartment. My friends stopped answering. Most of them worked in the same circles, so couldn't afford to be seen with me. I went from my own apartment in Brooklyn to a shared lease in the Bronx with 2 students and a ferret called Michelangelo." Jack gave the faintest breath of a laugh. "I don't make it public," she said, more seriously now. "If I did, it would rattle clients. No one wants to hire someone whose biggest achievement is getting ousted for honesty." "So why tell me?" "Because what you're dealing with isn't surface level. It's not corporate sabotage or a dodgy IT vendor. It's deeper. If you're going to let me help, I need you to know I've stood in the fire before." Jack leaned back slightly, his hand still resting against the menu. Outside, a gull skated over the street, wings stiff in the breeze. "I don't trust many people," he said. "I wouldn't expect you to." He studied her for a heartbeat, maybe 3. "So you work freelance now?" She nodded. "Discreet clients, private systems, fixing what others broke. Sometimes I catch threats before they're visible. Sometimes I clean up after the mess. Either way, I don't scare easy." He looked down, his thumb grazing the edge of the menu. "I've had breaches. Too many things are going wrong. Hundreds of 1-star ratings and diabolical reviews. A rat somehow got loose in the restaurant. The kind of things that tell me someone's watching and trying to ruin me but doesn't want to be caught." She met his eyes. "And you're wondering if it's an attack or an inside job? Or something worse?" Tamsin exhaled once, measured. "I can trace it, but you'll have to give me access. No redacted folders, no firewalled vanity servers." He nodded. She reached for her coat, sensing the conversation's natural end. "Oh," he said as she stood. "One more thing." She paused. Would you do it again? The whistle blowing. She didn't smile, but she didn't flinch either. I didn't do it to be heroic, she said. I did it because I couldn't live with myself if I didn't. A pause. And that hasn't changed. Jack watched her go. The table felt quieter without her presence, but the air she left behind carried something different now. Not just tension, conviction, the kind that only comes from surviving being burned. Tamsin returned the following morning at 8 a.m. sharp. She holed up in Jack's office, and he'd made sure she was supplied with whatever food and drink she needed, which turned out to be water and a grilled cheese sandwich. Jack wasn't sure if he should be impressed or offended. By the time the lunchtime service was over, he couldn't wait any longer, and after a gentle tap on the door, let himself inside the office. So, have you found anything? I have indeed. You've had 2 system breaches in the last 6 months. 1 POS attack, 1 suspected credential skimming via fake login portal. It's the point of sale, POS attack that is the most damaging so far. A clean cyber attack targeting any applications and systems that store or process your customers' credit card details or transactions. Whoever is doing it is clever, and on top of that, they know your habits, or your habits made it easy. Jack sat. Can you tell the difference? That's why I'm here. She turned the laptop toward him. A simplified map of the restaurant's server structure glowed on the screen, with 3 red flags blinking against the internal Wi-Fi feed. You've got orphaned packets moving around your internal network, she said. Suspicious ones. Someone spoofed your access points before. Logged in as you from somewhere they shouldn't have. Not to steal credit cards, necessarily, but to watch. Probe. Jack blinked. Watch what? Surveillance networks, device activity, stored login information. If I were the paranoid type, I'd say someone's tracking your movements. Not stealing, watching. Jack's stomach turned. Can you trace it? I'm trying. It's not professional grade. This isn't Russian malware. But it's careful, clean. Maybe someone who understands human systems more than code. She paused and squinted her eyes as she observed Jack. I have a feeling you know more than you're telling me so. Does this someone have a name? Jack hesitated, then said, I think so. Tamsin leaned in, her voice gentler but still conveying the same level of professionalism. Jack, can I level with you? I've been in this game a while and seen a lot. All sorts, in fact. The worst and weirdest and vilest of human behavior, and I doubt anything can shock or surpeer me anymore. And you can also trust me. I signed the non-disclosure and client confidentiality agreement, and along with that I give you my word that whatever you tell me stays between us. I know the face of someone in trouble, who is tired and at his wit's end, and he's sitting right opposite me, so please, let me help you. But you have to tell me the truth for me to do that. Jack sighed and let the weight of the world fall from his shoulders as he told her about Caleb Wynne, a therapist, smooth, too smooth, embedded in his house, in his family. The way the cameras had gone offline, the strange medication, the boy's changed behavior, Caleb's uncanny knack for timing, the way the network back home had started misbehaving the same week Caleb tweaked the router. Tamsin listened without interrupting, her face unreadable. When he finished, she said, Sounds like he's running a soft intrusion. Jack frowned. What does that mean? Not technical. Psychological. Someone gets inside the system. Social, domestic, personal, before they ever touch a wire. The digital part's just an extension. A mirror. You think he's spying on us? I think he's studying you. She tapped her laptop. Let me look deeper. You have security footage from the house. Yes, but some of it's gone. Convenient. She closed the lid. I'll need access to whatever's left, and the router. Jack nodded. I'll get you in. As she packed up, she glanced at him again. If what you're saying is true, you're not being paranoid. But you might already be too late. Back at the hotel, Jack sat in the dark with a bottle of beer and a screen full of error messages. The footage from the lighthouse was patchy with weeks of gaps, mismatched dates. The cameras that had been online showed little beyond Samuel's pacing or the dog napping in the sun. But then he found it. A single frame, left in a forgotten folder, time-stamped 2 weeks earlier. 11:08 a.m., Caleb, in the hallway outside their bedroom, Jack and Melanie's. He wasn't doing anything overtly inappropriate, just standing, watching the closed door. One hand raised slightly, fingers brushing the edge of the wall. It was as though he was considering whether to go in or not. And then he stepped forward, but the clip ended before Jack could see more. But that was enough. He sat back, bile rising in his throat. The worst part wasn't what Caleb had done. It was how natural it looked, how calm. No hesitation, no second glance. He moved like he belonged there. Jack's mind was racing, and top of the list was to show Tamsin the file first thing in the morning. Until then, he knew he needed to sleep because he was running on empty. But as he lay his head on the pillow, paranoia took control of his brain, and his eyes refused to close. The cafe where Tamsin set up shop that morning was anonymous in the best way. Cracked leather booths, flickering neon, and coffee so bitter it might have been brewed in spite. No one asked questions. No one lingered. Jack sat across from her in a corner booth, his hands clenched around a cup gone lukewarm. Tamsin's laptop glowed between them, the screen crowded with spreadsheets, search queries, and partially redacted PDFs. She didn't look up as she spoke, fingers flying across the keyboard. I pulled everything I could from standard public record sources, she said. Licensing boards, court registries, old university logs. Most of what I found isn't in plain sight. Some of it is sealed, which in itself tells us something. Jack leaned in. Like what? Like this guy isn't who he says he is. She clicked into a scanned document. A termination letter from an East Coast private counseling firm, dated 8 years prior. The tone was formal, vaguely apologetic, and buried in the middle of a dry paragraph was the phrase, multiple boundary concerns raised during therapeutic sessions. Was he reported? Not officially. Looks like they let him resign to avoid the formal process. Another window opened, a family court log from Oregon. The name had been redacted, but Tamsin had matched the birth date and partial ID string. This one's murkier, she said. But 2 restraining orders in separate states, both expired, one filed by a woman, the other by her husband. Jack stared at the screen. How long ago? 5 years, and 2 years before that. Different regions, different families. His stomach twisted. Same pattern? Likely. Close involvement under a therapeutic pretense. Lines crossed. Emotional entanglement. Tamsin finally looked at him. This guy's done this before. Tried to insert himself into families. He's practiced at it. He knows how to slip in, slowly, thoughtfully, like he's helping. Jack exhaled, the air leaving him like a leak. I knew it. I fucking knew it. You knew pieces, she corrected. Now we need proof. Real proof. Not fragments. Because if you go to the police with this, it'll look like jealousy. Especially with Caleb's spotless local reputation. And he's clever. So if there's anything you've got hidden in your closet, you need to tell me now. Before he finds it and uses it against you. If you don't tell me, I can't try to bury it." She hesitated for a second when she saw Jack pale slightly. The telltale tension in his face didn't bode well either, and her first thought was that maybe he'd had an affair at some point in his marriage. That was usually top of the list where dirty secrets were concerned. Needing to move on, Tamsin pressed, "Well, is there anything?" He nodded, jaw tight. "The burglary." "What do you mean, the burglary? They never caught the intruder and nothing was taken, so why is that a problem?" Jack sighed, part ashamed of what he was about to say, part relieved once again to be able to confide in someone because the guilt of it all was eating him up inside. "Because I arranged it, but the whole damn thing went wrong. We were due to go on a trip the next day, be away for the weekend, but the guy I hired, he messed up or was so high on whatever he was jacked up on, got the day wrong. The cars were in the garage and the house was in darkness, so maybe it looked like we were away, but he broke in anyway and you know the rest." "Fuck! And has this guy been in touch since?" Tamsin had lowered her voice that was laced with concern. "Nope, not a word, but I wouldn't expect him to. He's probably miles away by now, but since you found out Caleb has been snooping, I'm worried about phone records." "Shit. Okay. I will deal with that immediately, but from what I can see, he was more interested in what you're doing now, not in the past, so you may have swerved a bullet. Anything else?" Jack shook his head. "No, I swear. But I can't let Melanie or Samuel ever find out. They'd never forgive me, even though I was doing it to clear my debts. I hoped the insurance money would give me breathing space. That's all." "I get that. But if Caleb finds out and tells the police, it'll weaken your integrity. They'll ask why a man who once staged a break-in is now crying wolf over another manipulator." Jack rubbed his face. "So, what do we do?" She shut the laptop and took a slow sip of her coffee. "We find what he doesn't want us to find, and we take it." Jack frowned. "You mean break in?" "Call it preemptive retrieval. You said he's got a house in Carmen. Remote, near the cliff trail. I'll keep watch. You get inside. If he's a narcissist like I think, there'll be something in that house to incriminate him. Journals, photos, recordings. He's not doing this just for the intimacy. He's doing it to document and control. He has a plan and an endgame, and we need to find out exactly what that is." Jack nodded. He already knew. He had known it for days. Caleb wanted to take his place, and now, for Jack, it wasn't about vengeance. It wasn't even about anger anymore. It was about getting Melanie and Samuel back, while there was still something left to bring them back from. Chapter 19. The air was itself told Melanie the storm was coming. She hadn't needed Samuel's obsessive shipping forecasts for that. As she unpegged the last of the pillowcases from the washing line and stepped back and looked out over the sea, where clouds were piling fast, darkening at the base like bruises, the wind starting to whip more fiercely through the dunes behind the house. "Storm's coming, Patch," she muttered, glancing down at the dog who sat beside her basket, ears pricked, nose twitching, eyes fixed on the shifting horizon like he understood every word. "We'd best not leave it too long." The forecast had been dire, Samuel's warnings backed up by grainy Doppler maps on the local weather app. High winds, isolated flooding, risk of power outages. A real coastal storm, the kind Carmen Bay was used to, her not so much. Melanie was glad she'd listened to Tom this time, phoning in an order to the store in Carmen which Gus delivered, giving her the nod of approval when he saw she'd stocked up on tinned food, bottled water, batteries, candles, even an edition of his own. A hand-crank radio he said he had no use for. With a wink and a salute, he left them to it, saying it wouldn't hurt to be prepared and to call if they needed anything else. Still, she kept glancing at the narrow track leading away from the lighthouse, the winding gravel strip that snaked through scrubland and heather before joining the coastal road. If the storm made landfall faster than expected and turned that track into a washout, Jack might not make it across in time the bay or via road, either. She didn't want to say it out loud, not to Samuel, not even to herself, but the thought of spending another night alone at Stormwatch, just the two of them huddled in flickering candlelight, was starting to gnaw at her. The place had been peaceful lately, even content, especially because the pills Caleb prescribed helped her relax. But there was something about storms, especially storms at sea, that pulled at the edges of the mind. As she went to pick up the basket of washing, Patch barked once, sharply, dragging her out of her thoughts. "What is it?" she said automatically, but he was already moving, body low and alert, his hackles rising like bristles. A moment later he growled, deep and guttural, a sound she'd never heard from him before. The laundry basket slipped against her hip as she turned to follow his line of sight. A man was coming up the path. Melanie froze. He was a fair distance off still, but moving steadily, arms swinging at his sides like he'd been walking a while and with purpose. Patch took a step forward, tail rigid, teeth bared while her heart gave a jolt, primitive and urgent. Instinct told her to run, to scoop up the basket, call Patch to heel, and get indoors, bolt the door, lock the windows. But she didn't move. Not yet. As the man drew closer, he raised a hand and waved. Then he called out, his voice bouncing, oddly in the air between gusts of wind. "Hey, sorry. Hello. Sorry to bother you." Melanie didn't reply. Her throat was suddenly dry. He was Hispanic in appearance. Maybe Mexican, maybe Colombian. Broad-shouldered, thick-set, with short dark hair and stubble covering his jaw. But it was the inch long on his cheekbone that caught her eye the most, even though she tried not to stare. He wore a green padded jacket that looked dusty and travel-worn, and he carried a stainless steel water bottle in one hand, shaking it slightly as he approached. "My car broke down about 2 miles up the track," he said when he was within earshot, slowing his pace and keeping his distance, clearly sensing her tension. "I called for a tow, but I've run out of water. I saw the house and hoped maybe—" Patch barked again, louder this time, darting forward a few paces before Melanie hissed, "Patch, stay!" He stopped reluctantly, but his body remained taut with unease. Melanie looked toward the house and saw Samuel in the doorway, one hand gripping the frame, eyes wide and uncertain. He didn't say anything. The man noticed him too. "Sorry," he said again, raising his hands in a peaceable gesture. "Didn't mean to scare anyone. I just need water, that's all." Melanie forced herself to respond, pushing down the rising panic that came with the knowledge that no one just happened across Stormwatch. There was nothing past it but a crumbling cliff edge and the long fall into the sea. "You've come a long way off the main road," she said, trying to keep her tone neutral. "It's a dead end past here." He nodded. "Yeah, I know. I'm a bird watcher. Or I try to be. Got turned around. Was looking for coastal access and didn't realize there was no through route." "You're not likely to find any bird life in this weather," Melanie said, more sharply than she intended. He offered a sheepish smile. "No, I guess not. Just got unlucky and it's my day off too. Kinda wasted it, I suppose." She didn't believe him. Not entirely. But the bottle in his hand looked genuinely empty. And despite everything, he hadn't tried to come any closer. He stood there, waiting. Respectful. Cautious. She glanced back toward Samuel, who hadn't moved. His eyes met hers. She knew what he was thinking. They'd been here before, in another life, in another place, when strangers came in the night with harsh voices that masked worse things. But they were different now. More guarded, more prepared. This was the daytime. The guy seemed friendly, and due to her wariness, more nervous than her. "All right," she said carefully, holding out a hand for the bottle. "I'll fill it. Wait here." He stepped forward to hand it to her, nodding his thanks. "Appreciate it. Really." She took it with one hand, the laundry basket still balanced on her hip, and turned back toward the house, Patch staying at her heels. As she reached the porch, she glanced once more at the man, who stood where he was, arms folded, head bowed slightly, as if bracing against the growing wind. It was ungracious, she knew, to not offer a stranded traveler sustenance or kindness, but she'd seen the movies and read the books, and no way was he stepping inside her house. Inside, she shut the door and turned the lock, the sound of the bolt loud in the quiet hallway. Samuel stood just behind her now, his voice low. "Who is he?" "Just a man. His car is broken down," she replied, moving to the sink, keeping her voice light. "And thirsty." "Do you believe him?" Melanie filled the bottle, watching the water rise and thinking not for the first time how astute her son could be. "I don't know. Should we call Dad?" "No, there's no need. Once I give the guy the water, he will be on his way to meet the tow truck." "Okay," she said quietly. "Let's just hope Dad makes it home before the storm hits, but if not, you, me, and Patch will be just fine." Glancing across, she saw that Samuel's face had paled, but he said nothing more. She capped the bottle tightly and returned to the door. Patch stood ready, pressed against her leg like a sentry. Outside, the wind had picked up, tugging at her clothes and hair with salty fingers. She stepped out onto the porch, Patch pacing anxiously behind her. The man was still there, standing with his back to the sea, one hand shielding his eyes from the gusts as he watched the cloud bank roll in. As soon as he saw her, he smiled. "Thanks again," he said, taking a few slow steps forward as she descended. "It's not often you find anyone out this far. I didn't think there'd be a house, let alone someone home." Melanie handed him the bottle. She didn't smile. "You said you were a bird watcher." "Right." He nodded, unscrewing the lid to take a long drink. "Beautiful coastline, untouched. Shame about the weather." He gave a low chuckle. "This lighthouse, is it active? Still in use?" Melanie hesitated. "Number decommissioned. Years ago." "Ah," he said, scanning the headland behind her. "I always wondered what happened to places like this. You and your boy live here long?" Patch growled softly, and the man's gaze flicked downward. He took a half step back. "Sorry, didn't mean to pry," he added quickly, eyes darting again, not resting on anything for more than a second. He looked at the windows, the guttering, the boundary wall. Even the battered generator shed at the side of the house drew his interest, as though he were cataloguing it. Melanie stood very still. There was something familiar about him. Not his face exactly, not necessarily his voice either, but something beneath it, a presence. It nudged free an old fear, buried deep and long covered over. Her heart began to thud. "You came from the main road?" she asked abruptly, watching his reaction. "Yeah, well, sort of. I took a bit of a wrong turn, like I said. Didn't realize how far the track went." "Because most people don't come this far," she said, her tone sharpening. The man smiled again, but this time it didn't reach his eyes. "I guess I'm not most people." Melanie opened her mouth to reply, but Patch suddenly growled louder, springing forward and barking, loud and sharp. A moment later came a different sound. A shout. A name. "Caleb's here," Samuel called from inside the house. With that, the stranger's entire posture shifted. His smile vanished. His fingers tightened around the bottle. He looked back toward the path and for the first time showed something close to urgency. "Right. Well, I should get back. Tow truck should be along soon. Thanks for the water." He turned without another word and walked quickly, head down, shoulders hunched, as though he'd remembered something important and needed to be elsewhere fast. Melanie watched him go, her mouth dry, her skin prickling with unease. "Something's not right," she murmured. Patch growled in agreement. Seconds later, Caleb appeared at the far end of the path, hauling a waterproof rucksack and a box in each arm. He was red-cheeked from the wind, the boat bobbing behind him at the cove, barely tied off. "Storm's moving quicker than expected," he called as he reached her. "You all right?" Melanie nodded slowly. "There was a man." Caleb's expression changed. "What man?" She looked toward the path. The stranger was already out of sight. "Said his car broke down. Needed water." "You give it to him?" "Yes." "Did he say anything else?" "Number." "He left when he heard you coming." Caleb studied her face, his gaze sharp now. "You didn't let him inside?" "Of course not." He didn't reply immediately. Instead, he stepped onto the porch and deposited the boxes at her feet. "Fresh bread, fruit, a few pies from the bakery," he said. "Got what I could before they closed early. They reckon the winds might hit earlier than expected." She nodded her thanks and stooped to take one of the boxes, her hands trembling slightly. Caleb followed her inside, brushing off his coat at the threshold. Samuel ran down the hall to meet him. "You brought the sour cherry ones?" "Only the best." Caleb grinned, opening the box to show a pair of glistening pastries wrapped in wax paper. "And I've got the meds." He handed over a sealed bag, labeled with their names. Melanie took it and placed it on the kitchen counter. The moment she did, Patch growled again. He hadn't moved from his basket but sat bolt upright, watching Caleb with a deep, slow wariness. Caleb glanced down at him. "Still doesn't like me, huh?" Melanie offered a strained smile. "He's been on edge since that man appeared. He's probably just unsettled." But even as she said it, something tugged at her. Patch wasn't just on edge. He was distrustful. And not just of the stranger. Of Caleb. The dog hadn't moved. His tail didn't wag. His head was tilted, eyes narrow, hackles faintly raised as if weighing something up. She heard Rhea's voice in her head like a whisper carried on the storm. Dogs always know. She pushed the thought away. Caleb began unpacking, placing the rest of the shopping on the counter, wiping the sea spray from the paper wrapping. "Jack still away?" he asked without looking at her. "Yes," she said. "Should have been back tonight or tomorrow, but if the weather turns, who knows?" Caleb made a vague sound, halfway between sympathy and concern. "Must be strange, just the three of you out here." "We're managing." "Still, I'd have thought he'd come back before the storm. Seems risky otherwise." Melanie didn't answer. The comment hung in the air and its inference stung. Samuel took a pastry and vanished into the sitting room. The radio played faintly in the background, local weather updates coming in regular bursts. Patch hadn't relaxed. If anything, his gaze had sharpened, following Caleb's every movement. Melanie turned to the sink and stared out at the headland. Rain had started to fall, slow and deliberate, the first sweep of what promised to be a long, wild night. But her mind was elsewhere. She thought again about the stranger, the way he'd looked around, the way he'd asked about the lighthouse, about how long they'd been here. His interest hadn't been casual, she was sure of it, and the way he left the moment Caleb's name was spoken, without question or curiosity, as if he had a reason not to be seen. She closed her eyes briefly. A memory flickered at the edge of thought, something she couldn't place, not the man's face, something else, a feeling, familiar, dangerous. And now Caleb was here, and Patch was growling. But rather than allow her unease to morph into something else, Melanie smiled and thanked him for the food, and said everything was fine, because there was no one to tell otherwise, not until Jack returned. And more than anything, she really wanted him to come home, soon. Chapter 20. The storm was coming fast. Caleb stood at the top of the bluff, his coat snapped tight against his frame, watching the waves churn and slap the rocks below. The wind had picked up in violent, whipping bursts that staggered even him, and clouds black as coal rolled in from the east, bloated and sullen. The sea looked rabid. It was perfect. He turned from the view, his lips parting slightly, a smile curling at one side of his mouth. It was not joy that shaped it, not exactly. It was anticipation. Jack wasn't coming. That was obvious now, and although Melanie hadn't said as much, he could tell she was rattled. It was in the slight tremor in her voice when she spoke about the forecast, in the way she hovered near the radio like it might answer something deeper than the weather. And then earlier that gift had come walking straight up the path, a stranger, rattling her cage, making her uneasy, perfect. And if the storm came hard and sudden, if the road became impassable, or the boat unsafe to launch, then maybe he would not need to leave tonight. Maybe he could stay. The fantasy of that had grown inside him like a secret flame. He had imagined it often, always beginning the same way. Melanie, pale in candlelight, brushing her hair back with those slim fingers, grateful for his presence, his reliability, his warmth. The boy safe in bed, the generator flickering out, only him between her and the dark. It had always been fantasy. But not tonight. Tonight the house would creak and moan in the wind, the dog would bark, the child would fret, and she would look at him with those wide, tired eyes and ask him to stay. He stepped inside, brushing the rain from his shoulders. Patch was there instantly, snarling low in his throat. Caleb ignored him. Just wanted to check the boat before it got worse, and by the looks of it, the roads might not be usable by dusk. They're saying there could be flooding across the causeway. Melanie nodded. Samuel hovered in the hallway behind her, half hiding, peeking past his mother's shoulder. "You still look shaken," Caleb said. "Everything all right?" "It's that man," she said. "The one from earlier who said his car had broken down." Caleb kept his expression calm. "He's probably long gone now, so try to put him out of your mind." "I hope so. He said he was a bird watcher, but—" She shook her head. Something felt off. Caleb placed his hand gently on her arm. "You were right to be cautious." "I didn't get his name." "You don't need it," Caleb said. "He was probably just a chancer or a drifter. These places attract people like that. Lonely cottages, remote roads. They think no one's watching." She shivered and stepped back to let him into the kitchen. "I keep thinking he was lying about the car. Who comes this far without knowing it's a dead end?" Caleb opened one of the bags and began unloading the rest of the groceries onto the counter. The usual supplies, seeded loaves, bags of dried fruit, a couple of tarts, wax paper cheese. He took care to arrange them neatly, reassuringly. "I can stay tonight if you want," he said gently. "It'll get bad, and if the generator goes again, It's better not to be alone. I'll take the sofa." He said it like it was nothing, like it didn't matter at all. But his heart thumped steadily beneath his coat. "I'm not sure," Melanie said, watching him. "I don't mind," he added. "Really? You've got Samuel to think about. And the dog." At this, Patch barked, sharp and high-pitched. Caleb turned to him slowly. "Shut that thing up, would you?" Melanie flinched. Samuel moved to stand between the dog and Caleb instinctively. "He's just unsettled," Melanie said quickly. "He didn't like the stranger either." "He didn't like me from day one," Caleb muttered. "I've done nothing but help you." Samuel spoke quietly. "He's my best friend." The words hung in the air. Caleb felt a sharp twist of irritation and regret at losing his temper, but the bond between Samuel and that mutt rankled. Best friend, scruffy, ugly, half-trained, and yet Samuel loved it more than he'd ever look at him lately. Since it arrived, he'd felt Samuel's concentration waning during therapy, and no longer did he listen to Caleb's stories with awe. Instead, he wanted to be with the mutt. It wasn't right. He knelt to pick up a dropped apple, and as he straightened, his eyes landed on the corkboard near the back door. Ria's name and number, written in black ink, pinned with a silver tack. Melanie's emergency contact. He glanced back. Melanie was at the sink, Samuel in the lounge. Caleb moved quickly, pulling the slip from the board and folding it once, twice, stuffing it into his satchel between a folded tea towel and the bottle. The dropper bottle was a small, dark brown glass, tucked inside a zippered pouch. The liquid inside was clear, tasteless, effective. He didn't intend to use it yet. But it calmed him to know it was there. There would be no competition, no barking at doors, no snarling from corners, no warm eyes looking up at Samuel like he was the center of the world. Melanie turned, wiping her hands on a cloth. "Thank you for coming," she said softly. "It helps, just having someone else here." Caleb smiled. "Of course." The kettle hissed. The windows shuddered in their frames. Outside, the wind keened across the fields, and rain streaked against the glass. He watched her move around the kitchen, watched her lift cups, turn, smile faintly at something Samuel called from the next room. She was tired, her face drawn. But even in this weather, even in fear, she looked beautiful to him. Fragile, almost breakable. Later, when the lights flickered and the storm reached its peak, he would suggest they all stay in the same room. It would seem logical, sensible, safe. And he'd already taken the key to the generator shed, so if he needed to disable the power and move things along, so be it. And then, when the pills began to work, when their eyes dulled and their voices softened, he would still be there, steady, dependable, waiting. Chapter 21. Midday in Boston, and Jack was drowning in numbers. The meeting had dragged for nearly 3 hours, but he could barely remember a word of it. His accountant's voice had become a low, insistent drone, punctuated by bad news and bleaker forecasts. Revenue had flatlined, overheads were rising, investors were jittery. And then there were the reviews. He scrolled through them now, thumb sluggish on the screen, each one more damning than the last. The fallout from the data breach had gone viral. Local news outlets had picked it up, and food blogs were running stories not about the food, but about the chaos. Former customers were venting online, slamming his handling of the incident, demanding refunds, threatening legal action. It had spiraled fast. He closed the laptop and leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling of the co-working space they'd borrowed for the day. Fluorescent lights buzzed above him. Everything felt distant, unreal, like watching his life fall apart behind a pane of glass. Tamsin stood by the window, speaking quietly into her headset. She looked focused, controlled, everything he wasn't right now. When she finished the call, she turned to him. "We need to go back." Jack blinked. "Where?" "Carmen Bay, immediately." He rubbed a hand across his jaw. "Tamsin, I've just sat through 3 hours of watching my business bleed out. Can this wait until tomorrow?" "No," she said, firm. "We've flagged another anomaly in the system. The breach wasn't limited to the restaurant. I need full access to the home server, and I can't do it remotely. If someone's been inside your security framework, I need to find out how deep they got." He stared at her. "You think someone's tampered with the home system?" "I think someone has been inside it for a while, and I want to see for myself. Oh, and I checked the forecast, and there's a storm about to hit the bat, so we need to get a move on." Jack exhaled, defeated. "Fine. I need to pack. Can you drive me?" They left the building together, and in minutes they were back at the hotel. Jack threw clothes into a case without much care. His hands moved automatically, but his mind was elsewhere, on the account balances, the leak, the calls he'd need to make to salvage what he could. The end that he almost knew was coming, but found hard to accept. Tamsin waited by the door, already scanning something on her tablet. She didn't need to ask if he was ready. As soon as the zip closed, she turned and headed out. Her car was parked around the corner, a sleek rental with blacked-out windows and a low purr that barely registered as they pulled away. Jack slumped in the passenger seat and closed his eyes. "Call Melanie," she said, glancing at the GPS. "Tell her we're coming back. And tell her about Caleb." Jack opened one eye. "What about him?" "I've reviewed more of the closed files," Tamsin said. "There are inconsistencies in the way his credentials were registered. His access to personal information is broader than it should be, and I can't track who approved the extension, which makes me suspect he hasn't had any. And he's hacked himself into legal and medical files and who knows what else? But I'd bet your life he knows everything he needs to about your son. And that's, for a start. If I can see it, he can." Jack sat up straighter. "Do you think he's behind the customer data breach?" "I do. And I think he's too close to your family. And until we know for sure, you should suspend all visits." Jack blinked, his thoughts sluggish. "Wait, what day is it?" Tamsin frowned. "Thursday." His stomach dropped. "He's scheduled for a session with Melanie and Samuel today." He fumbled for his phone, cursing under his breath, and hit dial. The line rang. The signal crackled the moment the call connected. Jack leaned forward in his seat, clutching the phone to his ear like it might slip away from him at any second. "Melanie, can you hear me?" There was a beat of static. Then her voice broke through, thin and distorted. "Jack?" "Yes, Mel, it's me. Are you all right? I'm sorry I've not been in touch this morning, but I've been in hellish meetings and I've just hit the road. I hear there's a storm on the way." A hiss of interference made it hard to catch her next words, but he heard the strain in her tone, the tension stretched tight beneath it. "The storm's nearly here. You wouldn't believe the sky. Black as night and winds picking up, power's flickering. Radio says we'll lose signal soon." Jack gripped the edge of his seat. "I know, we're on our way. I'm bringing Tamsin with me. I'll explain more when I see you. We should be back tonight." Another burst of static cut him off before he could say more. He waited, breath held, until her voice returned. "Jack, I need to tell you. There was a man. A stranger came to the house." Jack froze. "What?" "He said his car broke down. Asked for water. Patch didn't like him. Neither did I." What did he look like?" Jack asked, forcing calm into his voice. Her answer came slowly, broken by the terrible connection. "Tall, broad, dark hair, Spanish maybe, and he had a scar on his cheekbone. Said he was bird-watching, but he was asking strange questions about the lighthouse, about how long we've lived here." Jack closed his eyes, bile rising in his throat. It was him. No question. The stranger was no stranger. He was the man Jack had paid to stage a burglary, the same man who was supposed to have disappeared, but he hadn't, and now he'd found them. "Melanie, listen to me carefully," Jack said, working hard to steady his breathing. "You need to be vigilant, okay? So until I get back, lock all the doors. Every one of them, windows too." She hesitated. "Why?" "Just trust me. Lock up. Don't open the door for anyone. Someone has breached security at the restaurant, and I have a feeling he may have something to do with it." It was the best he could think of without panicking her too much or giving himself away. There was a pause. Then she said, "Hey, try not to worry. We'll be fine. And Caleb's here." Jack blinked. "What?" "Caleb arrived right after the man left. Samuel was frightened. The storm's getting bad. He offered to stay, so I said, accepted. He's sleeping on the sofa tonight, and I'll feel better having him here until you get back." A bolt of fear shot through Jack's chest. Not just because of the stranger, not just because the storm was closing in, but because the one person Melanie had let in was the very man he was about to warn her about, and she had no idea. He opened his mouth to speak, but the crackled into a screeching mass of white noise. "Mel?" Nothing. "Melanie, can you hear me?" Static filled his ear again, and then silence. The call had dropped. Jack yanked the phone away, glancing down at the screen. No service, just the mocking circle of a spinning wheel. "Damn it!" He hit redial. Once, twice, still nothing. Tamsin glanced over, frowning. "What happened?" The call dropped. "I didn't get to tell her." "Tell her what?" "About Caleb, who is actually there with her right now. And worse, a man turned up at the house. And I have a really bad feeling. In fact, I'm damn sure he's the one I paid." Tamsin didn't speak. She watched the road for a long moment before saying, "You're really sure?" "Completely. The description fits. It's him." "And Caleb?" "He's staying the night." Tamsin swore under her breath. "That's bad, Jack." "I know it is." "She doesn't know what we found?" Number I was going to tell her, but the line cut out. Jack leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, fingers tangled in his hair. His mind reeled. There was no good way out of this. He couldn't call the sheriff, not without opening a door that would lead straight back to the staged burglary, to the fraudulent insurance he'd hoped to make, to everything he'd buried. And as for Caleb, he had no proof the man had done anything wrong. Not yet. "I can't involve the police," he muttered. Tamsin nodded. "I figured. If they start asking questions about why someone like that came to Stormwatch, they'll ask too many questions, and if they arrest the guy, he might talk, so I need to find out what he wants. First, and I suspect the answer to that is money for silence. And Melanie, she'll never forgive you." He didn't answer. The car tore through the countryside, the sky deepening into a charcoal smear. The first drops of rain splashed the windshield. The wipers began their rhythm, but they were no match for what was coming. Jack tried Melanie again. No signal. He stared at the screen, willing it to change, to reconnect, to give him something. Nothing. His pulse raced, a sick thudding in his throat. They were out there alone, his wife and his son. And a stranger with a vendetta had just knocked on the door. A man who knew things, who could ruin everything, who might not stop at blackmail. And then there was Caleb. Jack had been suspicious for a while that he was a cuckoo in his nest, but suspicion wasn't enough. It was Tamsin who'd dug deeper, who'd found the trail of surveillance and intrusion. Jack had dismissed it all at first and told himself that Caleb was trying to help, attentive if not a bit intense, a professional who cared deeply about his patience and craft. But now, thinking about him in the house, sleeping under the same roof as Melanie and Samuel, Jack felt cold all over. "Drive faster," he said. "I'm already doing 90. Then do 95 or let me drive. I don't care if I get a ticket." Tamsin didn't argue and put her foot down. The rain intensified, drumming the roof. The coastline was still 2 hours away, maybe more with the storm moving in. Jack kept trying the call, over and over. Silence replied every time. He hated not knowing what was happening. He imagined the power flickering out, the sound of wind howling against the old glass panes. Melanie trying to calm Samuel while Caleb lingered nearby. And somewhere out there in the dark, the man Jack had trusted once, foolishly, was waiting. He'd thought he was in control, that his secrets were safe. But now and all he could do was grip the dashboard and pray they made it back in time. Chapter 22. The wind had picked up by early evening, snapping branches against the windows and dragging tendrils of sea mist across the glass in ghostly smears. Rain lashed down in slanted bursts. Caleb closed the back door with a firm hand, locking the bolt and pressing his palm flat against the wood for a beat too long, as if sealing himself inside with them. The storm had handed him the perfect excuse to stay. He'd made himself useful like he always did. While Melanie supervised Samuel's shower, commenting as she went that he always made a terrible mess, Caleb chopped vegetables with theatrical precision, each slice of the knife deliberate and rhythmic. The stew bubbled warmly on the stove, rich with garlic and rosemary. He laid the table, folded the napkins, lit candles in jam jars. He was good at this part, the role of dependable man, provider, protector, dad. He glanced up when she came into the kitchen, towel drying Samuel's hair with one hand, her phone clutched in the other. Always the phone. "No word from Jack?" he asked, already knowing the answer. Melanie shook her head, distracted. Still no signal. "I think the tower must be out." Caleb smiled sympathetically. "I'm sure he'll call when he can. You've got us for company tonight anyway." But her attention was elsewhere, her eyes scanning the screen again. Her thumb hovered, refreshing the feed. He clenched the wooden spoon in his hand. When they eventually sat down together, the three of them, candlelight flickering over the mismatched plates, Caleb served up generous portions, pouring wine for Melanie and a glass of water for Samuel. He asked about his online schoolwork, laughed at Samuel's impressions of his teacher, complimented Melanie on the color of her dress, though she looked pale and tired tonight, her hair pulled into a loose knot. This could be my life. This should be my life. After dinner, they played snakes and ladders. Samuel giggled when Patch, who was sat on his knee, tried to chew the corner of the board, and then scowled when Caleb told him off. Picking up on his mistake quickly, Caleb made a show of letting the boy win, and harmony was restored. But the illusion started to falter when the wind slammed hard against the upstairs windows. Samuel's face went still. "What was that?" the boy whispered. "Just the storm," Melanie said gently, but Samuel turned to Caleb wide-eyed. "It's the bad man. He's outside. I heard him." Caleb knelt beside him, the warm mask still in place. "There's no bad man, champ. Just wind and trees being noisy. You're safe in here, I promise." Samuel recoiled. "Don't call me champ." There was a silence. "I want to go to my room with Patch. And Mom." Caleb stood slowly, his smile tight. "Of course." Melanie wrapped an arm around her son, and led him out of the room, mouthing sorry on behalf of her son. Caleb stayed behind, and the second they were out of earshot, the board game scattered under his fists, that damned dog trotted at their heels like a bodyguard and had placed itself in between him and Samuel. He didn't like being rejected, especially by his son. "He's not your son!" A voice in his mind hissed. Caleb didn't answer it. By the time Melanie returned, looking crestfallen and tired, he'd made hot chocolate, just like she made it when Samuel had nightmares. "I'll do it," she said, taking over from him. He watched her spoon the powder into the saucepan, humming quietly to herself in a calming rhythm. She didn't notice when she moved to the cupboard behind her to get cookies. Didn't feel the slight bump as he reached past her arm. Didn't see the tiny dropper bottle he palmed from his trouser pocket. One small squirt into the saucepan. Mixed in. Disappeared. She turned back and gave the milky mixture another stir, then poured it into Samuel's favorite cup, the one with the pirates. When she carried the mug upstairs, he followed just far enough to hear the sleepy thank you from behind the half-closed bedroom door. A few minutes later, after they'd read a chapter or two of his book, Melanie padded back downstairs, carrying the empty cup. "He's asleep already?" Caleb asked, pleasantly surprised. She nodded. "Out like a light. Coco always does the trick, and he must be exhausted." "You too," he said gently, handing her the glass of wine he'd already poured. She hesitated, then took it. Her hand trembled slightly as she sipped. He smiled, watching her over the rim of his own untouched glass. She drank more quickly than usual. Good. They talked, or rather, he talked, about holidays in the south of France, about quiet mornings by the harbor, about teaching Samuel how to sail. Melanie listened at first, then blinked more slowly, her fingers loosening around the stem of the glass that she just about managed to place on the table. "I should get ready," she murmured, swaying as she stood. Caleb caught her gently. "Don't worry. I've got you." She didn't answer. Her eyes rolled slightly. Her body went slack in his arms. He held her close, breathing her in. Then he carried her to the bedroom, slow and careful, like a groom with his bride. The wind howled through the chimney as he moved through the darkened corridor, past the closed door of Samuel's room. In the bedroom, he laid her gently on the bed, undressed her carefully, folded her clothes neatly on the chair. He worked slowly, tenderly, reverently. She murmured something incoherent and shifted. Caleb stroked her hair. "Shh, I'm here," he whispered. He stripped down to his vest and boxers and slipped into the bed beside her, pulling the duvet over them both. For a long time he lay on his side, watching her face in the dim light. "Mel," he whispered. "You don't need him. He left you. He left Sammy. But I stayed." He stroked her cheek with the back of his hand. "We'll be happy. You'll see. I'll fix it all. You and me and Samuel. Maybe more. I know you've always wanted another, haven't you? I could give you that." She shifted in her sleep, and he smiled. "You'd like that, wouldn't you?" he murmured. "A little girl with your eyes and my spirit. I'll build us a boat. We'll sail to the islands. I'll teach Sam to steer. You'll wear that blue dress I love and sit by my side as I guide the boat through the waves." She exhaled softly, one arm falling across the pillow. Her lips moved faintly, a breathless, unconscious sound. Caleb froze. "Say that again," he whispered, leaning closer. "Did you say you want me?" He waited, his heart pounding. Melanie said nothing, but in the dream that lived behind his eyes, she smiled at him. She pulled him close. She whispered his name like a prayer. "I knew it," he whispered, leaning down to kiss her temple. Then slowly, with care, he reached for the bedside lamp and turned off the light. Chapter 23. The road into Carmen was a blur of rain and rising panic. They'd only gone a few miles when Jack had insisted on driving, too wired to be passenger, and now he gripped the wheel until his knuckles turned white, the car wipers fighting a losing battle against the sheets of water smearing across the windshield. Beside him, Tamsin sat rigid, arms crossed, her jaw clenched tight. Neither of them had spoken much since they left Boston. Every few miles, Jack glanced at his phone, checking for signal. Still nothing. By the time they pulled up at the harbor, the storm had swallowed Carmen Bay. The wind was howling like a wounded animal, tearing at the flags above the bait shack and rattling the corrugated roofs of the old boat sheds. The air smelled of salt and seaweed, while something like panic built inside Jack. Gus met them just outside the harbormaster's office, bundled in oilskins, cigarette tucked behind his ear, his face grim. "No way I'm taking you out in this," he said before Jack could even speak. "Not tonight. No one's going anywhere." Jack stepped forward. "Gus, please. You know the bay better than anyone. I wouldn't ask if it wasn't serious." "It's not about knowing it," Gus snapped. "It's about not dying. Tide's gone wild. Breakers right over the jetty. It's suicide." Ben, the younger deckhand, appeared behind him, shaking his head. "He's right. There's a warning out. Coast Guard said to stay ashore unless you fancy ending up on the news." Jack felt the bottom drop out of his gut. Melanie's out there, and Sam Gus gave him a look that was equal parts sympathy and steel. "They'll be safe enough if they stay inside, but if you're determined to get over there, then you best find another way. I'm not having your death on my conscience if we go out there, and I want to stay alive, too." They stood in silence as the rain lashed their coats. Jack turned and marched back to the car, chest tight. He hadn't let himself imagine Melanie's voice cutting out as the final word. Hadn't let himself picture Samuel crying about some stranger outside his window. But now, images crowded in. Caleb's face twisted in smug concern, Melanie drugged or worse, Sam too scared to scream. He opened the driver's side door and climbed in, slamming it harder than necessary. Tamsin followed, dripping water across the seat. "We're not leaving them out there," she said quietly. "We can take the road." "It'll take hours in this," Jack muttered, already pulling up the route on the sat-nav. "Then we drive through the night. It's better than sitting here waiting for the storm to pass." He nodded once, then pulled away from the harbor with a screech of tires, water churning under the wheels. The car aquaplaned slightly before gripping the tarmac. Tamsin turned to look back at the shadow of the harbor. Then she frowned. "Wait," she said. "We're thinking about this wrong." Jack flicked his eyes to her. "Now's not the time for philosophy." "No, listen. Caleb isn't at his house. He's at yours. And from experience, I know exactly what kind of person he is. He won't have taken this kind of obsession lightly. I bet there's something in his house to incriminate him." Jack's throat dried. "You think he's kept a record?" "Oh, I know he has. He's a narcissist with a savior complex. These men always document it. Photos, audio, God knows what else. And if it's there, we can use it. To do what? To finish this. And maybe get someone to believe us before it's too late." Jack slowed the car. "Do you have his address?" Tamsin smiled and nodded. Minutes later, they approached the lane leading to Caleb's isolated cottage. It was dark, no lights, no sign of life except for the wind battering the hedges. "You sure?" She reached behind her seat and dragged a weathered holdall into her lap. Positive. Jack turned the car off the road and crept up the track. The house was modest but tidy. Neat gravel, porch light still out, curtains drawn. Silent. Tamsin got out first, hood up, crouched low. She rummaged in her bag and pulled out rubber gloves, a torch with a red filter, and a slim toolkit that made Jack raise his eyebrows. "You do know how illegal this is, right?" She smiled grimly. "Only if we get caught." She led him around the side of the house, a single security camera perched over the front door, blinking. Jack stood and watched while she balanced on the porch rail. With a small tool, she popped off the casing and snipped the wires. The light stopped blinking. "Nice," Jack muttered. She slid the front door key from under the plant pot. Of course Caleb had a key hidden. Predictable. Inside, the place was obsessively clean. The smell of pine disinfectant stung Jack's nose. The decor was all muted tones, grey throws, beige rugs, minimal furniture. It was like a showroom with no soul. They moved quickly, heading for the hallway where a small study branched off. Tamsin pushed the door open and swore softly. On the wall hung a corkboard full of photographs, some framed, others tacked up, curling at the edges. Not just of Melanie, of other women, other children. Some laughing, some unaware they were being watched. Jack stepped closer. One photo showed a woman on a swing, a child beside her. The whole montage made him shudder. Tamsin, however, was more focused on the task and opened locked drawers with one of the tools she'd brought with her, while Jack stood frozen. There were notebooks, rows of them, years' worth. Caleb's neat handwriting, page after page, observations, obsessions, fantasies. She wept today, but she will see I am right eventually. The boy is resilient but will need shaping. I can be the one. The husband is in the way, but not for long. Jack's stomach turned. "Help me bag this," Tamsin whispered, voice tight with urgency. Jack raced into the kitchen, pulling out drawer until he found a roll of refuse bags. Then together, they worked fast, scooping up everything. Journals, USBs, photo envelopes, a handheld recorder. Tamsin shoved everything into black bin bags, ignoring the sound of Jack cursing. "I don't care about the law," Jack said as he grabbed another notebook. "He's dangerous, if this is what it takes to stop him." "I'll say I made you do it," Tamsin cut in. "Number. I'll take the rap. If it comes to it, you say I broke in alone. This is on me." She looked at him. Her eyes were steely but soft around the edges. "You love her that much you'll do jail time?" she said. He nodded. "I didn't know how much until I realized I could lose her, so yes, I will." Thunder cracked outside, close and sharp. Tamsin grabbed the last folder, tied up the bag. "Then let's make sure you don't." They shut the door behind them. They had what they needed. Now they just had to get there in time. The road out of Carmen twisted like a snake through wet, wind-lashed hills, the coastal cliffs to their right, plunging into frothing black. Jack's hands clung to the wheel as the tires gripped and skidded and gripped again. Every few hundred yards, branches lay strewn like wreckage, some the size of full-grown men, forcing him to swerve or slow. Beside him, Tamsin had her laptop balanced on her knees, tethered to her phone in a rare pocket of signal. Her face was lit by the screen, flickering with each update. "Anything?" Jack asked, eyes on the road. She didn't answer at first. Her expression had gone hard. "Got into a couple of databases I shouldn't have," she murmured. "Medical board reports, financials, background stuff. There's hardly anything on Caleb. Seems he's been meticulous about his online presence. Scrubbed clean." Jack muttered, Too clean. Tamsin scrolled with narrowed eyes, fingers flying. But this was buried deep. A private lawsuit. Confidential settlement. California. 7 years ago. Woman accused him of drugging and sexually assaulting her during a grief counseling retreat. Jack's jaw clenched. She was recently widowed. He said she was suicidal and unstable. She said he slipped something into her tea. What happened? Tamsin looked up. They settled out of court. No criminal charges. Her family tried to push it but didn't get traction. She moved to Canada a year later. Changed her name. Jack stared ahead. So she vanished and he just started over. The thought he could do the same to Melanie makes me sick, and it will, if we don't get to her in time. The car rocked as the wind came at them sideways. Jack slowed, wipers thudding uselessly. They rounded a bend and stopped dead. A massive pine tree lay sprawled across the road, its roots torn out of the soaked earth. Mud oozed around it like a wound. "You've got to be kidding me," Jack muttered, killing the engine. They climbed out into the roar of the storm. Rain slapped their faces sideways. Tamsin aimed her torch at the trunk, too wide to drive around, too heavy to move. "We'll have to backtrack," she shouted. Jack didn't argue. They got in, turned the car, and doubled back toward a lower inland route. It would add almost 40 minutes. Time they didn't have. Jack drove in silence now, eyes darting between the road and the digital clock ticking away their chances. Tamsin had stopped searching. She was watching the trees, her shoulders tight, lips set in a thin line. The next turn came fast. Jack swung the wheel. The car jolted, and then a sound split the night like a gunshot. Whump! He fought the wheel, but the car dragged left. "Flat!" he growled. They pulled onto a verge. Jack slammed the door behind him, crouched and swore under his breath. The rear left tire was shredded. Tamsin joined him, hair already plastered to her face. "We've got a spare." "Yes, but I haven't changed one in this weather since college." "Good. You're about to get reacquainted." They worked in near silence, him on the jack and bolts, Tamsin holding the torch and shielding it with her coat. Rain soaked through everything. Thunder cracked again, closer now. "You think he's hurt them already?" Jack muttered as he tightened the last lug nut. Tamsin looked at him, a rare softness in her voice. "I don't know, Jack, but my gut tells me if he had, he wouldn't still be playing house. He wants them to need him. He'll wait for the right moment to make his move. We still have time." Jack stood and wiped his hands on his jeans, soaked and filthy. He didn't trust time anymore, didn't trust luck. But he had something, now he hadn't had in weeks. He had proof. He had purpose. He had to reach them before Caleb did whatever it was he'd been building toward all along. After flinging the tools into the boot and slamming the lid, they got back in the car and drove into the storm. Chapter 24. Samuel tossed and turned, his head heavy and strange, thoughts drifting like jellyfish, slow and shapeless. The shadows on the wall stretched and shrank in rhythm with the wind outside, and everything felt muffled, as though a thick blanket had been thrown over the world. He heard Patch's soft huff from the foot of the bed, then the creak of floorboards, someone sitting down on the mattress by his feet. His eyes opened slowly. The room was filled with a bluish glow, like moonlight filtered through deep sea. She was there again. The little girl. She sat cross-legged at the end of the bed, hands folded in her lap, hair hanging down in damp, stringy ropes. Her dress was old-fashioned, like something out of a film his mum would watch. Lace collar, buttons, mud around the hem. The sleeves hung loose and the cuffs were stained brown, and he couldn't see her hands. Patch lifted his head, gave a wag of his tail, and lay back down. Samuel tried to speak, but his mouth felt slow. The words came out thick and soft and sounded like he was in the bath, his head under water. "What's your name?" The girl smiled, but it was small, sad. "Nora." "How old are you?" 7. "That's what I am." She nodded. The air between them shimmered like a pool on a hot day. Her voice was strange, distant, like she was talking to him underwater in a swimming pool. "I had a brother," she said. "He was 9. He liked birds. He used to carve little ones out of driftwood." Samuel blinked. "Where is he?" She looked down at her knees. Gone. They hurt him first. He didn't understand. Who did? Her fingers tightened in her lap. Bad men. They came one night, during a storm like this one. They brought stolen things. From the ships. My daddy told them no. She looked up. Her eyes were so pale they seemed made of mist. "He was the lighthouse keeper. Everyone says he did bad things. But he didn't. He was good." Samuel's chest felt funny, cold inside. "What did they do?" "They were angry. They killed my mummy in the pantry. Then they found us. Me and Jamie. They made us watch. Made him scream. When they were done, they did bad things to me, too." She held out her small hands. The skin was mottled blue and gray, translucent at the fingertips. Samuel started to cry, just a little. Quiet, frightened tears. "Did your daddy try to stop them?" "He screamed and screamed. They tied him and made him watch. Then they threw him in the sea." The room was spinning slightly. Samuel felt like he might be sick. "I don't like this dream," he whispered. Nora's face softened. She moved closer, cold air trailing in her wake. "It's not a dream, but it will be soon." She leaned closer. "You're in danger. You and your mummy. He's going to hurt her. You have to listen to me." Samuel sniffed and sat up straighter, his heart thudding strangely. "I want to show you something." She slid off the bed and walked to the far corner of the room, pointing to a dusty patch under the toy chest. "There. Lift the board." He got out of bed on trembling legs, patch at his heels, ears perked. He moved the chest aside, then pried at the corner of the floorboard. It creaked and gave way. Beneath it was a wooden box. He opened it and found strange things. Buttons shaped like stars, a broken whistle, a yellowing photo of a man with wild hair and kind eyes, a small tatty notebook, and a brass key that lay on top. Nora pointed again, this time toward the landing. "The door at the end of the hall. The one that's locked. It's important." Samuel tiptoed after her, his small hand wrapped around the key. The box left open on the floor behind him. He reached the door and, heart hammering, slid the key into the lock. It turned with a soft click. Inside, the air was icy. It was just a cold larder with stone slab shelves and hanging hooks. Old glass jars lined the far wall, empty and clouded with age. But in the corner, built into the wall, stood a floor-to-ceiling cupboard. Nora pointed again. "Open it." Samuel did. The doors creaked, revealing linens that smelled of damp and dust. "Now the bottom. Lift the wood," Nora whispered. He knelt, pushed his fingers into the edge and pulled. The base lifted, revealing a hollow space, and beneath it, a hole, and a staircase carved from stone, curling down into the darkness. Samuel's voice came out as barely a whisper. "What is it?" Nora looked at him, her outline beginning to shimmer. "Escape." Then she started to fade. "Wait." He reached for her, but his hand went through her arm. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I can't stay. I'm not strong enough." And then she was gone. He turned to the stairs again. Down there was an escape route, a way out, a secret, a way to help his mom. But then everything swirled. and the world folded inward like a collapsing paper lantern. He fell into himself and slept. When he woke, the morning light was weak and silver-gray through the curtains, and tapped the window in a gentler rhythm. Patch was curled beside him, snoring lightly. Samuel sat bolt upright, his heart thudding. Was it a dream? He scrambled out of bed and shoved the toy chest aside. With shaking hands, he pulled up the floorboard. The box was there, and the key. Samuel held them in his hands for a long time. Then he tiptoed to his wardrobe and pushed the box to the very back, beneath a pile of old clothes and stuffed animals. He pulled out his rucksack, then tucked the key inside a sock and stuffed it right to the bottom. This would be his emergency rucksack, and he vowed to keep it by him at all times, just in case what Nora said came true. He didn't know what to do next, but he knew this much. Nora was real, and the danger was real too. Chapter 25. Something wasn't right. Melanie blinked slowly, her eyelids heavy. Her body weighted to the mattress, as though she'd sunk deep into its core, and couldn't climb out. The room was in darkness, except for the thin strips of light cast by the moon through the gap in the curtains. Her head throbbed dully, like a hangover, though she hadn't had more than a glass of wine. Had she? The clock on the nightstand blinked 1:07 in dim red digits. She sat up with effort. Her mouth was dry and her tongue felt thick. Her nightdress clung to her skin. But it wasn't the one she remembered putting on. Or was it? And her memory of the night before felt shredded. Dinner. Samuel crying. Hot chocolate. Then nothing. Her heart gave a stutter. There were headlights flashing through the curtain now. A vehicle turning in. A low crunch of gravel. Then came a sound that cut through her fog instantly. Barking. Patch, frantic and wild, scrabbling across the floorboards. Then the knock. Loud, urgent. Bang, bang, bang. Melanie? Jack's voice. She stumbled from bed, pulling on the old grey jumper hanging on the back of the chair, her feet slipping on the wooden floor as she rushed out of the room, heart hammering. The hallway was in shadows, the soft lamp in the sitting room casting a yellow glow across the walls. Caleb was on the sofa. Asleep? No, awake. Sitting up slowly, hair tousled, blinking like he'd been roused. She didn't stop. The door rattled again. Melanie, open up, it's me. She fumbled with the lock and yanked it open, stepping back as Jack nearly fell through the threshold. Jack, she hissed. Keep your voice down. You'll wake Sam? But Patch had already barreled past her and was leaping up into Jack's arms, whining, tail thrashing in manic circles. Good boy, Jack murmured, crouching to hug the dog before standing, eyes scanning her in the glow of the porch light. You okay? He asked, voice sharp with concern. I think so, she said, her own voice sounding foreign to her ears. What are you doing here? How did you get through in this? Tamsin stepped out from behind Jack, soaked from the rain, hood pulled back, her dark hair plastered to her temples. Long story, she said. I'm Tamsin, by the way, and I've been working with Jack in Boston, and we have a lot to tell you. Melanie opened her mouth, confused, but Jack was already striding past her. Then he saw Caleb. What the hell are you still doing in my house? Jack snapped. Caleb stood now, barefoot, his shirt creased, a calm expression on his face. Jack, it's the middle of the night. Maybe we should all take a breath. But Jack didn't take a breath. He lunged forward and shoved Caleb hard against the wall, fist twisted in the collar of his shirt. You sick bastard, he growled. You've been playing us this whole time. Every damn problem, you were behind them. Jack! Melanie cried, trying to grab his arm. Caleb stayed eerily still, arms lifted slightly in mock surrender. I think you need to calm down." But Jack was shaking with fury. The cyber attacks on the restaurant, my bank account being hacked, the bogus noise complaints. You messed with our home security. You knew how to make it all look like a glitch because you planted the damn tech in the first place. You hacked my life to make me look like the problem. Melanie stepped back, her head spinning. "What are you talking about?" Tamsin dropped her sodden holdall on the table. "He's been doing this for years. We gained access to his home and found his files, his journals, his recordings, photos of other families, other children." Caleb gave a small, almost sad shake of the head. "They broke into my home, Melanie. Violated my privacy. This is harassment. Can you not see that? They're trying to turn you against me. And how do we know they've not falsified whatever they have to frame me?" "Enough," Jack snarled, ripping the bag open. "You want proof?" He yanked out one of the notebooks and slammed it on the table. Then another. A stack of cassette tapes. Tamsin pulled one out, labeled SW07. She walked to the stereo on the counter, shoved it in, and hit play. The hiss of tape, then the calm, two-measured voice of Caleb filled the kitchen. "I've begun planning their winter. There are things I can manipulate. Samuel's routine can shift slightly with more indoor time, less exposure to outer voices, and by that, I mean Rhea. She has begun calling more often, and I can't have that, so we'll endeavor to curtail this. I will remove Rhea from the equation. Melanie distrusts intrusion. I will simply remind her of that. A few well-placed suggestions. A nudge here, a hint there. That's all it takes when someone wants to be convinced. Melanie will benefit from gentler nights, so I'll adjust her dose accordingly. She started sleeping again. That gives me room." The room went still. Melanie's legs almost gave way. She leaned on the counter, staring at the speaker as though it might explain itself. Her hands shook. What did he say?" Jack looked at her, eyes softening. "He's been drugging you, Mel." "No." Tamsin stepped forward, voice quiet but firm. "Melanie, everything is catalogued in these journals. There are years of this. Names, cases, families, and a lawsuit which he settled privately to hush it all up." Jack pulled out a photo and held it up. It was of her, and Samuel, sitting on the bench near an old lifeboat station. Caleb's arm was around her, only she had no memory of that photo being taken or ever being there. It was doctored, her expression unnatural, her hair wrong, Samuel's hand position subtly off. Melanie took a step back, then another. "Number he looked after us. He was a good friend. Kind." Jack's voice cracked. "No, Mel. He isolated you and Sam, so he could slide in and replace me." Patch whined and moved toward her, tail thumping anxiously. Caleb hadn't moved. "You're confused," he said gently. "All of you. I'm the victim here." But his eyes were hard. "Bullshit," Jack bellowed. Melanie jolted and then stared at the tape deck, at the photo, at the jumpy terror in Patch's body, and then at Caleb, and her whole world lurched sideways. Tamsin shot forward to steady Melanie, wrapping an arm around her shoulder while Jack's chest heaved as though he'd just run a marathon, fists still clenched at his sides. And Caleb. Caleb changed. The quiet mask cracked, and behind it was something darker. His mouth curled, no longer soft and concerned, but sneering. His eyes gleamed like wet stones. "You went into my home," he said slowly, as if tasting the words. "You stole from me. You violated my private property." "You violated my family," Jack snapped, stepping forward again. "What you did. What you planned." "Oh, save the self-righteous crap," Caleb spat, rounding the table with sudden speed. "You left her. You abandoned your son. You created the vacancy. I stepped in. Don't punish me because I was better at it than you." Jack didn't even realize he was moving until he had Caleb by the collar again, this time shoving him backwards into the fridge. "You drugged my wife. What makes you think she wants to be your wife anymore?" Jack punched him. Not hard enough to knock him out, not clean enough to be satisfying, but enough to rock Caleb's head sideways and split the corner of his lip. "Jack!" Melanie cried, rushing forward, grabbing his arm. "Stop!" Caleb shoved him back. "That's assault," he snarled, breath ragged. "You break into my house, steal my personal effects, and now you attack me? I'll have you in court so fast, your head'll spin." Jack's breath came hot through his teeth. "Try it. Please. Go on, I dare you. You think a jury's going to believe you over the mother of the child you were grooming? You think your professional past won't come crawling out of every shadow? I will end your career this time, once and for all." Caleb swiped the blood from his lip and sneered. "You don't have the resources for that kind of war." "Oh, I do now," Jack said, nodding toward Tamsin. "And I brought reinforcements." Caleb looked between them all, at Jack brimming with fury, Tamsin cool and composed, and Melanie, still shell-shocked but no longer looking at him the same way. He saw it, the shift. And that's when the fear bled through his fury. Jack could see it in his face, and to prove Jack right, Caleb spun and stormed into the hallway, snatching up his satchel and coat. "Where are you going?" Melanie called after him. "Away from this!" he barked, shoving his arms through the sleeves. "You don't want me here? Fine. Enjoy the chaos when it all comes crashing down again. I gave you order. You'll miss it." "It's nearly 2 a.m, she shouted. "You can't go out in this storm. You'll get yourself killed." But Caleb didn't stop. He threw open the door, rain slicing sideways through the air, and strode into the dark like a man possessed or running from the truth as his past snapped at his heels. "Caleb!" He didn't turn back. Jack crossed to the door, staring after him. Through the sheets of rain, he saw Caleb stumbling down the steps toward the path that led to the cove. "Where's he going?" Tamsin asked. Jack's voice was low and cold. "To his boat." "It'll be moored by the jetty. That's if the storm hasn't taken it already." Melanie looked stricken. He can't go out in this. It's too dangerous. We didn't send him away," Jack said. "He made his choice, and if he sinks with it, that's on him." They stood in silence, watching the rain swallow him. Then Jack slowly closed the door, the events of the night catching up. He was bone-tired, hungry, soaked and dirty. Tamsin rubbed her temple and looked from Jack to Melanie. "That man is more dangerous than any of us knew, if we hadn't come back when you did." Jack looked at Melanie. Her face was ashen, her mouth trembling slightly. "I don't remember parts of last night," she said, touching her jumper like it was foreign. "I don't remember going to bed. I think Samuel got upset and I took him cocoa, but that's all." "You were drugged, Mel," Jack said gently. "He wanted you pliable, malleable." She shook her head, as if trying to dislodge the truth. "I let him into this house. I let him near Samuel." "Hey," Jack said, stepping forward and resting a hand on her shoulder. "He fooled everyone. Not just you." Before she could respond, there was a creak on the floorboards behind them, and Patch began wagging his tail. They all turned. Samuel stood at the door, his hair a sleepy mess, his arms clutched around his favorite stuffed dinosaur. He looked at Jack, then ran. Jack dropped to his knees just in time to catch him. Samuel threw his arms around his father's neck and squeezed. "I knew you'd come," he whispered. "I knew it." Jack's voice cracked. "I'm here, buddy. I've got you." Samuel pulled back slightly and looked up at him, serious. "You came to save me from the bad man." Melanie gasped behind them. Jack tightened his arms. "Yes, that's exactly why I came." Samuel looked over Jack's shoulder at the empty hallway. "He's gone now?" Jack nodded. "He's gone." "Good." Later, when the chaos of the night had quieted and the storm beat on against the windows, Melanie tucked Samuel into bed. His eyelids were drooping, his fingers curled under his chin. She smoothed the hair from his forehead. "Sleep now, sweetheart. Everything's okay," Samuel murmured drowsily. "Nora told me he was going to hurt you, Mom. Did he hurt you?" Melanie paused, not knowing the answer, not wanting to, so instead asked, "Who's Nora?" "The girl who comes sometimes. She said Caleb was bad, like the men who hurt her family. She said you should be careful." Melanie felt the air drain from the room and scanned the corners. There were so many questions flying around her head, but when she looked down, Samuel was fast asleep, safe at last in the dark. Chapter 26. The storm had blown itself out by morning, but the damage lingered. Seaweed clung to the porch railings. A shutter had torn clean off the kitchen window and lay snapped in the garden like a broken limb. Sheriff Tom Coates arrived on Stormwatch just after 10, Gus waving to Jack from his boat. Tom looked tired, grim. He stepped onto the jetty and adjusted his rain-spattered hat with a sigh that said he was too old for this kind of mess. Jack met him at the gate. "Morning, Tom," he said. "Looks like you got off lightly," the sheriff muttered, eyeing the battered cottage. "I hear you've had an eventful few days." "Eventful's one word," Jack replied. "Come inside. You need to see this." In the kitchen, Tamsin had already laid out the evidence. Caleb's notebook stacked neatly, the doctored photographs arranged like a gallery of lies, USBs and tapes in clearly marked bags. Tom stared at it all with the wide, weary eyes of a man trying to catch up with something, already out of control. Melanie stood near the kettle, pale but composed, clutching a mug of chamomile tea like it might anchor her. Samuel had already shot out of the house to see Gus, and after a quick glance out the window, Jack could see him and Patch, Samuel chatting away under the wide, bruised sky. Jack had needed to get him out of the house, away from the tension, so was glad of Gus's presence. Tom crossed his arms. "All right, walk me through it." Jack took a breath. "I broke into Caleb's house last night." "You what?" Tom's eyebrows hit his hairline. "I take full responsibility. Tamsin didn't want to, but I insisted. Actually, the back door was open, so you won't see any signs of forced entry." A small, deliberate lie, but Jack kept his face blank. Tom squinted at him. "You're telling me the back door of the most insular and particular man on this island just happened to leave his door open in the middle of a storm?" Jack didn't blink. "That's what I'm telling you." Tom's lips twitched, not quite a smile. "Funny that." Tamsin stepped in. "I know what Jack did was questionable, Sheriff, but what he found is beyond disturbing. Caleb's been manipulating people, women, children, even men, or years. He creates dependency. He isolates them. These journals document it all." Tom turned to the table, leafed through a few pages, skimmed a paragraph. His face tightened. Jesus. "And he drugged Melanie," Jack added. "We're going to get the pills he's been giving her and Samuel analyzed, but I would bet my last dollar that they're not what he said they were. We've also got recordings, handwritten logs. Some of the entries reference Samuel. It's not just coercion, it's premeditated grooming." Tom held up a finger. "Slow down. Look, I'm not saying I don't believe you, but right now, my immediate concern is where the hell Caleb is." Melanie finally spoke, her voice trembling. "His boat's not over in Carmen." "Nope, looks like he vanished. No one's seen it since he left here last night. Coast Guard's been alerted. They've got a patrol out." Tamsin exhaled. "So he could have drowned. Or he's on the run," Tom said. "And considering what's sitting on your kitchen table, I wouldn't be surprised if he's halfway to Canada with a new name and a forged ID." The words echoed, then settled in the room. "Look, I'll make us some coffee, and maybe we can figure out where he might have gone." Jack made towards the kettle while Tom flicked through more entries in the journals. Once the coffee was ready, they moved out onto the porch for some air. The clouds were thinning now, and down by the cove, waves lapped the shore as if in gentle apology for the night before. Gus emerged on the path with Samuel on his shoulders and Patch bounding ahead. The boy's face was flushed with wind and laughter, a welcome contrast to the melancholy of the last few days. Melanie stepped forward, and after greeting Gus with a hug, frowned slightly, as if remembering something. Turning to Tom, she said, "I meant to say, there was a man, the other day. He just appeared out of nowhere. Didn't say much, but he put me on edge. Have you seen anyone around like a rough sleeper?" Jack's stomach dropped. Tamsin's shoulders tensed, but her face didn't change. Tom scratched his chin. "When was this?" 2 days ago, before the storm hit. He gave me a bad feeling. Said his car had broken down and he was a bird watcher." After Tom asked for a description that, when given, didn't jog his memory, he assured Melanie, "I'll keep an eye out in town," he said with a nod. "Probably just a drifter looking for shelter. They pass through this time of year." Jack saw the flicker in Tamsin's eyes, too fast for Tom to catch. He said nothing. After the sheriff thanked them for coffee, he set off with Gus, promising to update them if Caleb's boat turned up, or his body. Melanie turned to Tamsin. "Would you like to stay a while? It would be nice to have some company, a new face." Tamsin raised an eyebrow. "Here. Just for a few days, until we know it's really over. We need to make this place feel safe again. And Jack could use the help, and I need to feel normal." Tamsin looked to Jack. He gave a small nod, grateful beyond words. "Sure," she said. "I'd like that, and I can make myself useful. I love being by the sea, too, so thank you." Melanie smiled faintly. "And it'd be nice to have another woman around. I've had enough of being the only grown-up for a while." Inside, Samuel ran to Tamsin like she was some kind of superhero. "Are you really a spy?" he asked breathlessly, eyes wide. "Dad said you worked for the government." "I used to be," Tamsin said without missing a beat. "But don't tell anyone." Patch barked in, agreement circling her feet. Samuel grinned. "Do you have, like, gadgets? And a secret code?" "Loads. I'll show you one if you help me unpack." Jack leaned against the door frame and watched as the boy and dog followed her out to the car, like she was the Pied Piper. Melanie came up beside him, arms folded. "He likes her." "So do I," Jack said. "I don't know how I'd have coped these past few days without her support." "Do you think he's gone?" she asked quietly. "Caleb, I mean." Jack looked out at the waves again, at the gray line of the horizon that offered no answers. "I don't know," he said. "Hard to guess. We've got the truth now, so that's something." Melanie didn't respond right away. Then she slipped her hand into his. And for the first time in what felt like forever, Jack felt like he could breathe. Chapter 27. In the space of a few hours, Stormwatch felt just a little more forgiving. The tide was out. the wind calmer now, brushing the grasses outside the kitchen window in slow, quiet waves. Inside, Jack was at the stove, sleeves rolled up, a wooden spoon in one hand, and a pan sizzling with onions and garlic. Samuel was at the table sketching what he said was a spy dog, and Patch lay at Tamsin's feet, snoring gently. It could almost have passed for normal. Melanie stepped outside, the screen door clapping shut behind her. She inhaled the salty sea air and allowed nature to calm her as she stood on the porch, looking out over the sea. Hearing the door creak behind her, she waited for Jack to join her, the scent of garlic and onions following him outside. "I can see it through different eyes now," she said quietly. "I'm glad," he replied. "And I'm glad I've still got you and Samuel." She walked to stand beside him. For a moment, they just listened to the gulls overhead, to the wind through the heather, to the clatter of cutlery and distant laughter inside. Then Jack said, "I owe you an apology. Not just for what happened this week, but for a long time before that." Melanie didn't answer right away. Her fingers played absently with the edge of the porch railing. "That night," he went on, "when the house was broken into, when you called out for me, when I didn't come, it was because I froze." She looked at him then and saw the mask of his shame that sat heavy on his face. "I didn't freeze because I was tired, or because I thought it was just a false alarm. I froze because it took me back to when I was a kid, when my old man used to knock my mum around, and me too, when I got in the way." Melanie's heart softened. "I used to hide in the airing cupboard when it got bad, knew every creak of the floorboards, learned how to stop breathing, become Samuel and quiet like a mouse. That night, when I heard your voice, scared, begging for help, it was like being shoved back in that cupboard. And I shut down, did nothing, like I used to." Melanie's throat tightened. Jack's eyes suddenly looked a little harder. "Afterwards, I hated myself, told myself I wasn't worth much as a husband, definitely not as a father. I thought I'd ruined it all, and instead of facing it, I buried it, and that pushed you further away." She looked out over the sea again, then back at him. "We were broken long before that night, Jack. We just didn't know how to say it. And I didn't know how to help you." "I still should have done something," he whispered. "Yes," she said. "But you came last night." He turned to her, surprised. "You believe me?" "I know what it feels like when someone doesn't show up for their child. My parents let me down too, but you showed up in the end. That matters. Samuel knows it. So do I." Jack's eyes shone. He looked away, embarrassed. "You've always loved him," she said softly. "Even when things were getting tough and you were so wrapped up in the business, you didn't know how to show it." He wiped his face with the back of his hand and gave a dry laugh. "You sound like a therapist." "Well, I can assure you I've had my fill of those," Melanie said, almost to herself. Tom looked at her, brows furrowed. She shook her head. "Let's not talk about that right now. I want to get well. I want to throw myself into my family, into this life, into now." She paused. "And I want to stop feeling like I'm broken." Jack touched her arm gently. "You're not broken, Mel." She nodded slowly. I still have holes. Blank spaces. I don't remember changing into that nightdress. I don't remember going to bed. I dream things I can't explain. I have weird dreams where I smell the sea, and suddenly, I'm somewhere else." Jack was silent. "But I'm here," she added quickly. "I'm awake now, and I have to stay awake. For Samuel. For you. For myself." Jack looked out across the bay. "You'll do it. You always were stronger than me." "No, not really," she said with a small smile. "Maybe I'm just more patient and believed we had a chance." They stood for a moment longer before she touched his arm. "Come on. I hope dinner's nearly ready." They stepped inside and, without speaking, Jack began plating up the food, Samuel already pulling out the chairs with great ceremony. Tamsin was pouring drinks, juice for Samuel, wine for the adults, and laughing as Patch tried to climb onto the bench. Melanie joined them at the table, the glow from the lights warming her skin. She felt herself relax into the moment, into the safety of it, and yet, beneath it all, something pulled at her. Not panic, not even fear, uncertainty. The flashback shad plagued her throughout the day when she wasn't looking for them. The essence of Caleb's breath against her ear, the sound of his voice in the dark, her own laughter at a joke she didn't remember. She saw herself smiling in that doctored photo and wondered if there had been moments when she had leaned into him, even if only from confusion or exhaustion. What did he do? What did I say? But she couldn't know. And she didn't want to go chasing ghosts. She wanted peace. And for now, the kitchen was full of it. Steam from the food, the clink of glasses, Samuel telling Tamsin she should be in the next James Bond film. Melanie closed her eyes briefly, then opened them again. She would deal with the darkness if it returned. But for now, she pushed it away. Caleb was gone. Hopefully not dead. She didn't wish for that. But she wanted him caught, found and held accountable. She prayed the Coast Guard would find something, anything, to prevent Jack from being dragged through a legal fire for taking the tapes. They had survived. That would have to be enough for now. Instinctively, she reached across the table and took Jack's hand. He looked up, and the corner of his mouth lifted in a quiet smile. Melanie smiled back. One breath at a time, one day at a time. And together, they ate. Chapter 28. The sea was calm that morning with only the gentlest swells lifting Rhea's boat as it bobbed just beyond the cove. Samuel sat cross-legged near the bow, legs brown and freckled beneath his rolled-up shorts, a fishing rod balanced awkwardly in his lap. Rhea sat opposite him, sleeves pushed up, skin like toughened leather, eyes shaded by her old navy cap. Patch was at the stern, ears twitching, his head high like a soldier keeping watch. Samuel loved being out here. It was quiet, the slap of the tide against the hull, the occasional cry of a gull overhead, the creak of wood, the hum of the breeze. It felt like the sea was speaking and whispering secrets, if you were the kind of person who knew how to listen. Rhea did know. Samuel could tell. She moved around the boat like she'd been born on it, her hands always busy, her voice scratchy from too many years shouting into the wind. Samuel thought she was probably the bravest person he knew. Well, except for Tamsin, who he was pretty sure was a spy. "I think he's watching something," Samuel said, nodding at Patch. Rhea squinted back toward the dog. "He knows every shift in the current, that one. You can trust a terrier more than a weatherman. If he twitches his nose to the east, reef the sails." Samuel smiled, then cast his line into the water again. His small emergency rucksack lay tucked between his feet. He never went anywhere without it now. Not since Nora. Not since the storm. Inside, along with a few recently added items, a flashlight and some matches, a pack of Oreos and a small bottle of water, everything you'd need in an emergency situation, was the box he'd found beneath the floorboard. The little things that had belonged to Nora, the key, the picture, and her diary. His thoughts then turned to his parents, who were better these days. His dad made them breakfast most mornings, and his mom looked brighter, like she was waking up from a long sleep. Tamsin made them all laugh when she said things like exfiltrate instead of leave, and showed him how to make a coded message using lemon juice and a candle. She said he had an eye for detail. He didn't really know what that meant, but it made him feel proud. And Caleb. Caleb was gone. Samuel never said his name, not out loud. But every night before bed, he whispered a thank you to Nora. Rhea handed him a sandwich wrapped in wax paper, thick slices of cheese and salty ham. Patch perked up at the sound of unwrapping and made straight for his master's side. They sat and ate on deck, rocking gently on the tide. Samuel swung his legs and looked up at her. Rhea? Do you know the story about the man who killed his wife and children? At Stormwatch, a long time ago. Rhea frowned. That old tale? Aye. My grandmother used to tell it. Said it happened around the time of the Depression, about the lighthouse keeper. One stormy night, he lost his head and did something awful. Or that's what people say. Samuel chewed slowly. You believe it? Rhea shrugged. That's the trouble with stories. People repeat them enough times and forget to check the bones of them. He swallowed, hesitated. Do you believe in ghosts? Rhea grinned without looking at him. I've seen plenty out here. Phantom ships gliding through fog. Heard the cries of sailors long drowned. Once I swear I saw an old brig from the 1700s, floating just off Wreck Point. 3 sails up, full wind, but not a ripple under her. Samuel's eyes went wide. Really? Rhea tapped her nose. You learn not to question what you see. Not everything leaves footprints. He took a deep breath. I think I've seen one. A ghost. She turned to look at him properly now. Sandwich paused halfway to her mouth. Go on. He glanced at the rucksack, then at the sea. Her name's Nora. She's 7. She came to see me during the storm. Told me things. About what happened in the house. Rhea was very still. She said people thought her daddy was bad, but he wasn't. One night, men came to hide things in the lighthouse. They had barrels of stuff. She said it was alcohol. They hurt her brother. They made her mommy cry. She said they did bad things to her too. And they killed them. All of them. Then threw her daddy into the sea. Rhea's mouth was set in a hard line now. She looked out toward the island, her jaw twitching. Smugglers. That far back it was mostly liquor. Prohibition-era stuff. Brought it in from the coast or across from Europe. Folks who resisted were silenced. Samuel leaned down and unzipped his rucksack. From inside, he carefully pulled the small, battered diary. I didn't want to tell anyone until I knew it was real, he said. But look. He passed it to Rhea. On the inside cover, in shaky pencil, was written, Nora May Colburn, born 25th May, 1924. Rhea turned the pages slowly, her sea-worn fingers surprisingly gentle. Near the end, she read out Nora's words. They've come back. Mommy says it's sinful and wrong. She cries and won't eat. Daddy says we'll be okay, but he's scared. The men put the kegs in the cold room again. I heard them say if Daddy tells anyone, we'll all be sorry. Rhea read the page twice, then handed it back. Her eyes were glossy. She was telling the truth, Samuel whispered. It wasn't her daddy that killed them at all. Rhea nodded. That poor family. Their names dragged through the mud for almost 100 years, and not a soul to speak for them. We could tell people, Samuel said quietly. Like the paper in town, or the Historical Society. I looked them up online. Rhea reached out and gave his shoulder a squeeze. We will. You and me. We'll set the record straight. Samuel beamed. Patch barked at a seagull, and the moment broke. They stayed on the water a little longer, the sun warming their faces, the line tugging lazily in the current. But something had changed. Not in the sea, not in the air, in him. Because now he wasn't just carrying a secret, he was carrying a truth. And one day soon, he'd tell Nora. He'd tell her that her daddy's name had been cleared because nobody blamed him anymore, that the bad men didn't win, and maybe then she'd stop hiding in the dark. Maybe she'd finally be free. Chapter 29. Jack stood on the headland, boots anchored in the damp grass, a salt wind ruffling his hair as he lifted the binoculars to his eyes. The morning had rolled in soft and bright, a welcome contrast to the chaos of the storm. Below him, Rhea's boat rocked gently in the cove, the dark woods slick with spray and sunlight. Samuel was visible near the bow, crouched with his rod, and Patch, faithful as ever, stood at the stern like a furry sentinel, nose tipped to the breeze. Jack smiled. It was a moment of peace, a rare golden pause, and he was learning to savor them. Tamsin had left 2 days earlier, her car crunching down the drive just as the gulls began to scream overhead. They'd hugged without awkwardness, a shared understanding passing between them. She had saved more than one life while she was here. Jack owed her more than words could say. "I'll be back," she'd said. "I like the air out here. Feels like you can breathe properly." He believed her. They'd stayed in touch via short texts, updates mostly, a lead she was following in California, a new case she couldn't tell him much about. But beneath the professional tone, there was warmth now, a quiet trust. Melanie had taken to Tamsin too. It surprised Jack at first. But something about Tamsin's directness, her lack of pity, had worked better than any cautious therapist. Melanie had started painting again, retreating to the small studio room each morning with a mug of tea and her sleeves rolled up, returning with streaks of ochre or cobalt on her wrists. She still drifted sometimes, fell into long silences that left her eyes unfocused, her hands unmoving. But she was trying, and more importantly, she'd seen the doctor in town. No more heavy sedatives, no more wondering whether her memories were real. It was going to be a slow rebuild, but it was a rebuild all the same, and Jack was clinging to that. He lowered the binoculars, squinting at the horizon, and turned the lens toward the coastline. The rocks glistened with sea spray. Gulls wheeled. Kelp clung to the low edges like old scars. Then, movement. A shape that didn't belong. Jack adjusted the focus, and the world snapped into sharpness. There, on the far side of the headland, just before the cliffs curved inland, stood a man. Still, staring straight at him. Even from this distance, Jack felt the heat drain from his chest. He knew that face. Luis, his accomplice. The man Melanie had described, scruffy, unshaven, green jacket, the drifter who wasn't drifting. Jack's breath came slow and measured, but his pulse kicked into overdrive. He lowered the binoculars and looked toward the house. Melanie was in her studio, easel angled toward the light. She wouldn't hear a thing from out here. Good. He didn't want her to see this. Not yet. Jack turned back to the path and began to move. He kept his pace steady, not rushed, deliberate. A man going for a walk, a man not alerting the target, but his fingers had curled into fists before he'd even realized. He reached the lower path in less than 5 minutes, boots thudding softly on the damp track. The figure ahead hadn't moved. Luis was standing with one foot braced on a rock, arms folded like he belonged here. As Jack got closer, he could see more, scruffier than before, a week's growth of beard, deep creases around his eyes. But his posture was all wrong for a man lost or wandering. He wasn't lost. He was a predator. Jack came to a stop 6 feet from him. "Long way from the mainland," he said. Luis gave a slow smile. "Tide's a bastard this time of year." Hack didn't smile back. "You're not here for the view or bird watching." "Get you, being all smart." Jack stepped closer, his voice low and dangerous. "You're going to tell me what you want?" Louise shrugged. "Don't you know already?" "Don't play games with me," Jack snapped. "You've been watching my house. You invaded my space and spoke to my wife. Why?" Louise tilted his head and didn't respond. Jack stepped closer again, now just an arm's length away. "If you're here to cause trouble, I suggest you turn around, because I will end this. I don't care if I have to drag your face across the rocks to do it." Louise gave a short laugh. "You've got fight in you now, I see. Grew some balls, did you?" Jack's eyes narrowed. Louise looked out at the sea, then back at Jack and stepped back off the rocks, fading into the curve of the cliff path with a swift, practiced ease. He was down the slope and gone into the gorse before Jack could reach him. Cursing under his breath, Jack scanned the lower trail but saw nothing. No sound of boots, no glimpse of green. He stood there for a moment, chest heaving, blood thrumming in his ears, then saw movement. Jack caught up with him on the narrow path just beyond the rockfall, where the cliff veered sharply toward the sea. Luis was pacing now, like a caged animal, muttering to himself and flicking a stone from one palm to the other. His eyes were red-rimmed and furious. "You think you can just ignore me?" Luis snarled the moment he saw Jack. "You think if you squint at the horizon long enough I'll disappear?" Jack kept a steady tone. "What do you want?" Luis laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. "What do I want? I want what you promised me, what I risked my neck for. You gave me bad information. You said it'd be easy." Jack frowned. "What the hell are you talking about?" "Don't play dumb with me, man. You said you'd be away on vacation, that I'd be in and out before anyone even noticed. You made it sound like a bloody cakewalk." Jack's pulse quickened. "I never said anything like that." Luis stepped forward, his voice a low growl. "Don't screw with me. I was counting on that job, on that money. Instead, I got nothing. Just a burned bridge and a dealer who wants his cut back in blood. Maybe if you hadn't been off your face on God knows what, you wouldn't have messed it up." Jack snapped. "That's not on me. You got the wrong night. You should have come the next day after we'd left." Luis's expression twisted. No way, man. I don't make mistakes like that." "Well, that night you did. So now you need to leave me and my family alone." "I'm just trying to survive," Luis roared. "You don't know what it's like, man. You don't know what it's like to have someone put a knife to your throat and say you've got 1 week to cough up or they're coming for your kneecaps. I've got no home, no job, and a target on my back. I've been living under a tarpaulin behind a fish factory." Jack's jaw clenched. "And you think the solution is blackmail?" Luis shoved his hands through his hair, pacing. "Don't you get it? This is the only play I've got left. I can't go to the cops. I can't go to my family. They've all washed their hands of me, and anyway, if I did, they'd come for me there and use them against me, and I can't risk that. But you've still got a life, a kid, a woman who trusts you." Jack stiffened. Luis saw it and grinned. "That's right. I'll tell her what you did, about how you staged the whole thing, the break-in, the panic, how you played the victim to win her back. What do you think she'll do with that, huh?" Jack's heart started to pound. "You're bluffing." "I don't need evidence," Luis said, circling him now. "All I need is to remind her of what I saw that night. A man messing himself with fear while his wife stared down the barrel of a gun. Something with just enough truth to make her doubt you. And you know what? She will. Because she was there and so was your kid who stepped in to save the day." Jack tried to breathe through the panic rising in his chest. "So, you want money?" Luis nodded. 10,000, that's the number." I can't get 10 grand. Not in 2 days. Not even in a week, if at all. My business is in deep trouble, and I don't think I can raise that much, I swear. I'm telling the truth here. Then sell something. Call in a favor. Empty a savings account. Because I'm not walking away without it. You think I've got that kind of cash just lying around? Jack said. That's why I came up with the insurance scam. The restaurant chain is barely surviving. I'm probably going to get sued by angry customers who had their data stolen. Luis's lip curled. Cry me a river. That's not my problem. Jack ran a hand over his mouth, thinking. Even if I could raise it, it would take time. 72 hours minimum. Luis crossed his arms. You've got 48. That's it. Noon. 2 days from now. At the lighthouse. Bring the money. Or I tell her everything. Loudly. Publicly. And I'll make damn sure she believes me. Jack stared at him, the sheer audacity of it all crashing down around him like waves on the cliff. And what then? What happens after I pay you? You go crawl back into whatever hole you came from? What's to stop you from coming back and asking for more? Luis leaned in close, his breath sour. You think this is a negotiation? I don't care if you believe me. I'm giving you a chance to stop things getting worse. That's more than most people get. You're not giving me anything, Jack said. You're threatening a woman who's been through hell just to get what you want. Luis shrugged. Don't act like you're some saint. We both know you've got skeletons. Everyone does. I'm just the one holding the flashlight and showing everyone your yellow bones. Jack stared at him, a surge of revulsion rising in his throat. He wanted to hit him, to shove him backwards into the mud and not stop swinging. But he didn't. Not yet. He took a step back, voice cold. Fine. You want money? I'll see what I can do. Luis raised a finger. 10,000 in cash. And don't bring anyone else. If I even see a cop, I disappear, and you'll never know when or how I'll strike. Jack didn't answer. He turned and walked away, jaw tight, eyes fixed on the path ahead. He didn't look back, but he felt Luis's stare burning into his spine all the way up the hill. Chapter 30. The boatyard reeked of rotting rope, fish guts, and diesel. A thin salt mist hung in the air, coating every surface with grime, dulling the already cracked paint of the rusting hulls and half-forgotten vessels lined up on blocks. Caleb sat hunched inside the narrow cabin of an old fishing trawler, the curved walls pressing close around him like a coffin. The portholes were too fogged to see through. The door barely shut. The mattress beneath him stank of mildew. But it was safe, for now. The old keeper, a squint-eyed man with too few teeth and too many debts, had taken the envelope of money without a word. No questions, Caleb had told him. I'm just here to fix her up. And the man had looked at Second Chance and nodded, slow and dumb, and turned away. But Caleb knew time was short. They'd be looking for him. There'd be patrols, alerts. Tamsin, whoever that bitch was, had been thorough so far, and he had no reason to believe she'd give up until he was caught. And Jack, God, he'd never let it go. He was probably parading around town like a savior now, wrapping his family in his arms, acting like the hero, while the world congratulated him for surviving something he had no right to survive. It should have ended differently. Caleb rubbed his hands over his face, then reached for the flask beside the bunk. The whiskey burned like acid, but it steadied him. He stared at the dented metal wall, saw his own reflection in a rust-streaked mirror. A stranger with sunken eyes, beard grown in patchy and wrong, skin too pale. His mind scratched and snarled behind his temples. He couldn't stay here long. They'd already taken everything from him. The profession he cared about was gone, and his credentials stripped from his name and reputation like flesh from bone. The board had dismissed him quietly, of course. No formal charges, just irregularities and conflict of interest and safety concerns. But the whispers had followed him, and that's why he'd relocated to Carmen Bay, where he'd hoped to start again. But no matter how he'd tried to kid himself, facts were facts. He wasn't a therapist anymore. He wasn't anything. And the family, his dream family, had been ripped away by a man who didn't deserve them. Jack had ruined it all. Melanie had been on the cusp of being his in that house. They had shared something real. He remembered the softness of her skin beneath the covers, the heat of her body as she turned toward him in the dark. She'd murmured something, a name, a dream. It didn't matter. She had given herself to him. The drugs weren't that strong, just enough to help her sleep, to silence the voices, to let the truth come through. He remembered brushing her hair behind her ear as she sighed. She'd needed him. She just didn't know it yet. He stood suddenly, knocking over the flask. Liquid seeped into the filthy floorboards. He didn't bother to clean it up. They'd always done this. Everyone. Ever since he was a child. Rejection. Over and over. The teachers who said he was unsettling. The other boys who called him freak behind his back and creepo to his face. The woman in university who accused him of stalking when all he'd done was leave her flowers and wait for her outside her lectures. Even his own mother had turned her face when he cried for attention, and then cast him off. Always the outsider, always the one who cared too much, only to be pushed aside by people who preferred liars and bullies instead. But he had risen above it. He had studied. He had learned how people worked. And finally, after wrong turns and poor choices, he'd found Melanie. He clenched his fists. Jack had failed her, let her slip into chaos. And then, when she'd begun to heal, when she'd started to smile again, it was because he was there. Not Jack, him, Caleb. He was the one who listened, who brought stability, who gave Samuel a calm voice when he was scared. The boy had learned to listen. Even Melanie had begun to look at him with trust, until they twisted it. They always twisted it. Now they were probably painting him as a monster. Caleb paced the narrow cabin, the floor creaking with every step. The sea lapped lazily at the hull, but in his mind, it roared. They'd think they'd won, but they hadn't. Not yet. Stormwatch was known for tragedy. The lighthouse murders, the girl who drowned off the western cliffs, the 3 boys who vanished in the 60s. Everyone said the place was cursed. Whispers in the wind, cold spots in the hallways. Let them talk. Caleb would make it true. One more tragedy to add to the legend. He wasn't finished. He hadn't come this far to be erased. He would end it on his terms and go down in folklore, a name they spoke of for hundreds of years to come. If he couldn't have the life he built, the family he earned, then Jack wouldn't have them either. His fingers twitched as he walked back to the bunk, pulled out the leather-bound notebook where he'd kept the last of his plans. Scrawls, half-sentences, maps of the island, timings. He opened it slowly, smoothed the pages. They thought he'd disappeared, thought the sea had swallowed him. Let them think it. He'd bide his time. 1 more day. 2, at most. Then he'd strike. And this time there'd be no therapy. No talk of healing, just the lesson. Jack would learn what it meant to lose everything. And Stormwatch would take another family of ghosts. Chapter 31. Jack stood at the edge of the jetty, hands buried deep in his coat pockets, eyes fixed on the horizon where a tourist boat cut through the water like a tired seabird. The sun was beginning to sink, casting gold across the surface of the bay. But Jack barely registered the light. Tamsin stood beside him, arms crossed, hair pulled back against the wind, watching the approach in silence. She'd come straight back after he'd told her about Louis. "I spotted him just staring," Jack said, voice low. "Says he's desperate, in trouble with a dealer and needs cash." Tamsin didn't look surprised. "They always do." Jack nodded. "He wants 10 grand, claims his life's at risk and he's living rough. Said if I don't pay up, he'll tell Melanie I orchestrated the break-in." Tamsin turned to him. "Fuck." "Yep, fuck." He exhaled. "I never meant for it to go that far. And now it doesn't matter because Louise will twist it to make me sound like a monster who didn't care about my family's safety. And that's not how it was. He got the wrong day, and we shouldn't have been there. But Mel won't see it like that." They both stared out at the boat, where tourists without a care in the world bobbed on the waves. Tamsin shifted her weight. "Even if you could pay him, you know what happens next, don't you?" Jack nodded grimly. "He comes back. Again and again." She angled her body toward him. "Then don't pay. Tell Melanie. Take away the only leverage he's got, and if necessary, go to the police. Draw a line under it before it swallows you whole." Jack winced. "I can't put her through another revelation. She's just getting her head above water." Tamsin softened. "And what happens when Louis doesn't wait? When he turns up on the doorstep while you're out? What happens if he threatens her?" Jack closed his eyes for a moment. "I need time," he muttered. "I need to think." "You've got until tomorrow," Tamsin said. "I'll stay until this is sorted one way or another and back you up, okay?" Jack nodded. "Thanks, for all of it." She gave a short, understanding smile. "Don't thank me yet." Another boat rounded the headland carrying Rhea, Samuel, and Patch, the engine coughing gently as Rhea guided it in. Jack and Tamsin stepped back as the hull bumped against the rubber fender. Samuel stood up and waved, his face flushed from sea air, hair sticking up in all directions. "Hey, buddy," Jack called. "Catch anything?" "3," Samuel shouted proudly. "One has teeth," Patch barked in agreement, his tail thumping rapidly against the deck. Rhea chuckled as she threw the rope to Jack. He secured the line while Tamsin steadied the boat, and Samuel leapt across to the dock like a practiced sailor. "Go on up, buddy," Jack said. "Your mum's painting. Go show her your catch." Samuel ran off, Patch bounding behind him while Rhea lingered in the boat, coiling the rope at her feet. She looked up at Jack, her expression more serious now. "He's still frightened, you know." Jack frowned. "Of the water?" "Number of him." He didn't say the name, but I knew. It's still hanging over him like smoke. Jack's jaw tightened. "We haven't told him he's definitely gone. We don't want to make promises we can't keep." Rhea gave a slow nod. Then she turned, stepped into the cabin, and returned with something in her hand. Small. Metal. She held it out, low and firm, into Jack's line of sight. "Can I give him this?" "It's safe enough, and I trust the lad. He's sensible, and I think it'll give him some comfort, but only if you agree." Jack thought for a moment and saw the wisdom in her words, so he gave a nod and received a rare smile from Rhea in return. "Give me a moment with him before I go." Jack smiled back. "Sure." She stepped onto the dock, followed the sound of Samuel's voice, and called him back down gently. The boy came running, and the two of them stood off to the side, backs turned to the house, but within earshot of Jack and Tamsin. "I trust you," Rhea said, crouching to his level. "You've got a good head on your shoulders, and more courage than most grown men I know. So I'm giving you this." She opened her hand. It was a flare gun, small, worn, functional. Samuel stared. "For emergencies only," she said, if something happens, something bad, and you need help fast, you fire this into the sky. I'll see it, or someone will. But it's not a toy, understand?" Samuel nodded solemnly. "I'll only if he comes back?" She met his eyes. "Yes, but I hope you'll never need it." He closed his fingers around the cool metal, the weight of it anchoring his small palm. "I won't let you down," he whispered. "I know you won't," Rhea said. "Just keep it safe." She watched as he pulled the rucksack off his back and tucked the flare gun inside, next to Nora's box that was wrapped carefully in one of his mum's old painting cloths. When he'd fastened the straps, she tousled his hair, kissed his forehead, then turned and walked back to the boat, giving Tamsin and Jack a wink as she passed. By the time she stepped aboard her boat, Samuel had disappeared up the hill again. Jack joined her on the dock. "Thanks for that, and taking him under your wing," he said. "It helps. More than you know." Rhea untied the rope and gave a sharp nod. "He's a good lad, and he's astute and sensitive, watching everything, even if he doesn't say it." Jack exhaled. "That's why I worry so much about him. Mel does too." She gave a half smile. "You're both doing better than you think." He helped push the boat out gently, and Rhea fired up the engine. "Tell Tamsin to call if she needs a lift," she hollered into the breeze. "I will." They exchanged a final nod, and Rhea disappeared into the sea, her boat shrinking into a dark speck against the horizon. Tamsin said she was going to check on Melanie, while Jack stood alone on the dock a while longer, the sound of the sea all around him. He had secrets, still, ones he didn't know how to tell. And now, as he glanced up the hill where Samuel had vanished into the safety of home, he wondered how much longer it would stay that way. Evening settled gently over Stormwatch, calm and cool, the sea lapping at the rocks with none of the violence it had shown in recent days. The air was still. The cottage breathed quietly after dinner, the scent of garlic and rosemary still lingering in the kitchen. Tamsin was huddled in an armchair, engrossed in her laptop, while Melanie and Samuel were at the table, pondering over the pieces of a jigsaw. As the cottage settled into a gentle rhythm, it all felt like normal. But it wasn't, not really. And every now and then Tamsin would look up and give Jack a look that silently told him time was running out. He'd tried to work out when it was best to confess. Not before bed, because that way the row they were bound to have would rumble into the night, and neither of them would sleep. Maybe morning would be best when he could break it to her before Louise turned up. Which he would, once Jack didn't show up at the rendezvous. One more evening of calm. That's all he had, until everything was pushed to the precipice, again. And now, Samuel had gone to bed, his new book clasped to his chest. Melanie had kissed his forehead, run her fingers through his hair, and told him she'd be in soon. She'd taken her book into the sitting room and curled up in the armchair with a blanket, saying she wanted to finish the chapter. Tamsin and Jack sat in the kitchen, alone under the amber light of the overhead lamp. A bottle of wine sat open between them, 2 glasses half drunk, the air just beginning to cool. "He'll be here tomorrow," Tamsin said quietly, tapping her fingernail against the rim of her glass. "You know that." Jack didn't answer straight away. He sat with his elbows on the table staring at a knot in the wood, his mind a tangle of dread and indecision. "You should tell her, Jack. Tonight, before Louise gets a chance to twist it." Jack finally looked up. "And say what?" "Hey, Mel. By the way, when we were falling apart, I made some mistakes. Nothing criminal. Just reckless enough that a junkie with a grudge can make it sound like blackmail." Tamsin didn't flinch. "That's better than her hearing it from him. You know he'll embellish it, make it sound worse than it needs to be." She's just started painting again, Jack said, quieter now. She's sleeping, laughing sometimes. She looks at me and I don't see fear. You want me to rip all that away tonight? I want you to stop lying. Jack leaned back, exhaling hard. I'm not lying, I'm editing, protecting. Tamsin gave a sad smile. You think I don't understand that? I do. But time's up. This is the last page of the chapter. You've either got to own it or prepare to lose everything trying to hide it. Silence and truth stretched between them, loud and uneasy. Tamsin stood and picked up her glass. I'm going to bed, but Jack, if you wait any longer, you're giving Luis all the power, and you won't get it back. She walked out of the kitchen, her footsteps light on the floorboards. Jack remained at the table for a few more minutes, staring into the corners lit only by the old overhead light. The heartbeat of the house, the distant sound of waves and the rhythmic ticking of the wall clock comforted him as he sipped his wine. Then Patch padded into the kitchen. The dog stopped halfway across the room, head cocked, ears up. He let out a low growl, a warning. Jack turned toward the window. Patch growled again, but this time deeper, more urgent. His hackles lifted, and he stepped between Jack and the back door, tail stiff and low. Jack stood slowly, every nerve in his body tightening. Then came a sound, soft but deliberate, a scrape against the far wall, in the utility room just beyond the kitchen. Seconds later, the lights went out. Total blackness swallowed the room. Jack's heart jumped in his chest. He reached for the drawer beside the oven, fumbling for the torch. Nothing. Blasted generator, he muttered, already moving toward the back door. Damn thing must have failed. He reached for the hook where the shed key always hung. Empty. He froze. Jack? He turned. Melanie stood in the doorway, barefoot, her book still in one hand. Her hair was down, eyes adjusting to the darkness. I was reading. What happened? She asked, voice hushed. I think the generator's out, Jack said. I was just going to check it, but... What? The key's gone. She frowned, stepping forward. Are you sure? Before he could answer, a soft creak sounded behind them. They both turned, and Caleb was standing in the doorway, framed by the faint glow of moonlight through the window. His face was pale, thinner than before. A scruffy hint of a beard altered his appearance, as did his eyes, shadowed and sunken. A pistol rested steady in his hand, pointing straight at them. Hello, Melanie, he said calmly. Jack. Melanie's breath caught in her throat as Jack instinctively stepped in front of her. Patch growled, louder now, but stayed low and watched from under the kitchen table, his teeth bared. I wouldn't, Caleb said, nodding to the dog. It wouldn't end well. Jack's voice was a rasp. How did you get in? Caleb tilted his head. I had a key cut, and before you ask, yes, I took the one for the generator shed a while back. I must say you are both very unobservant. You weren't the only one who made preparations, but cans of food and bottles of water aren't going to help you. Now Melanie gripped Jack's arm, whispering, Jack. It's all right, he murmured, though it wasn't, not even close. Caleb's gaze moved across the room slowly, like he was absorbing the details, drinking them in, his eyes resting for a second on the jigsaw. Feels different in here, he said, like you've been playing happy families. But that's a lie, isn't it? We both know the darkness of the past doesn't go away. It waits, it watches, and then comes back to take what it's owed. Jack took a small step forward. You don't need to do this. But I do, Caleb said, his voice almost gentle. You took something from me. Both of you. You twisted what I was creating, and then you poisoned it. He turned the gun slightly. So now we're going to talk, and this time, you're going to listen. Chapter 32. The room was iced with tension. Jack felt Melanie tremble at his side, her fingers digging into his sleeve, eyes locked on the gun in Caleb's hand. The light from the window glinted off the barrel as Caleb closed the door behind him, with a quiet click that sounded louder than any shout. "Sit down," he said to Jack. Jack didn't move. "Look, we can sort this out." "I said sit." Caleb's voice cracked like a whip. Jack took Melanie's hand and led her toward the kitchen table. Caleb followed, calm but watchful. When they sat, he stepped back and scanned the room like a general surveying his battlefield. "You've been busy, haven't you?" he said, voice too light. "Painting, laughing, bringing in the spy again." He smiled faintly. "Tamsin, right? She's here. Third door on the right. She's probably listening now." Jack's stomach dropped. He had been watching. "I want everyone here," Caleb said. "The boy, the woman. Bring them." "No," Jack said firmly. "Leave them out of this." Caleb raised the gun slightly. "You don't get to negotiate." Melanie stood slowly, her breath shallow. "I'll get them," she said. Jack looked at her, alarmed. "I'll be quick," she whispered. Caleb nodded. "No funny business. I see anyone else, I'll shoot Jack in the head." Melanie gasped, then left the room quickly, Patch racing after her, while Jack's pulse pounded with every step she took. The house felt like a live wire, and he held his breath until the creak of returning footsteps made them both look up. Samuel appeared in the doorway, barefoot in pajamas, holding Patch tightly in his arms. The terrier's lip was curled, growling low in his throat. Tamsin entered a moment later, barefoot and pale but composed, hands raised slightly in a show of calm. "Put the dog down," Caleb said. Samuel clutched Patch tighter. "No." Caleb's eyes narrowed. "Get rid of it, or I will." "Don't touch him," Samuel cried, voice shrill with fear. "I hate you." "Sam," Melanie said gently, stepping behind him. "It's okay. Just put Patch in the larder, he'll be safe there." Samuel hesitated. Then, tears streaking his cheeks, he turned and ran to the larder, shutting the door with a soft click behind him. Caleb motioned for them all to sit. Jack pulled Samuel close to him, placing a protective arm around his shoulders. Melanie slid into the seat across from them. "Good," Caleb said, gesturing toward a chair. "All together now." He paced behind the table like a lecturer, the pistol never far from sight. "Do you know what it feels like?" he said. "To give everything to someone, to offer peace, safety, love, and have it ripped away?" Jack said nothing. Caleb stopped behind Melanie. "I loved you," he said quietly. "You felt it. That night you said my name. You reached for me." Melanie jerked her head around. "Number I didn't. You drugged me. You made me think I was safe when I wasn't." His face twitched. "Liar." "I didn't love you," she said, voice shaking but clear. "I never did. Never even considered it, but you poisoned me. I thought you were being a good friend and you twisted everything." Jack leaned forward. "You're sick. You need help." Caleb turned on him, eyes blazing. "You don't get to speak. You abandoned them. You left them shattered. I was the one who put the pieces back together. For Christ's sake, I went to work, like millions of other men do every single day. I was trying to save my business for them. I wasn't abandoning them, but that's how you wanted to see it. Give it another angle. You manipulated a vulnerable woman and a child." Jack snapped. "That's not love. That's delusion." Caleb's hand shot out, grabbing Jack by the collar. "You want to see delusion?" Then the gun was knocked from his hand, a swift and sudden swipe from Tamsin, and seizing the moment Jack surged forward. The chair crashed to the floor as Jack threw his weight into Caleb. They hit the tiles hard, and the gun skittered across the floor, clattering into darkness. Caleb swung wildly, his fist glancing off Jack's jaw, but Jack shoved him back, grappling with everything he had. "Run!" Jack bellowed. "Go!" Melanie grabbed Samuel by the arm, dragging him toward the back door, but Samuel twisted free. "Wait! Patch! Sam!" He bolted to the larder, Melanie and Tamsin following behind as he flung open the door, and the little dog launched into his arms. Then, before they could stop him, he raced to his room and grabbed his rucksack, returning in seconds, out of breath, but determined. "Follow me," he cried, already diving into the larder itself. "Get the key and lock the door," he ordered. Melanie obeyed, her fingers fumbling as she did so. "What are you?" Tamsin started, but Samuel had thrown open the doors of the cupboard in the corner. He knelt and felt inside, then pulled the base upwards to reveal the hidden compartment. "Hurry!" he hissed. "It goes somewhere. Nora showed me." Tamsin didn't ask questions, and instead helped haul up the bottom panel, and beneath a narrow set of damp stone steps disappeared into the dark. Melanie looked back toward the door. The sound of a fist hitting flesh, a grunt, a crash, another shout. Samuel heard too, his eyes wide, and before Melanie could stop him, he leapt down the first 2 steps, Patch in his arms. "Come on!" Melanie and Tamsin scrambled after him, lowering the panel back in place just as a loud bang shook the house. They froze. Gunshot. The echo rolled through the floorboards. Melanie clamped a hand over her mouth, stifling a sob. Tamsin grabbed her wrist. "Keep moving." Obeying, Melanie followed as they bolted down the damp, winding staircase. It was narrow, barely wide enough for one adult as it curved left into darkness. The walls were slick with moss. The air was cold and wet, the scent of old stone and salt prickling Melanie's nose. Samuel led the way, his small flashlight beam bobbing ahead of them. "The tunnel comes out near the cliffs," he said breathlessly. "By the old boat sheds." "You knew about this, how?" Tamsin asked, panting. "Nora showed me." Melanie tightened her grip on his hand, tears burning her eyes. She didn't know if Jack was alive. She didn't know if they were safe, but her son had saved them, and now they ran. Chapter 33. Pain exploded through Jack's thigh as he staggered away from the kitchen table, blood slicking his jeans, hot and wet. He didn't know how long he'd been on the floor after the shot rang out. Seconds, maybe more. But Caleb had fled, chasing after the others, leaving Jack sprawled on the tiles. He couldn't let it end like this. With a guttural cry, Jack pushed himself up, gripping the sideboard for balance. His legs screamed, and his vision blurred at the edges. But he didn't stop. He forced his body upright and lurched toward the back door, adrenaline dragging him forward. He could hear the sound of a door being kicked, and knew Caleb was trying to get to the others, so he had to draw him away. Keep moving, keep breathing, give them time. He burst into the cold night air, barely registering the pain as he half ran, half limped across the garden, dodging the overturned wheelbarrow and barrels of firewood. The dark enveloped him instantly, swallowing the house behind him. He didn't look back. Didn't dare. If he looked back, he'd see the open door, see the shadows shift, see Caleb stalking through it with a murderous focus. Instead, Jack focused on the hill ahead, the faint outline of the headland beyond the copse of trees, the ridge where the wind was strongest, where he might lose him or find somewhere to hide. The sky was ink black, no moon, no stars, just the sound of the sea somewhere out there, and his own harsh breathing. Behind him, a voice rang out. "Jack!" It caught up to him on the breeze, filled with venom. Jack ran harder, nearly stumbling. The bullet wound burned like fire now, each step lancing pain through his body. But he gritted his teeth. He had no weapon, no phone, just blood in his sock and a wild hope that Caleb would follow him, not beat down the door, and get to them. Another shout. You think you can run, but you're running out of time. I've sent the blood, and you're finished. Jack bolted through the gorse, slicing his arms. His foot caught on a root, and he crashed to his knees, mud and sand grinding into his palms. He groaned, forced himself up, and kept moving. The path to the headland widened ahead, the trees thinning out. The wind had returned, cool and salt-heavy, whipping at his clothes. He knew this place, every curve, every drop. He and Samuel had come up here with kites. He remembered showing him the stone with the fossil pressed into it, the one shaped like a seashell. He just had to make it to the ridge, hide among the rocks, stall him, buy them more time. And yet, even as he ran, a darker thought slipped into the edge of his mind. Luis? Where was he? Jack hadn't seen him since their confrontation near the cliffs. What if he was out here now, watching this unfold from the dunes, waiting to strike? But he couldn't think about Luis now. He couldn't afford to. The sound of pursuit drew closer, boots crunching through wet grass, a ragged breath. Then, the voice again, closer now. Jack! Come on, be a man and let's finish this. And then, crack! A shot rang out, too close. Jack dove left, tumbling into a hollow between two rocky outcrops. He lay still, gasping, hand pressed hard against his thigh to stem the bleeding. The gunshot had echoed down the coast, bouncing between the dunes and the cliffs. Then another shot, and another. Caleb was firing wildly into the darkness like a madman. Then silence. Jack's heart thudded in his ears. He was hidden now, wedged between two slabs of stone. If Caleb got closer, he'd have the element of surprise. That was all he had left. Footsteps crunched above him. A silhouette passed across the top of the ridge. Jack squinted. Caleb staggered past, gun held high, eyes darting into the dark. This won't end the way you want it to, Caleb shouted. You can't hide from the truth, Jack. You were never good enough for them. You failed them. Jack held his breath, unmoving. Caleb paused a few feet away, muttering to himself, turning slightly. Then, click. Another. Click. The unmistakable sound of a trigger pulling against an empty chamber. He's out of ammunition. Jack's body reacted before his brain did. He grabbed the biggest rock within reach, a jagged sea-slicked thing the size of a brick, and surged up from the hollow, teeth gritted against the fire in his leg. Caleb turned too slow, and Jack brought the rock down hard. Once, twice. The third blow sent Caleb to the ground. He crumpled without a sound. Jack stood over him, chest heaving, the rock slipping from his hands and thudding into the grass. Blood ran down his thigh. His hands shook with shock and exertion. He dropped to his knees, gasping for air, the scent of sea spray and blood and damp stones swirling in his nose. Somewhere behind him the house sat in silence, but his family out of reach, out of danger, he hoped. He rolled Caleb's unconscious body onto his side, kicked the gun far away, and crawled backwards until he found enough space to sit up. The sky was just beginning to pale, as though it had been hiding behind the sofa, too scared to come out until it was all over. And Jack closed his eyes. He'd done what he could. For once he had done the right thing. The tunnel had narrowed toward the end, the damp stone walls slick with moisture and old salt. Their breath echoed off the walls, the air stale but laced with the tang of the sea. Tamsin led the way, the flashlight on her phone casting an eerie blue-white glow across the rough steps as they wound downward, deeper into the heart of Stormwatch. Melanie followed close behind, her arm around Samuel, who clutched Patch tight, nestled inside the crook of his elbow. The little dog didn't make a sound, just shivered, ears twitching. The further they went, the colder it became. Melanie's foot slipped once, and Tamsin reached out, offering a hand. "Almost there," she whispered. "I think I can see daylight." Indeed, ahead of them, the tunnel yawned into a larger, round chamber where green-blue light filtered faintly through cracks in the rock. The sound of water grew louder, lapping, gentle, and welcoming. They emerged suddenly into open air, stumbling out into a small cove at the base of the lighthouse. The sea lay just beyond, calm and grey under the rising dawn. The cliff face rose behind them, jagged and high, the lighthouse looming above like a ghostly sentinel. Melanie sucked in a deep breath of clean air, clutching Samuel close, letting the sea breeze sting her cheeks. They were out. They were alive. Samuel stepped away from her and dropped to one knee, already unzipping his rucksack. "I have to do it now," he said, voice fierce and clear. "Do what?" Melanie asked. He pulled out the flare gun Rhea had given him and stood facing the water. "It's for when it's bad, for when someone needs to come. Rhea said it was only for an emergency. This is one." Before either woman could stop him, he raised the flare gun with both hands and fired. With a loud thunk and a brief hiss of smoke, a brilliant green flare arced into the morning sky, lighting their faces and the cliffs and the water below in a bright, eerie glow. It burned above them like a signal fire, unmistakable and urgent. They stared at it in silence for a second, the glow shimmering in their eyes. Then from above, a voice. "Melanie, Sam, Tamsin, Jack." Melanie spun, heart pounding. She moved forward, cupping her hands to her mouth. "Jack, we're down here. I can see you," he called back. His voice was hoarse but strong. "It's clear. Come up. You're safe now." Tamsin was already helping Samuel toward the rocky incline that wound up toward the lighthouse steps, Melanie following close behind. They climbed, hands scraping on stone, feet slipping on wet moss, until finally, Melanie reached the crest and saw him. Jack was seated on the ground, his legs soaked in blood, one arm braced against the rocks. Behind him lay Caleb, unmoving, crumpled like a discarded coat. His hands were tied with Jack's belt. His head was bloodied. The gun was nowhere in sight. Melanie ran to Jack, fell to her knees beside him, tears already streaming down her cheeks. "You're bleeding. Oh God, your leg." "I'm okay," he rasped, voice weak. "You're okay. That's what matters." She kissed him, hard and messy, and felt him squeeze her hand back. Samuel climbed the last few steps and ran straight to him. "I fired the flare," he said breathlessly, "like Rhea told me." Jack smiled at him through the pain. "That's my boy. I'm proud of you, son." Samuel looked up at his father, his eyes glowing with pride, and said, "And so were you, Dad." The flare shot high into the morning sky, a bright green bloom above the cliffs. Rhea was out on the dock with a bucket of crabs when she saw it, the color unmistakable. Her gut twisted. She dropped the bucket with a clang and reached for her phone, dialing without hesitation. "Tom!" she barked the moment the sheriff picked up. "Green flare, Stormwatch. It's them." "I'm on it," came his reply, sharp and immediate. She didn't wait to say goodbye. She was already running toward her boat, untying the mooring with quick, practiced fingers. Her heart was beating like a drum as she started the engine, her hands steady despite the chill. The little boat surged forward, cutting across the water with purpose. She knew what the flare meant. It wasn't just a call for help. It was a signal from Samuel. He'd used it. That meant Caleb had come back, And it also meant they were alive. By the time she reached the island, the sun had risen high enough to paint the lighthouse in a warm glow. She could see movement on the headland. 3 figures, 2 standing, 1 slumped on the ground. Rhea killed the engine and leapt ashore, tying the boat loosely before scrambling up the path. She found them there, Jack, pale and bloodied, sitting against the rocks. Melanie, flushed with exertion and relief, clinging to his side. Tamsin nearby, her shirt torn and feet bare, and Samuel, arms folded, patch tucked into his jacket, and Caleb, unconscious and tied, blood crusted in his hair. "Christ," Rhea muttered, scanning the scene. "You all right?" "We will be," Jack said. "He's not getting up again." Rhea looked down at Caleb with disgust, then turned to Samuel. "You used the flare?" Samuel nodded. "I remembered what you said." She crouched to his level, brushing the hair from his face. "You did the right thing. You were so brave." Samuel's chin trembled. "I wanted to be like my dad." Rhea glanced over at Jack, then back to Samuel, her eyes glistening. "Well," she said softly, "you are. You both saved your family." Samuel's eyes moved to Jack. "He saved us again." Jack reached out and ruffled his hair with a blood-stained hand. Not alone. Sirens echoed in the distance, Tom and the Coast Guard, fast approaching. Melanie exhaled and buried her face into Jack's shoulder, sobbing with relief. Tamsin moved beside her, placing a firm hand on her back. Rhea looked at the group and nodded once. Stormwatch had almost taken a family. Again. But not this time. This time they made it out. Chapter 34. The morning broke gray and wild. The wind had picked up before dawn, rising with the tide, sweeping around the headland and lashing against the windows of the cottage like it was trying to get in. It hadn't started raining yet, but the air was restless, full of electricity. Inside, all was quiet. Melanie and Samuel were still asleep, finally surrendered to exhaustion after the long, harrowing night. Tamsin's door was open, but her room empty, and the only sounds were the creak of the beams and the ticking of the old kitchen clock. Jack sat alone at the table staring at a chipped blue mug full of coffee, the bitter warmth doing little to settle the nerves dancing beneath his skin. His leg was bandaged, the bullet wound cleaned and pressed with gauze, courtesy of the Coast Guard medic who'd winced when Jack refused to be taken to hospital. He couldn't leave. Not yet. There was the issue of Luis to deal with. The sheriff had left just after dawn, taking Caleb into custody. They'd loaded him, cuffed and silent, into the Coast Guard's boat, his face blank, dried blood crusted in his hair. Tom hadn't said much, just nodded grimly at Jack and muttered something about likely charges, aggravated assault, illegal possession of a firearm, unlawful imprisonment, attempted murder. Jack stopped listening after that. It didn't matter how many charges they listed. The damage had already been done. What haunted him wasn't Caleb's crimes. It was how close he'd come to winning. Jack stared out the window, watching the trees sway under the push of the wind. He could still hear Caleb's voice in the back of his mind. She called my name. She reached for me. None of it was true. He totally believed that bit it didn't stop the words from crawling under Jack's skin. He took another sip of coffee and tried to quiet his thoughts, but they turned, as they always did, to Luis. The flare, the escape, the fight, all of it had swallowed the night. But now the dust was settling, and the uncomfortable truth came roaring back. At noon, Luis would show up at the lighthouse, blackmailing Jack for money he didn't have, threatening to destroy the fragile progress Melanie had made. And Jack had almost told her, almost opened his mouth before dinner the night before. But then Caleb came, and everything exploded. Now Luis was still out there, and Jack was no closer to fixing the mess he'd made. The back door creaked open suddenly, and a gust of wind shoved through the kitchen. Tamsin stepped in, cheeks pink, wind-whipped hair stuck to her jacket. Patch followed at her heels, tail stiff, nose twitching furiously. Jack straightened. "Ah, there you are." She didn't answer. Instead, she closed the door with more care than necessary and looked at him with an expression he didn't like, serious, almost grim. "You need to come with me," she said. Jack's stomach sank. "What's happened?" "I didn't go far," she said, going over to the fire to warm her hands. "Just to the edge of the dunes." Patch took off and started barking like mad. I thought he'd seen a rabbit because he wouldn't come back, so I followed. Jack was already standing, mug forgotten on the table. "Tamsin, what is it?" She met his eyes. "It's Luis." Jack froze. "What about him?" "Dead," she said. "He's dead." They didn't speak as they made their way down the narrow path through the tall grass, the wind roaring louder here, flattening the reeds and throwing salt into their faces. Patch led the way again, ears back, body tense but determined. In the distance, the lighthouse loomed, casting its long shadow toward the shore. Tamsin stopped near the base of the dunes, just before the sand sloped steeply down to the beach. Jack followed her gaze. There, half hidden among the dune grass and scrub, lay Luis. He was crumpled awkwardly on his side, one arm outstretched as if he'd tried to crawl. His jacket was torn, matted with blood. The sand beneath him was stained dark. His eyes were open to the sky, but his expression was vacant, still. It was clear he'd been there a while. Tamsin crouched next to the body, her face pale but composed. "He was hit multiple times," she said. "Chest, shoulder. Looks like one in the leg, maybe more." Jack looked away, his stomach lurching. "And you're sure it's the same gun?" he asked. Tamsin nodded. "I found casings. Same caliber as the one Caleb had. This wasn't a close-range hit. I think he was caught in the crossfire." Jack rubbed his forehead. "Jesus." "I think he was camped out here," she said. "There's a stash under that tarp. Bottles, wrappers, blankets. He must have been watching the house, waiting for his chance." Jack crouched beside her, staring at Luis's slack face, a man who'd made his life into a slow, chaotic spiral, and now, just another body claimed by the island. "I kept thinking that no matter how much I paid him, he'd show up again," Jack said quietly. "Demand more. Tell Mel something to blow it all apart." Tamsin looked up at him, eyes unreadable. "But it didn't come to that," she said, "and it never will." Jack didn't speak. Tamsin stood, brushing sand from her knees. "You know what this means, don't you?" Jack looked at her. "It means your problem is solved." He didn't reply. He wasn't sure he could, because the relief that washed over him was immediate but tinged with shame. Luis had been a threat, a ghost hovering at the edge of everything, a ticking clock, with a cruel hand. Now he was gone, and the secret Jack carried was safe. The wind had strengthened to a scream, carrying the sharp bite of sea spray as it rushed across the headland. Jack stood with his collar pulled high, his injured leg throbbing in dull waves beneath the dressing, though the cold did a decent job of numbing it. He kept his eyes fixed on the horizon, on the place where the slate sea met the pale sliver of the horizon, and watched the tide do what it always did, take things away. Beside him, Tamsin stood still, her hands jammed into her pockets, hair flattened by the wind. They had waited for the right moment when they were sure the coast was clear. The cottage and lighthouse behind them were asleep. The deed had been done with no words spoken between them, because it didn't require any. Luis's body had been rolled into the tarp he'd been sleeping under, and then together they'd carried him across the dunes to a point on the headland shielded by the lighthouse. Below, the surf hissed like a warning as they unraveled the tarp and pushed the body over the edge and let the ocean claim him. He'd been heavy with death, his limbs flopping grotesquely, but the sea didn't care. It pulled him slowly at first, then more greedily as the tide turned. One strong wave caught the body and dragged it with a sucking sound into deeper water. No ceremony, no mourning, just release. Now Jack sat with Tamsin on the rocks above the cove, the two of them silent. The storm was gathering behind them like a dark thought, and soon it would be upon them fully. But for now, there was peace. Not absolution, but calm. "You didn't have to do this," he said finally, his voice hoarse from the cold and lack of sleep. "Help me, I mean. You could have handed over the evidence, taken your fee, and disappeared, but you didn't." Tamsin shrugged, her face turned into the wind. "I could have, but I know what it's like," she said, "to lose everything." Jack glanced sideways at her. Her expression was calm but inward-facing, distant. "When I turned whistleblower," she went on, "back in Washington, against my old department, I thought I was doing the right thing. Exposing corruption, standing up for decency, all that noble crap they drill into you when you train for a job like mine." Her lips curved into something close to a smirk, but there was no humor in it. "I lost everything. My job, my so-called friends, my flat, my entire life, and all the people I exposed. Golden parachutes, new jobs overseas, untouchable." Jack felt a sting in his chest. "I'm sorry. I'm not telling you for pity," she said, glancing at him now. "Just so you understand. When I first met you, I saw the same look I used to see in the mirror. Like you'd spent all your energy trying to hold the walls up and they were still crumbling around you." He said nothing, just watched as a distant wave rolled high and crashed down onto the rocks with a plume of white spray. "I figured," she continued, "you weren't a bad guy. Just a guy who messed up, who got scared, who tried to protect the people he loved and did the wrong thing." "I did do the wrong thing," Jack said, jaw tight. "I let Luis into our lives. I gave him the layout. I told him where the jewelry was. And you regretted it immediately," she cut in. "You started your penance the second it went wrong, and your family began to suffer. And then he got greedy and went off script. People got hurt, yes. But you've been punishing yourself ever since." Jack lowered his head, his hand clutching the rock beneath him. "I kind of knew it'd all catch up with me eventually," he murmured. "It did." She nudged his shoulder. "And here you are, still standing." He breathed deeply. "You've done more for me than I can ever repay." "You don't need to repay me, Jack," she said softly. "You just needed someone in your corner. I didn't have anyone when it happened to me. Nobody to say, 'You're not alone. You're not finished.'" There was silence again, the only sound the howl of the wind and the rhythmic crash of waves. "I lost my family years ago," she added. "Don't want to see you lose yours." Jack looked at her, really looked. There was a deep well of pain behind her words, but also strength. She had been through the fire and come out forged, not broken. "Well, all that's going to change," he told her. "You've got a home here now, a friend, someone who will have your back, no matter what." She smiled then, for real this time, the expression easing the harsh lines around her eyes. "Careful," she said. "I might just take you up on that." They sat for a few more minutes as the sky began to change, warm orange bleeding into the slate blue, turning the sea to molten metal. The sun crept along the edge of the horizon, promising a hint of warmth for the day ahead. "Do you think it'll wash ashore?" Jack asked, his voice barely audible. Tamsin didn't answer right away. "If it does," she said, "it won't be here." Jack nodded slowly. "And the gun?" "Same deal. Tide'll take it. We can burn the rest of his things, say we're having a bonfire to get rid of some rubbish we found, and anyway, who's going to care? People burn stuff all the time." "Okay, we'll do that. Let's get it started before Mel and Samuel wake up, so they don't see what's on there." She met his gaze. "Plan, but Jack, are you sure you're up to this? I can handle it." He held her look, and for the first time in a long while felt steadied, so nodded. She rose to her feet first, brushing the grit from her jeans. "Right then, we should get back," she said. Jack pushed himself up with effort, grimacing as his injured leg protested. Tamsin caught his elbow and helped him steady. As they turned to walk back toward the cottage, she said one final thing. "It's our secret now, Jack." He looked at her. "Yours and mine. In it together, and it dies with us." Jack nodded, the words settling deep in his chest. Their secret. Safe. At last. To Chapter 35. Samuel stirred before the light. The familiar, gentle weight of Patch lay curled at the foot of his bed, warm and still, rising and falling in his sleep. Samuel blinked up at the ceiling, not sure what had woken him until he saw Nora standing by the door. She looked like she always did, only different. Her long hair was smooth, not tangled with seaweed and dust. Her dress, once stained with old blood and frayed at the edges, now hung in soft folds to her ankles, clean and mended. Her hands, he stared at them, were whole. He sat up slowly, careful not to wake Patch. She smiled. "Hello, Samuel," she said. Her voice seemed to echo, gentle but clear. "You're not all see-through anymore," he whispered. Nora nodded. "That's because I feel better." "I think you look better." She smiled again and came a step closer. Her bare feet made no sound on the wooden floor. "I wanted to say thank you," she said. "You were very brave." Samuel rubbed at his eyes. "I'm definitely not dreaming, am I?" "No." She tilted her head. "This is real. I think it's the last time I'll come, though." He frowned. "Why?" She glanced toward the window. The faintest trace of silver light was beginning to creep across the sky. "My family are waiting," she said. "I think it's time I went with them." Samuel didn't want to cry, but something in his chest tightened. He bit his lip. "But I haven't finished the story yet." "Yes, you have." "No. I mean, Ria's going to help. She's going to tell people the truth about your dad, that it wasn't him, that he tried to stop the men, and that he was good. I told her everything and showed her your diary." Nora's expression changed, softening even more. Her cheeks looked rosy, and her eyes were so bright. "I know," she said. "I heard you. And I saw you read the diary too. So now you know the truth and can tell everyone. That's what matters." "I promise," he said quickly. "I'll make sure everyone knows. I'll make a plaque or something. And I'll keep your box safe." Her eyes lit up at that. "Thank you." Patch shifted slightly in his sleep, huffing softly but didn't stir. Samuel glanced down at him, then back to Nora. "Will you be okay?" "Yes," she said. "I'm not sad now." Samuel's brow wrinkled. "Were you sad before?" She nodded. "At first I didn't know what had happened to me, or why I was stuck here. And then I heard the people who lived here talking, and I started to understand, and bit by bit, I remembered, and it made me so angry. But I think I was waiting for someone to tell the truth, and then I could be free. And now you have." Samuel didn't know what to say, so he said the only thing that felt right. "I'm glad you're not stuck anymore." Nora stepped back toward the door, the light beginning to wash over her. "I think you and your mum and dad will be happy now. You are all good people, and I hope you stay here. The cottage needs a happy ending, too." "I hope we stay, too," Samuel said earnestly. She looked around the room, her room, with something close to fondness. "Will you look after this place for me?" she asked. "Keep it nice?" "I will," he promised. "Always." "And the box?" "It's in my rucksack. Safe." She nodded once. "Good." Then she raised her hand and gave a little wave, and as she did, Samuel noticed something else, something he hadn't before. Behind her, just beyond the door frame, was a warm light and shapes moving within it. A tall man, a woman in a long dress, and a little boy with curls, holding something in his hands. Nora turned her head and smiled at them. Samuel stared in wonder. "Is that—" "My family," she said softly. "They've been waiting." He wanted to ask more, but somehow knew there wasn't time. "I have to go," she said. Samuel got to his feet, bare toes curling on the cold floor. "Will I see you again?" Nora shook her head gently. "You don't need to. But I will never forget you, brave Sam." And then she was stepping backward into the light, her outline growing softer with each step, until she was almost gone. She paused once more. "Goodbye, Samuel. Goodbye, Nora. I'll never forget you either." Nora smiled, and then she vanished. When Samuel woke the next morning, sunlight poured across his blanket in wide golden bands. Patch sat beside him, tail wagging softly, tongue lolling out as if waiting for their day to begin. Samuel sat up, blinking against the light. He remembered everything. The way her hands had looked, her clean dress, the smile that reached all the way to her eyes. She was happy now. He slid out of bed, opened the wardrobe door, and gently pulled out his small canvas rucksack. Inside was the wooden box, the tiny key and the folded ribbon with the name Nora embroidered in faint blue stitching. He ran his fingers over the lid. "I'll keep it safe," he whispered. Downstairs he could hear his dad making coffee, his mum laughing softly at something he said. It sounded like the house was happy again. Samuel slipped the box carefully back into his bag and pulled on his jumper. There were things to do, a story to finish, and a promise to keep. Chapter 36. 9 months had passed since the night the sea took away the last of their ghosts, and Stormwatch had never looked so alive. The old lighthouse, once a stoic sentinel against the wind, now glowed with warmth in the late afternoon sun. Its fresh white coat gleamed against the rising blue sky. Beside it, the cottage stood restored and proud, still weathered, still battered by the elements, but no longer haunted. Its windows were open, lace curtains fluttering. From one, the scent of lemon and oil paints drifted on the air. Jack stood on the path that wound from the jetty to the cottage, watching the boat bob gently where he'd tied it up. It was small and humble, practical, and built for morning crossings and quiet trips across the bay to Carmen. Every day he and Samuel made that journey together. It was part of their new rhythm. Samuel loved school, loved sailing, loved the sense of normal that had finally settled around them like an old coat rediscovered and slipped on with relief. He still carried his emergency rucksack and kept Nora's box on his bedside table, though he no longer spoke of ghosts. He didn't need to. Whatever had tethered her had been set free. He was just a boy now, a bright, brave boy. Jack had sold all his restaurants, every single one. The flagship in Boston, the franchise, the soulless expansion that had almost cost him everything. It hadn't been hard in the end. The money he got from the sale had been enough to pay off debts, to rebuild the cottage and the lighthouse, and to start something smaller and, in his opinion, honest. In Carmen Bay, nestled beside the fishmongers and the pottery shop, was the jetty table, a dozen covers, seasonal menu. No reservations, and 2 days a week, Jack taught cookery classes to tourists and locals in the community center kitchen. He hadn't realized how much he missed the joy of simple food until he saw someone's face light up at a perfectly poached egg or a loaf of bread they'd baked themselves. He also still found it hard to believe how far they'd come. Inside the lighthouse, Tamsin was making coffee. Her space, a newly refurbished one-bedroom apartment on the upper level, was compact but perfect. Light poured through the round windows. Rhea had found her the old dresser and wardrobe at a yard sale, and Melanie had upcycled them, and Samuel had chosen the little potted cactus that now lived on her windowsill. She'd stayed just as she said she would. At first, because she didn't trust herself to leave them so soon after everything. Then because it had started to feel like home. She was company for Melanie, ballast for Samuel, and a quiet friend to Jack. "Stormwatch suits you," she'd told him once. And maybe she was right. The chaos had passed. The wreckage had been cleared. The last remnants of Luis had been turned to ash. All that was left was space, wide open space that had made room for something better. From inside the cottage he heard music playing, jazz, Melanie's favorite, the tunes she liked to hum when she painted. He walked slowly toward the house, passing the rose bushes they'd planted in the spring. They were in bloom now, pale pink and cream, soft as new skin. Melanie had started painting again soon after the worst of the winter passed, tentatively at first, then with growing confidence. 1 canvas led to 3, then 10. Tamsin had taken a photo of one, a storm-tossed sea, and sent it to the gallery in Carmen. They'd bought it, then asked for more. Now, on Saturdays, Melanie took the boat with Jack and Samuel, her portfolio carefully wrapped in oilcloth. She'd return at dusk with ink on her fingers, wind in her cheeks, and a shy smile. He stepped through the open door into the kitchen. Sunlight pooled across the tiled floor. On the table was a bowl of lemons and the half-finished sketch of a lighthouse. But Melanie wasn't there. Jack walked through the empty house, then back out onto the headland. There she was. Melanie stood near the edge, the breeze teasing the hem of her dress, one hand resting just beneath her stomach. She turned when she heard his footsteps and smiled. He walked to her side and slid his arm around her shoulders. The sea stretched endlessly before them, darkening now as the sun began to lower behind them. The water was calm, with only the softest waves breaking on the rocks below. "This view never gets old," she said. "Neither do you," he replied, brushing a kiss against her temple. She leaned into him, her hair brushing his chin. "You big charmer," she smiled, then said, "I'm glad we stayed." "Me too." They stood for a moment in silence, letting the wind and salt and sunlight fill the spaces that had once been empty between them. "Stormwatch," she said thoughtfully. "It sounds like a warning, doesn't it?" He glanced sideways. "It used to feel like one. But now, Jack said softly, "it feels like safe haven." She smiled as he placed his hand gently over her stomach. Her bump was firm and high, and Jack felt the slightest flutter beneath his palm. "She's kicking," Melanie whispered. He smiled, heart clenching. "She?" "Just a feeling." Jack exhaled. "I can't wait to meet her." "She'll complete us," Melanie said, echoing what he'd told her weeks ago. "Our family." He nodded, tightening his arm around her. It still doesn't feel real sometimes, that we made it through. We did, she said, and we're better for it. Jack kissed the top of her head and held her tighter, but even as he stood there, feeling whole for the first time in years, a small piece of him ached with guilt. Melanie would never know about Luis, about the burglary, about the way he'd risked everything and almost lost it, to keep the truth buried. He'd come close to confessing, more than once, but each time something stopped him. Her peace, her laughter. The way she looked at him now, like she believed in him again. He wasn't the man he had been, not anymore. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough. Behind them, the screen door creaked open. "Dad," Samuel's voice carried across the grass. "There's a call for you." Jack turned, kissed Melanie softly, and smiled. "Be right there." She nodded and turned back to the sea, her silhouette golden in the sinking light. He jogged lightly toward the house, the sound of the waves like a lullaby. Whatever the past had taken, the present had returned. And the future? It was coming, fast, and full of promise. Epilogue. It's strange how peace doesn't come all at once. It arrives slowly, in fragments, like the tide edging its way up the beach. A full night's sleep, a morning with no fear. The sound of Jack laughing with Samuel on the water. A smile that rises without effort. It's not a dramatic transformation. It's a quiet remembering of who I used to be, of whom we all used to be before everything cracked and fell apart. I'm not sure when the turning point came. Maybe it was the moment I started painting again, when I dipped my brush into color and found that I could still create something beautiful. Or maybe it was the first time Samuel slept through the night without crying out, his small body wrapped around Patch, dreaming of fish and wind and adventure. Or perhaps it was simply waking up to Jack, the real Jack, the man who stood between us and something unspeakable, who bled to keep us safe, who carried me when I couldn't carry myself, the man who failed me once but who saved me twice. Whatever ghosts were haunting him seemed to have gone quiet. There's light behind his eyes again, laughter in his voice. When he holds me, I feel safe, loved, and not like a problem to be solved. Stormwatch feels like home now. It didn't always. For the longest time, it felt like a halfway place and a limbo between fear and recovery. But something shifted. It's in the smell of salt and paint and bread baking. It's in the sound of the wind at the windows, and the way the light stretches long and golden across the headland at dusk. Jack rebuilt everything. Our house, our life, and in many ways, himself. We eat together. We sail together. We fight over what color to paint the nursery, and whether it'll be a boy or a girl. We still don't know. I didn't want to find out. Not because I didn't care, but because I wanted something untouched, something unspoiled, a small miracle not marked by the past. As I stand now on the headland, the sea a steel blue mirror stretching far and wide, I rest my hands on the curve of my belly. The baby kicks gently, as if responding to the hush that always settles at this hour. My back aches. I haven't slept properly in 3 nights, and yet I've never felt more ready. I tilt my face to the wind and close my eyes, and for a moment I let myself go back to that storm, to that night. The memory is slippery, half real, half dream. Caleb's voice, his eyes, that smile, the way he watched me, touched my hair, spoke about our future as though I were already his. There are flashes I can't explain. Darkness, a bitter taste in my mouth, the drag of unfamiliar sheets against my skin, the weight of something I didn't ask for. I tell myself it's just the fear talking, that it was the drugs, the trauma, the chaos, that I imagined the rest, that if anything had happened, Jack would know. I would know. But the truth is, I don't. And some nights, when I wake in a sweat, that doubt clings like seaweed. Caleb is gone. This I know for sure. Locked in a secure facility an ocean away where the walls are thick and the light is harsh and no one believes a word he says anymore. His trial made headlines for weeks. A long list of victims, most of them women, patients, clients, girls who had gone to him for help and found themselves trapped in a nightmare they couldn't escape. One of them had kept a tape, another, a photograph. The same patterns over and over again, the same grooming, the same manipulation, and always the same ending. Shame, silence, and Caleb slipping away to try again somewhere else. But this time, he didn't get away. Thanks to Jack, thanks to Tamsin, thanks to me for finally seeing through the fog and understanding that love doesn't come with conditions. That trust, once broken, can be rebuilt. That fear, when faced head-on, can be outlived. I turn my face back toward the house. Through the open kitchen window, I hear Samuel laughing, pure unfiltered joy, and the sound of Jack's voice, low and warm as he reads from a book. Tamsin clinks plates in the sink. Patch gives a single sleepy bark from the sofa. This is our life now, whole, messy, honest, not perfect, but real. And I don't want to lose it. I don't want this baby to be a question mark. I want them to be a beginning. So I close my eyes again and whisper the same thing I whisper every night when Jack's arms are around me and the wind bats against the shutters. Let this child be Jack's. Let the dreams be lies. Let my body be mine again. A part of me will always live with that thread of uncertainty. It's thin now, frayed by time and healing. But it's there. I know that. I accept that. But it doesn't own me anymore. I turn toward the path, slow but steady, one hand on my side and the other cradling my belly. The sun is setting behind me, casting a strip of light that stretches toward the sea. Jack is waiting, and whatever else the future holds. I know this much. We survived. We stayed. And now we begin again. Together. The end.